The name is Bootsy, baby. Swimming with game sharks. Hey, Jimmy and Jose. Hitman.
Swimming with game sharks.
He's swimming with game sharks, yeah.
Hello, this is episode 7 of Swimming with Game Sharks. I'm Jimmy. I'm Jose. And that theme song was Poppin' by Eclectic Productionz. And we got a lovely show for you here today. A lovely show. We're going to start out with the What You Do. And what we did is we watched Project Greenlight Season 3 and Feast, the last of the Project Greenlight shit. What'd you think? Let's start with Feast.
Feast. Man, Feast straight up horror, but I mean also has a lot of comedy in it. You know, has a lot of meta, like wall breaking kind of shit, where they'll bring up this like break up this little text box and they'll give you like a lowdown on the character.
Life expectancy.
Yeah, life expectancy. Yeah, it's fun little like comedic touches on the genre, and like I think it's the most enjoyable film of the entire series. I'm excited that that guy John, like in the whole process, he was like, you know, he was one of my favorites in that selection. So it's nice to see him not only finish this thing off, but also pull off a pretty funny fucking movie that, you know what I mean, that worked with a pretty, like, what would you say, like a low budget cast. It's no like
the only one I recognized was Jason Mewes, played by Jason Mewes, playing Jason Mewes.
Exactly. That one fucking guy with the hat, what's his name?
His dad?
No, like the guy that gets like shit, his eye like pulled out, dude.
Oh, that guy. I wish he's in more because he was good sport for the shoot and for the film, dude.
Yeah, man, it's I think it's a fun.
You didn't like Stolen Summer more than this?
Stolen Summer, you know. The only problem I feel like I have with Feast is some of the music selections. You know, like it's very like alternative rock, kind of like in that kind of field. You know, like it plays several times and they kind of close it as they drive away with some like, I don't know, sounds like some like Good Charlotte kind of shit, dude. I don't know,
this
but
fool hating on the Good Charlotte.
on the GC lifestyle, the rich and the famous.
We don't want to be the first person to get copyrighted by Good Charlotte in years.
GC steer clear of this shit, I'll tell you this. No, but it was fun, dude. Like I wish they had John wasn't it called Bernthal, the guy from Wolf of Wall Street.
They were looking at him?
Remember they were when they were casting, I think the hero guy. I think he was one of the.
That would have been 2005. What was he doing back then?
Shit, I don't know.
Yeah, I know John Bernthal from like The Walking Dead and Wolf Wall Street first. Like,
shit.
That's when he became a household name for me.
Yeah. I think his dad played a fucking a pretty fun role, man. Like I think he did.
His dad's an experienced actor. Well, I might have to show you one of his films, like, because one of them's on HBO Max.
Oh shit!
Yeah, it's a little late for Halloween, but it's a more of a funny film than a spooky. It's a little bit like Feast, only I don't know. I think it's called Return of the Living Dead, but I have to show it to you.
Shit.
But anyways, I don't know. His dad is a very accomplished actor, and it shows. Dude. Even when doing ADR, he did have a lot of tussles with people in filming. Stop messing with the fucking actors, god damn it! But yeah, Feast was. Yeah, I do agree with the sentiment that Feast was the best Project Greenlight movie. I will say though that in regards to the season, though, I would say that. I don't know, it might be the third best season, and it's only because good seasons are quantified on Project Greenlight by how much conflict there is. And aside from a few pockets, there wasn't too much conflict. I mean, Chris Moore almost fired John Gulager once during the set. You remember the walk where they just fucking walked in there? Like, god damn it, John, you wanted to spend a weekend filming a scene with your family, go to New York and talk to Bill Weinstein yourself, motherfucker.
Oh, shit.
Tried to go over his head when he's like, I will have none of this.
Chris Moore ain't standing for none of this shit. Hey.
Yeah, but as far as, so we know it's the best film. What is the second best project? Does Stolen Summer get that honor?
The second best?
Yeah.
I'd say the second best is the third season, you know?
No, second best movie.
Second best. Oh, for sure.
Project Greenlight movies.
Oh yeah, it has to be a Stolen Boy Summer or whatever the fuck. No,
And
Stolen Summer.
And then it goes Shia LaBeouf coming of age movie.
Yeah, I'd rather watch that what was it called? Battle of
Shaker Heights.
Yeah, Shaker Heights.
And then at the ass bottom of the list,
Leisure Class. Man.
Leisure Class, which funny enough, I would consider season 4 to be the best season.
Yeah, it's good, dude. It's definitely fucking. It's a lot of. I don't know.
A lot of great pockets of conflict, thanks to Effie Brown and the Skinwalker, what's his name, who directed fucking...
Yeah, was it Jason Mann or some shit like that?
Yeah, little Jason boy. And then you got that other producer who's just like, what the fuck, guys? Can we make a movie?
Man, and of the 4 directors too, like it's obvious Pete Jones stayed on as staff. You know, those 2 fuckers that split off the season with the writer and director, that's probably not fucking working. Gulager, we talked about
the 2 directors?
Yeah.
One of them is still making films. He made a fucking film about
that's right.
About a high school girl grabbing her Glock and fighting against school shooters.
My word. It's the hero we
lovely,
need.
timely movie, right?
Hey.
But,
Let America heal.
Gulager made a bunch of sequels of Feast.
Yeah.
So like, I don't think Jason's making anything.
He ran out of town.
He's looking for that film.
He's looking for that film.
Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, I definitely. I don't know. So for you, it'd go season 4, season 2, season 1, season 3.
In terms of
quality,
yeah, I think 4 is still top. I like 3 because I actually enjoyed the process of seeing that unfold and having like what's it called? Having a little less tension in the fucking thing and having someone competent is just like they're. You know, I think the biggest problem with that season, he was just fighting for his voice. He wanted to be heard, and he felt like he was being overlooked by a lot of these choices and shit. So, you know, it's enjoyable, dude. So it's a bit of like, you know, it's enjoyable. There's some saucy moments, like the casting director. She's like, you know, I think she wants to pick this one specific girl.
To pick Navi.
Yeah.
The fucking Avatar.
Damn.
Yeah. She wanted Navi, and she fought. She basically went over everybody's head. To the point where even some of the other producers are like, what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah.
Gulager, I think, has influenced Jason Mann getting picked, though, when you factor it in. Because remember the whole thing they were saying about Gulager is that he's a weird pick. He's a fucking weirdo.
Oh, I see what
and they
you're
were
saying.
betting money on. I think that had rippled into season 4, where it's like, we went with the weirdo last time, and it worked out great.
I mean, the Jason Mann, like the shit that got him in too. I mean, it was good. It wasn't shit. You know, it was a lot more interesting than some of the other entries. But for sure, like, you know, they probably doubled down on that weirdo fucking pick of the week. Burned him in the ass. Sticking to fucking film. But the Gulager, like I said, that Gulager one was pretty sweet. The season 2, I think that one was pretty funny because there's too many cooks in the kitchen. Like
Too many cooks.
Yeah, too many cooks. Too many cooks.
I see what you mean. Definitely, there was just a lot of that fucker like missed the fucking important meeting with everybody, looking at a fucking car. And it wasn't even like he was driving, and he was just like, oh, look at all these little features I got in my car.
Yeah.
For like, he was fucking not window shopping. What is it when you fucking play with? He's playing with his car toy for like 4 fucking hours, man.
Yeah. It's a fucking, man, they both look like fucking asses, and one of them lingering while they shit talk the other and stuff. But for sure, it's
You got directors wasting time on set, eavesdropping on the producer conversations instead of working on the fucking film.
God damn. You know, this guy should redirect his fucking energy, but you know how it goes. These fools worried about reputation, the image. But it's reversed, dude. It'd just be 4's the best, 3's the second best, second, 2 is 1 is like, you know, it's still good, but it's probably like my.
Yeah, there's no conflict at all. Almost.
Yeah,
He's just like, hey, come on, I want to film in Chicago. And like, no.
Yeah. They like, it rains on set one time, and they're like, oh yeah, this wasn't a good idea, but like, oh well, everybody got over it, you know.
Oh, but you got that one actor who's just like, we're gonna make a movie film. I'm gonna get you 5 extra days.
That's right. I forget what his name was. That actor, but played the dad, dude.
It was good shit all around, though. Good series. If you ever want to get an in-depth look on the movie making process, that's it's all a little over dramatized like most reality shows are, but it's real good shit.
Yeah, it's good. One of the hardest seasons to find, but it's...
Yeah, you gotta yo ho your hardest onto that season 3 shit.
Fucking hell.
Because it's available nowhere.
Yeah, nowhere. Feast, you can find it on Tubi though, free.
Yeah, you can find all the movies pretty easily, but it's just the fucking season 3 of that series, because it switched to Bravo from HBO and shit, and it's just like the most. It's just, I don't know, man. I guess Bravo went down and took all their content with it and shit. But anyways, I don't know. Do you have anything else to add on the Feast or the Project Greenlight overall?
Hey man, I'm just sad that we don't got no more new Greenlight episodes to run through, or no movies to run through. It's like, where's that season 5? Issa Rae.
Issa Rae's coming at us,
hey,
dude.
Hit your boy up.
It's in the oven.
That's in the oven. I need that plug. Shit.
Yeah, but other than that, what'd you do this week?
Shit, your boy watched a little of that Treehouse of Horror. The Simpsons. Shit. You know what I mean? No. I watched a couple of them, but I think a lot of those early ones, like let's say the first 6 episodes.
The Zambambo one?
The Zambambo one, right. Where it's like, Dad, Flanders not a zombie, and like he kills Simple blasts him anyways, dude.
That's the best shit.
I like that. Dude, that Zambamba one, that closing bit, you remember they're like, TV, they're just like, mindless fucking zombies.
You got the one where like they're all inside out doing like a fucking dance number.
The
fucking hell.
The gas that turns them shit into, the fucking dog's eyeing Bart's intestine, and like, that was the most, growing up, that was the hardest one to watch, dude. Goddamn, dude. Shit looked like a spaghetti.
Goodness me.
Fuck.
Spaghetti.
There's some good ones, dude. Like there's this one that I really love. It's the one where like it's Homer and the devil, right? And the whole thing is that like he's
in hell, right?
Yeah,
Homer's in hell.
He's in hell. He signs away his shit for like a donut.
Fucking donut.
Yeah. But the ending bit I thought was always so sweet, where it's like marriage like owns his soul because Marge owns his soul because of marriage, and it's a I don't know, it's a dope little like it's a dope little closer to like one of the more like scarier episodes of of this series, right? It's the Treehouse of Horror, but it's like it has some moments like that just I don't know, it's just a really sweet fucking moment, dude. It's like when Maggie saves them from the Nightmare on Elm Street or whatever shit.
Yeah.
And it's Willie, right? And he's the fucking like the windpipe shits. She puts her binky in the thing, and like it's Maggie that saves.
He's a fucking spider at that.
Yeah, dude. I like those episodes. Like it's a happy ending, and it's very like, I feel like it also adds to the fucking characters of the show.
Did you watch the 3D animation one?
Oh, Homer Cube?
Yeah.
I love that shit, dude. Like he's just trying to hide from his fucking sisters-in-law, and he like hides behind a fucking bookshelf. Full slips into another.
That must have been expensive as shit in the 90s.
God, man. That was a fucking good episode too. It was such a trippy one with like that cone that comes in and just kind of rips everything open. Yeah. Fucking, what is it? The fucker pops up into like a real world.
Falls like into live action. God, that episode was fucking. That ending was fucking wild.
Shit.
I got the Just Don't Look.
Just don't. Yeah, dude, I love that shit. The Just Don't Look.
Don't watch them. Don't watch those monsters. Shit's good shit.
That shit's good shit, dude. That's like.
It's been a minute since I've seen those, but they stick in the. When you watch them young, they stick with you.
Hey, they burn a memory into you, dude. That's for sure, dude. Like that, I like that. Just Don't Look shit. It reminds me of like Native American folklore when they think about like spirits and shit. They kind of take the same idea where they're, hey, don't give that thing attention. Like it almost feeds on like your energy. So you're just kind of like, you're just supposed to like overlook it or like dismiss it.
That's a spirit. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, the spirit. But like like I love those episodes. They're fucking great, dude. Just like the Shootinng one. I think that's my favorite like episode where it's the Shootinng, then it goes to like the toaster time travel shit, and then it's like the fucking the kids find out that like Skinner and the teachers are cooking up kids.
Oh, that one's wild too. God damn it.
That's only one episode, dude. Like that, I think that's hands down like my
Yeah,
favorite.
they're like 3 stories per episode, right?
Yeah. So instead of the 3 arcs of an episode, they slide in 3 little fucking short stories, dude. Like, them shit's nice, dude. This shit, like, which one do you I don't know, do you hold in the highest regard?
I mean, I'm a Zambambo guy, so you already
That
know
shit.
which one.
Yeah.
Hold in high regard. The fucking. He's got like a double barrel pump action shotgun. It's like fucking most cartoon shit. Yeah, he's God. That's probably there's that one. There's the monkey paw one that's pretty dope.
Oh hell yeah, the monkey like you'll be sorry.
And then there's those. Isn't there one where I don't know if this was a Treehouse of Horror, but Lisa makes like a universe from like a tooth.
Yeah, it is.
That Treehouse of Horror?
Yeah.
Man, that one's wild too. Then there's the was this also a Treehouse of Horror? The one about the heart under the. It's got that story about the heart under the floorboards.
Oh no, that's the whole episode.
Oh shit.
Yeah, it's about like Lisa like trying to one up like the student.
Right.
Yeah. I like that one too. You remember the first one where it's the aliens that come down and like they.
Oh, that's right. He's got a board with an alien.
There'll be bigger boards and bigger nails.
That's the best. That was dope too. I'm trying to think back because there's a like that first 10 seasons. Dude, this is the 10 episodes worth of this Treehouse Horror stuff.
Yeah.
There's one where it's kind of towards the later seasons where it's basically the Deadpool, but it's Homer. Oh, it's Flanders. Flanders has to like shoot Homer at the end, and there's like a nuke.
Oh shit.
Yeah, it's the later one, so you can you might not have watched it, but yeah, it's basically like Flanders is Christopher Walken from the Deadpool, and he's got like he touches people and he sees their death and whatnot.
Oh shit.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Damn, dude. That should sound dope.
Yeah.
Hey man, but that's your boy on that Simpsons shit.
Shit, nice.
Shit. What you been watching? Oh fuck! Well, if we're gonna, I gotta talk about the Sopranos season 4 shit right here,
You
dude.
interrupted me. No, well, you talk that shit.
Oh fucking
Shit. Remind your boy about season 4. Because the problem with you bringing up these is I gotta like fuck man, I gotta like hold back my season 5 thoughts, and it's been so long.
Oh
like,
shit.
yeah.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you, season 4 only gets as far as like everything comes to a head between Carm and Tony, like with everything Tony's been doing on the side. But I think what makes season 4 really fucking interesting is the Ralph character. I really love Cypher. You know what I mean? Like having that.
God damn you, Cypher!
Yeah, God damn you, Cypher!
Don't hate me, Trinity.
It's a fun storyline, dude. I enjoy having a little bit more of a tension between Tony and another fucking, I guess, actor, because I feel like Paulie and Sil, like, obviously they're his boys, you know? Same thing with Bobby.
Is Buscemi in the mix yet?
No, Buscemi's, what is he? I think Buscemi's season 5.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's what I mean.
Yeah, no.
I'm going to be bringing up Buscemi scenes.
Yeah, no. But it's just like, that whole season, dude, like, I like it, dude, but it's a lot of, like, Tony going off on the side and fucking other bitches, and
Yeah, that show does a lot of that. It was a lot of, like... It's just, like... I remember the one that, our fucking media teacher in high school brought up. It was just,
what?
like... No, he was, like, talking about how you get... I don't know why he's talking about, like... I guess he's talking about, like, content we make, and it's, like, you know, you could be artful about shit. Like, you know, everybody's watched that show where, like... The dude's driving, he makes kind of like a funny face, and like a girl comes up from his lap and shit. And, like,
right.
They use that shit in The Sopranos straight. I don't know if it's season 4, but it's like, there's probably a lot of that going on in season 4.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, for sure, exactly. It's a bunch of that, you know, and it's the way, like, you know, because it's not just straight fucking, like, they like to show Tony how he's a charmer, how he likes to seduce, how he uses some of his power and some of his, you know, some of that alphaness bullshit that he's got to kind of draw some of these women towards him. And, like, you know, like, fine dude, like, you know, he fucks, great dude, but, like, I'm more interested in, like, the nitty gritty of being, like, being in the mobster, and, like,
I thought you were going to say being in the bada bing.
being in the bada bing, hey, Stone, these wings is cold. Yeah, that's a
Full fucking take his head off and show him.
That's a perfect Gordon Ramsay episode where he comes to the bada bing, tries to, you know, redo the fucking restaurant.
called the bottom.
Nah. I wish, dude, but like I just wish it was more, you know, Tony having to deal with like with the egos of the mafia and like say like the fuck up, say like there's a construction shit that they're going and working on. So some Joe Schmobody like comes in and like something fucks up. He fucks up and it creates a wrinkle in everybody's fucking plan. I love to see that kind of problem solving, and like that's what I don't know. That's not the show I want to expect 100% because they have to develop every single character, right? It's not going to be a mafia like a Glory show or anything like this.
Right.
You know, it still, you know, it still shows a lot of these characters with flaws. You know, I think John, what's he called? Johnny Sacks. Like I like that dude. I like the way they write that character. He's very respectful towards Ginny. Doesn't cheat on Ginny. Like.
Yeah, he's like one of the few respectable in regards to his marriage of the show.
Yeah, and
I'm pretty sure he gets made fun of for that reason and shit. It's like, damn, man, it's shit cold over there. Would you respect your wife and shit of the mom?
Yeah.
You don't have a guma!
I think that's the problem in this season too. Is like, I think Paulie's a little fucking, you know, he has got a big mouth, so he tells like the joke that Ralphie made on Ginny. You know, it's about like a mole moving from her ass, 95-pound mole and shit, right? Just a joke about her weight, and like John wants to kill fucking Ralph, and then like Tony has to like, hey, like relax, you know, he's my boy, he's a big earner, like, and that's Tony's thing, you know, if you earn, he fucking loves you, but you know, if something comes up, you bring shame or like you break the rules, you know, whatever, you know, like I love seeing that shit. I love seeing Cypher in this fucking thing. Ralphie obviously gets whacked because, you know, the fucker kills Psi Ops, dude.
They don't show it, and so it can be disputed, but it is heavily implied that he kills Psi Ops.
Yeah, because it's the fucking, what's it called? I think when he looks over to like the right, like, was it a lantern or some shit like that? Or he looks at one of the fixtures, dude. You know what I mean? Almost like a firefighter would when they enter like a building that's been, you know, burned down.
Right.
So he's assessing it. So like when the shot gets there, you know, yeah, that's the implication that, you know, there was intent behind this. This wasn't accidental.
We find out Ralphie had a wig.
Ralphie, that shit was funny as hell at the end. They chopped that fool.
Okay,
fucking Aid talking to the feds, dude. Like that shit, like is fucking.
Who talks to the feds?
Aid, Chrissy's girlfriend, like
his girl, yeah.
Yeah, like you know.
They dealt with that season too.
It's still you know, shit's still going on, but yeah, it's she's talking. Obviously, I think the female agent, they switched on her.
Damn,
you know?
dude, that's fucked. The cops are ruthless in the show.
Yeah, the cops are, dude. So like it's.
Hey, we never talked about the opening to season 3, which uses like a sick remix of like "I'll Be Watching You" and fucking this old TV show.
Shit.
That always stood out to me. I was like, well, who the fuck mixed this? This fucking sick little like classic mixed with like this old sing song.
Yeah, I like that shit too. I mean, dude, like it's such a long show, and I'm sure we're gonna overlook a lot of these great fucking moments. But that's
one of my personal favorites. I would feel remiss if I didn't bring that up.
Hell yeah, dude! Like, you know, that makes me want to fucking go back and play that first bit and see what, because I know they closed the episode with that same song.
That's probably the closest it gets to Scorsese with like regards to style, because you got all these fast shots of like the cops like making moves and trying to like put one over on Tony.
Shit, dude. It's a funky ass shit, dude. It's a funky ass shit. I just like I said, dude. They kill that fool. Psi Ops gets fucked up, dude. Like Tony's be fucking bitches, but like it all comes to a head when Carm's like, mother. Oh, I think we didn't talk about Furio. Furio, like, you know,
Furio.
I have.
People get shot. I don't know how to curse in Italian.
Yeah. Yeah, the fool gets shot. You know, he goes to the homeland, he has a thing for Carm, comes back, ultimately like leaves, right? But in this last episode, she confesses to Tony like, I have fantasized about, you know.
Man, doesn't she? The fucked up part about Carmen is like she's a very flawed character as is.
Yeah,
like,
for sure.
It's like she knows she's like putting a fucking target on Furio's head by saying that shit. Yeah. And that's kind of fucked up.
And I think it's also mentioned too. Like Tony's like, you know, I got people looking for Furio in Italy. Be like, you know what I mean? So it's like, goddamn, I know one thing.
Isn't he made too? He's Italian made. You're gonna get fucked up if you kill Furio.
Yeah,
Tony.
Exactly.
People not thinking straight.
Yeah, but I mean, like, it's just interesting that like they write all this bullshit just for that episode to, you know, for for that conflict to finally, I guess go down between the two, because there is a lot of lust towards, other people, a wandering eye kind of fucking thing going on, and,
Carmen, it's always implied. She acts. That's the thing about Carmen too, is she's always shaming Tony for that shit. Yeah. But it's like she acts like she never had a thought about a fucking another man like that. What the fuck was that priest doing there? Giving you fucking I think there was a line where he's like, "What are you doing with him? Giving you confession or some shit? At home confession?"
Yeah.
And I'm like, you know what I mean? It's just like the fool was like talking. I don't know. That priest was scummy too.
Yeah, the fool's a piece of shit. But I mean, that guy. They wrote him out of the show a little bit, not as important anymore, So I'm glad that shit's, squared away. And, I guess Furio is more payback for Carm, seeing Tony do what he fucking does. Because I think, I want to say this season is also like this Felvana, he fucks the one-legged fucking girl or whatever the shit. And she's just like, a one-legged fucking hoa. What are you doing? It's just. Because the ex-girlfriend calls fucking Carmen. She's like, I fucked Tony. You know what I mean? She's like, she's trying to sauce on that fool, but also trying to tell her, hey, he's a piece of shit, cheating, disgusting pig. And that's what sets everything off. But
fool ate all my gabagool.
He ate all my gabagool. Yeah. Fucking. So I think he's out of the house and all that bullshit. But that's just
in the
problem.
doghouse.
In the doghouse.
Yeah. Sopranos sound dope.
Yeah.
Finish it, you yerba. What you got? 16 episodes left?
Yeah, it's only a couple more episodes. So it's.
Oh, actually, no. You got basically 2 seasons left. Right? This is season 6, right?
Yeah, there's season 6 was 12 the first, and then 9 on B. So almost what was it?
16 per season. 16 fucking lot of content, man.
Yeah, the other ones are 12 to 13.
Just power through.
Hey man, I try to enjoy them, but hey, that's a great fucking it's a great fucking show, man. I like it, and some of the shit that gets in the way, I'm sad that it's gonna end, but I'm also looking forward to other shows The Wire and things we talked about. But that's that show. I watched this movie called Frankenweenie. I don't know if you.
Is that the? It was Tim Burton produced, right?
You know what? I don't know if he directed that shit. I know Tim Burton was up in the shit. It looks like a Tim Burton joint. That's why
Stop motion, right?
Yeah, it's a stop motion black and white fucking joint. It's a bittersweet movie about a kid learning how to deal with loss and learning to accept. You know what I mean? Accept the loss of someone important. But it's this black and white 50s fucking stop motion thing that it's very fucking. It's very dope. It's very unique. It reminds me again, everything he does, even with the musical, he's got that palette, right?
Is the image clean, or are they going for that that classic scratched up old movie kind of look?
No, it's clean.
Oh,
it's clean. Everything it looks very fucking smooth. It's like I said, it's a good entry in his fucking list. It's a kid movie, dude. So I wouldn't expect something something more mature like a Sweeney Todd, right, or Scissorhands. But I just. I've grown to appreciate this dude. I remember going to a museum back in the day, the fucker's entire fucking collection of artwork from his movies to his whole fucking thing, and it's.
I gotta tell you, man. Watch Batman. Watch Batman '89, motherfucker. I'm telling you. Put some respect on Tim Burton's Batman.
I watched that shit. Maybe when the new Batman come out, in March. You know how it goes. I'm not in a rush to watch it, but. I gotta put respect on it.
It's notable because a lot of people were pissed off that Michael Keaton was Batman because he was Mr. Mom up until that point.
Yeah.
People didn't think he had the chops, dude. But it's you don't know Michael Keaton, motherfucker.
You want to get crazy? Oh, you want to get like I said, he's a fucking dope ass director. I'll give the fucking Batman a shot, dude.
I swear by it. It's got a weird Prince is all over that soundtrack, which is fucking weird. But I like it in the context of Batman movies. It's great because it's different.
No, shit. Well,
but yeah.
No, it's just like I said, Frankenweenie. You don't have to go and watch it today. It's just like I said, it's just a nice little movie. I watched back in the day. Very fucking bittersweet. I love the fucking message. I love the fucking style. Tim Burton, again, I love. He's a fucking artist, dude. There's no other word I can fucking say. This just the dude's got a fucking vision and he knows how to execute it. Hats off.
Hats off. Fuck it. Hats off.
Hey, so
I get a hello.
hey, but that was your boy's
Frankenweenie.
Yeah, that was Frankenweenie. That was just your boy. What he's been watching.
Okay. Did you play any juegos?
Should I play some juegos? Let's talk about a little bit of Carrion.
Ooh, you beat that shit?
Nah, I didn't play it. I played it.
I haven't got. I know there's a flashback component in that game. There's a bunch of shit. It's one of those games I hyped up when it was coming out, and I just haven't got around to playing all of it yet. But the opening hours, though, it's I think I'll appreciate it more now having played a Metroid, like a full-on Metroid game now, because it is very much like cut from that cloth.
Yeah, 2D fucking like a side scroller kind of thing.
You get powers that like advance you through the story and shit.
Yeah, for sure. That's why I was asking you about like moderns, of that kind of interpretation of a Metroid game. This Carrion thing has been pretty fucking sweet. It's very fun to control.
Fucking just terrorize.
Terrorize.
Good God, you fucking body the shit out of humans.
Shit, dude. I'm still learning the controls. I guess if you grab a fucking person, you bring them in closer, you'll like, numb on them. Like,
yeah, I think you big up a little bit each time. I think.
Oh shit!
I think that's how you rank up.
Oh shit! You have to eat them?
Well, I think so because like Carrion is like he's one of those like fleshy necromorph shits where it's like he, you know what I mean? He's got to get that flesh from somewhere. He's not a Resident Evil flesh monster that just gets all these tons of mass from nothing and shit.
I thought that fool was getting power-ups like I grow stronger with radiation or some crazy shit.
I'm pretty sure eating people advances you. If there is, I don't know. It's been a while since I played, so maybe
shit.
You know more than me.
I don't know. I'm saying is like when I grab them, like the people, I'll just swing them around and like make sure they're dismembered. You know what I mean?
You swing them next to a light source. It's fucking terrifying.
Yeah. The power up I have is just like you punch a wall, and I think that's as much. Like there's another one where like you have a little bit more of an extended reach for like switches and shit.
I think you get one where you can like control humans and like activate shit where you couldn't otherwise activate with your little tentacle hands.
Yeah. Well, fuck, man, that game's fun, dude. I definitely wanted to give it a shot since we played some of these, like you said, some of these Metro games full on. Digital Revolver, right? Digital Revolver.
Devolver.
Oh, Digital Devolver?
No, Devolver Digital.
Devolver Digital. Fuck.
Yeah, they are a lovely little indie publisher that funds games like this. They funded Hotline Miami back in the day. I don't have their list in front of me, but they got a lot of dope shit there. I want to say they did Ape Out.
Shit.
But anyways, they're dope little publisher. They're like the anti-EA where they fund all these very small, interesting games.
Hey, it's a better format, and I think a business plan because they produce titles like that. Yeah, let's have more of that.
Yeah, this shit's nice.
Right. I also played a little game called First Class Trouble.
First Class Trouble, was that the new PS Plus game?
Yeah.
What's that game? What's the game loop like?
You have six individuals come into a fucking area, right? So 4 of them are human, 2 of them are robots. The 2 that are robots, you can move around and sabotage machines. So like, there's a function in this game where like
switch characters.
No, you're a robot, but you have this like human flesh exterior. So you're like in disguise. They can't really like find you out. So you go and you venture out into like, let's say the lobby. There's like oxygen refill tanks. You sabotage them shits because the oxygen eventually like depletes and everything goes to shit, right? And it's chaos. So you need canisters.
So you're like a fucking you like the I forget what they're called in Alien, but the fucking automatrons that fucking like that try to fuck over Ripley in Alien 1.
Yeah.
That sounds sick.
Yeah, you're so like and it was just free with PS Plus, so I wanted to give it a shot. Turned out to be very fucking fun, dude. Going around sabotaging shit, like seeing people like there's shit you can kill people with like airplanes, syringes. You can just take them out. Like that's just such a fun feature, because everybody looks identical. I guess it's maybe in the vein of like Among Us. I didn't play that. Like what's that fucking?
Among Us is like kind of like it's basically like a Trouble in Terrorist Town clone is what I call it, which is like you're just dropped into a map and like one of you is a saboteur who has to either kill the other person or like sabotage the ship or some shit.
Yeah.
And you gotta kind of like find them out as a team. You gotta kind of like it's one of those games that's kind of best played with mics, so you can like that motherfucker's lying. You've never said that. You've never said anything like that. Where the fuck were you right now?
Yeah. Hey, man, it's a fun-ass game, dude. 6 players, you know.
So it's multiplayer, right?
Yeah, multiplayer.
Okay, I thought it was like single-player bots, but no, that sounds fucking wild. Are there a lot of people on mics, or is it just one of those games that you can, like Apex, where you can kind of get away with non-mic communication and shit?
Yeah, like I played a bit, so like the first couple matches I didn't have my mic on, so it was like very... It was still played smooth, you know. Mm-hmm. The last one I played, everybody had mics, and we advanced further than before, right? So there's a first stage, you put like key cards, right? Basic color scheme, blue, green, and red. Put those key cards, you gain access to the next room, you know. Next room is like this casino slot machine shit. So like, you know, the shit continues. So even when you die, you become this little like vacuum robot. It's a weird fucking thing, but it's a fun game. I love the progression in it. It's very you know, it's very fun, and having all those mics at the end, like I said, it definitely helped in progressing the fucking game a little bit further than the previous ones, and it was a lot more fun because everybody, you know, they weren't even saucing on each other hard. It's just fun to hear fucking people you know, give a little banter and be like, "Hey, I'm your boy. Remember we drank? we was just dancing earlier." Remember?
Well, you son of a bitch!
Yeah.
Are the mics on when you sabotage people? Can you be like? Can you like sauce them and be like, "It's been fun, boys."
Yeah.
You motherfucker!
Exactly.
Remember the good times.
Exactly. You son of a bitch! I trusted you. I told you the names of my kids.
That sounds great. Shit.
Everybody can hear you, so it's a fun game. It's free. If you got Plus, check that shit out, dude.
Nice. I'll definitely give it. I wasn't planning on it. It's in my library now, but I definitely haven't. I never wasn't gonna give it. But that sounds great.
Yeah. And I only gave it a shot because it was on the fucking. Remember the showcase? There's a showcase recently. That's just one of the games that.
Oh, that was up there. Yeah, the showcase that was kind of bland and it's handled a bunch of.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like they didn't even have Call of Duty, which is like.
Oh shit.
Which like you hear third party and you think, hey, some big games, but not that I give a fuck about this year's Call of Duty at all. I don't know about you, but I'm Call of Duty's done with your boy.
I've been out for a little bit.
That ship has been sailed for your boy, dude. Yeah.
I don't even play that shit for zombies, but it's been some years. But that's that game.
That was what was that game called?
First Class Trouble.
First Class Trouble.
Yeah, the 2021 title just came out. The last game is Doom 2016. I beat it.
Sick.
Rolled credits. I know we talked about it a little bit last week, so all I want to add is just the story component. I guess remember we talked about he was more I guess he wasn't doing the fingers as much, right? Like he wasn't flipping people off.
Yeah, no. Did you get what I'm saying though? How he all right, gently put the thing inside the. It just fucking rips it. Fucking rips and tears this shit as he does.
Yeah, shit, dude. Hey, it was fun to get the other games in the gun. I mean, the other guns in this fucking game. Sure. I think the favorite is the pulse rifle. There's like a cannon that's pretty sweet. Obviously the BFG. Obviously the game gets harder as you go on. So they'll introduce.
Yeah, man, those arenas get the one where you just got those fucking big fuckers hauling ass at you with the little fuckers in there. Yeah, man, it just gets nuts.
It does, dude. And I played it normal, dude, and I still got my shit pushed in a couple times. It's a tough game. It's fun. It's I think we talked about it's a lot more there's bright colors when you kill them. They're like piñatas and shit. But
don't get the confetti, motherfucker.
Yeah, I can get the fucking
get the health and the ammo.
Fuck, dude. But yeah, it gets harder, and the story too. It's a little leaves me hanging because it's not resolved. The motherfucker gets the keys. Thank you for getting my shit. It just kind of feels like the end of the second act.
Right.
More than the completion of the game.
But I just fall through a ground at some point and you find the final boss, basically, right?
Yeah.
With Spider Demon, right?
There's exactly. There's some spider bullshit coming fucking trying to get your boy and shit, but it was fun, dude. There's a lot of tough fucking moments. I'll probably take a break and not play Eternal anytime soon, but
yeah, I'd be curious to what you think about Eternal, only because it was very divisive for a lot of people. There was a lot of people that loved it, and there were a lot of people that felt that it added too much platforming, it fucked with the momentum, because there's a lot you can go. There's a dash mechanic. It's a lot more vertical, that game. And,
Damn, dude.
Yeah, and like it's built into the combat and it's built into like platforming. Some people are like, man, the combat's great, but it's just the fucking momentum of the platforming just breaks it up. And it's like it's one of the things where, people are like they treat them like very different games, despite the fact that they're one of them is a sequel to the other. It's
shit.
Yeah.
Shit. It's. I mean, like it's the first game.
I didn't jump into Eternal either, so
no. I mean, it's the
I've
only.
had it since it came out and shit.
Have you completed any other Doom? This is the only one I did.
No, this is the only one I've completed. I've tried them all. I've tried 64, 1 and 2. They're all great. But I just haven't rolled credits on any of them.
Yeah. But, I mean, it was a fun game, dude. I'm not, like, don't get me wrong. And it plays great on the Switch, too, dude. It's fun. It's just, like, the story I wanted. You know, I did want a little more closure. I didn't want it to be continued. We'll see you next time, kids.
All right.
You know.
Second act. So you think Eternal's going to end on, like, wait for 3, fuckers.
Yeah, you know, it's definitely gearing up to be a trilogy. Like, hey, Doom's gonna come back for PS5. Don't you know?
Without that composer, though, because they fucked with his shit.
Yeah. But hey, Mars, demons, your boy was sold. I slayed them motherfuckers for the Lord.
Slay the demon. On God, for God.
On God, for God, and that was your boy. Watching what I played.
Sure. And I played. I watched. It's the only movies I watched this past fortnight. But I finally watched the Evil Dead trilogy.
Oh shit!
How familiar are you with the Evil Dead movies?
I remember the first one is like it's in a forest in a cabin. And you got that sweet little like shaky.
It's also the second one actually.
Huh?
That's also the second one.
Yeah,
actually.
the first two kind of like 3. I think is when they change it up.
Yeah, 2 is like a remake of 1 almost, which is like kind of weird.
What?
No, yeah, like
Oh shit!
Yeah, because they both have the same premise in the sense that like it's just I forget the actor's name. Damn it, I'm gonna put respect on that actor's name. He does I know he did a voice in he did the tutorials for in the Spider-Man games. If you ever played those, the old ones back.
Oh shit! Yeah.
But yeah, they're like a remake of
Bruce Campbell.
Yeah.
No, right? Am I tripping?
Yeah, it is Bruce Campbell. It's just Bruce Campbell. First movie is him chilling with his buddies in the cabin, and like they all kind of get off in like a slasher fashion. And then 2 is just gets fucking bonkers in this, but the same premise though.
Yeah.
He's just kind of in the cabin, and I believe they up the effects. I think the effects are good. I forget which one exactly because the 1 and 2 just blend together in that way, and I watched them so close together. But there's a sequence where like Bruce Campbell walks up to a mirror and he interacts with it, and it's just a pool of water, and they kind of like I don't know how they achieved that, but that's pretty sick. It's just like a sitting bowl of water there. There's a mirror. They do another mirror gag in one of the films where Bruce Campbell jumps through and grabs Bruce Campbell.
Sam Raimi, dude. I love
Sam
that.
Raimi's bad shit. And Sam Raimi loves taking that camera and just like the POVs of the monster where it's just like there's just this camera careening through a fucking forest and shit.
Yeah.
I think the ending of the first movie is just like the camera like breaking through glass, breaking down a door, and then fucking and then like freeze framing it and then close up on Bruce Campbell as he's fucking screaming. But yeah, man, it's there's a lot of heart in those movies, dude. It's 3 was fucking bonkers. I should say the Army of the Dead. It's just bonkers because like that car comes back that is just dropped because he's sucked into like a time portal.
Right. That's just pillow talk, baby.
Yeah. It's just pillow talk. And there's a fucking something. His evil twin grows out of him. A fucking like Three Stooges bit.
Oh yeah.
I'm blind.
Hey, is it the first one or the second one where he's reading like that book and he just like murmurs through it because he doesn't know how to pronounce it?
The third one that might be a gag in one of those ones, but I know it's also a gag in the third one because he's supposed to say something before he removes the book. And he like kind of the very last syllable he like he takes it and like the dead rise for that reason. Well, and it's like it doesn't take away from the films, but I feel a little gypped towards the people that call these zombie movies because they're really not zombie movies. They're more like people get possessed and try to kill you movies, and then you got a bunch of skeletons in the third film. There's no active like turning people into the enemy type shit that you see in a zombie film. So on that one, it's a little wishy-washy. Those people who told me these were Zambambo films.
They didn't sell it right. Shit.
Yeah.
Hey, this is my boomstick.
This is my boomstick. God damn, dude. That fucking the gun logic is funny because I'm pretty sure it's a double barrel and he shoots it like 6 fucking times at one point without reloading it.
That's a magic pistola.
This is the magic pistol. It's got a fucking Bioshock fucking reload, full power to the people, hit up the power of the people before he went back in time and shit. But yeah, fucking Evil Dead. I didn't watch the remake just because I wanted to let the OG films have their time in the light. I'll probably watch the remake eventually, but I feel like the remake, there's no camp to it. It just kind of goes for like gore shock value based off what I've seen in the trailers.
Damn, dude.
Yeah, it doesn't strike me as a particularly funny movie.
Shit.
But anyways, that was the Evil Dead trilogy.
Great fucking movies, man.
And
they're funny.
Quickly move over to some juegos I played. I played a little bit of each of the OG Resident Evil trilogy on PS3.
Oh shit!
Director's Cut, Resident Evil 2 OG, and Resident Evil 3 Nemesis. I played it about I want to say like an hour and a half to 2 hours of each. Shit. I played enough to get. I started out like struggling with those take controls at the very start, but then by when I started up Resident Evil Nemesis, I'd already had like couple, like at least 4 hours of using that, and I was zipping around that fucking the Raccoon City. Didn't make it to the Raccoon City in or the police department in Nemesis. I did make it there in 2.
Right.
I didn't get very far in 1 because 1's fucking difficult. You could fuck yourself hard in 1, and like you're out of ammo and you don't have the resources to unlock doors to get more ammo and shit. Damn, you can get fucked hard, dude. Remember Noel Cadwell-Gervais was talking about Resident Evil in his video, and he was like he had to restart Resident Evil Director's Cut like twice or some shit, or multiple times.
Damn, dude.
Yeah, because he fucked himself in the exact way I was talking about.
Damn.
But yeah, those games. We were talking about. If there's one fault to RE Remake, which there's no faults to RE Remake, if I do say so myself, a fault of it is that it doesn't have the camp. It doesn't have the shitty voice acting. Which I don't know if you realized about why the voice acting is so bad in that game, is because they gave the people the English speaking people the script, then the Japanese people edited it based on how it sounded, like because they weren't familiar with English, but they're like, hey, that sounds kind of good the way this guy's saying it. So they basically chopped it up from takes. So it's like you got a take of him saying Jill. And it's like master of unlock, and so that's why it sounds extra shit. Too, because you got these Japanese non-English speakers editing it based on what sounds like a cool action movie shit to say here, and it's like it's interesting shit. And you got the live action cutscenes at the start, which people have systematically, thanks to the internet, tracked down a couple of people. They still haven't found. I think it's Chris or Wesker or something, but they found everybody else and like giving them love and respect for those cutscenes. But yeah, it's pretty good shit.
A live action cutscenes, dude.
They switch over to CG cutscenes that should have been fucking expensive in '98 for Resident Evil 2. For Resident Evil 2, they switch up for the introduction. Oh God, why'd he bite me? And because they said there's no I forgot playing RE2 remake, but there's no gas station start there. You're just kind of immediately separated from Claire in that accident. That accident I remember was sick in fucking Resident Evil 2, where there's just a fucking zombie driving a fucking gas tanker, which they switched up because I'm pretty sure it's a very quick shot in RE2 original, but I'm pretty sure he's a zombie there because he's kind of like. Whereas in RE2 remake, it's a guy who's just kind of like dying of his bite. He's still human, but he's just kind of like he crashes because he's fucking in pain and shit. He's not a Zambambo yet, but yeah, the little differences there in the start were very interesting. Yeah, I didn't get a chance to high five Mr. X yet, but I hear he's very tame in RE2 remake. Like he doesn't fall. There's only a couple select rooms he'll be in, and whereas like. I didn't make it to Nemesis in RE3 Nemesis, but he's more of like a threat. Like he'll fucking he'll boss battle you, whereas like Mr. X in RE2 original is just a couple rooms he'll be in to kind of fuck with you, a few set rooms.
Damn, dude.
Because it's one big change for RE2 remake is that Mr. X is a constant threat pretty much for like a large section of that game.
I like that. I like that addition, dude.
Yeah,
definitely put some fire on your ass, you know what I mean?
Yeah, they switched them up basically is what they did between the remakes. RE2 remake and RE3 remake is that you only see Mr. Nemesis in very select places, whereas like Mr. X is like, hey, what you doing? You doing some shit over here?
Yeah.
Don't you solve that puzzle? I'm in this room.
I'm in this room too.
But yeah, I definitely consider doing a playthrough of all of them. And I probably enjoyed. Or maybe I'm just saying because I got the farthest, but RE3 Nemesis is pretty dope. Playing as Jill, classic Jill, just fucking up those zombies, and like that game is they do give you they give you shit tons of ammo. Each pistol pickup is like 30 rounds. It's like fucking hell.
Damn.
Yeah.
Does it still open the same with Jill like in her apartment having those flashlights?
It opens with you know that cutscene. You've probably seen the cutscene. You probably associated it with RE2. It's all these cops. They're pulling up and they're like, "Fucking oh shit!" They kind of like they're taking on the zombies and they get pretty far with it, but then they all get wrecked. And there's that notable shot that Resident Evil 2 Apocalypse, the movie, stole, where it's just a helmet, like a bloodied riot helmet, and like the reflection of zombies like approaching it and shit. And it's like, that's how that starts. And when you run, Jill's introduction is just a shot of her apartment. It's just a shot of her apartment. She dives out, fucking explosion, and like no Nemesis though. Nemesis doesn't show up until you get to Raccoon City Police Department, which I didn't get to.
Shit.
But you're just kind of fighting zombies for the first. You're just running through the street.
Yeah.
Fighting Ojambambos in like ridiculous numbers. There's like you walk in. It's not uncommon to walk into a alleyway and there'll be like 4 or 5 of those motherfuckers.
Shit.
But they do balance it out with red barrels. Red barrels are present like they are in remake.
Nice. That shit will save your life.
Yeah, that shit will save your life. Those games are fantastic, dude. I kind of regret not playing with tank controls for RE remake, but what you gonna do? Well, it's like, hey, there's always the next playthrough. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm doing on the hardest shit. I got wrecked on the hardest shit when I tried it out, like on my own time.
Shit, that shit hard, dude. That's for sure.
But yeah, that was Resident Evil the OG trilogy. They're still available on PS3 store. So if you don't have that shit, you better grab it because that's probably the cheaper option. I think they're $10 a pop.
Yeah, it's hella cheap on the PlayStation Store.
Yeah, and then you can get, and then if you still like that survival horror shit, you can still get Silent Hill 1, Dino Crisis 2, Parasite Eve 1, Parasite Eve 2, Fatal Frame 2. There's no shortage of survival horror. So if you're like, man, they don't make them like this, grab your PS3 and like put some money in your wallet because you can't put your credit card into the PS3 store anymore.
Yeah. But
yeah, they're $10 a pop for your survival horror. It's dope shit. My little public service there. But next game I tried it out. Condemned to Bloodshot.
My word.
Ooh-wee. This game, I'm glad I played a little more of it than I did because that first level is not a good introduction. Let me put it this way, I was getting Fear 2 Project Origin vibes off that introduction.
Damn.
So I'm really glad that it kind of, because they go, the thing about how it starts is it's really fucking, it's just cringe. Like there's a lot of cringe shit going down. I'm gonna show you the screenshot of the introduction to the character because he plays the same guy, but he's just kind of tormented by this shit. But
they fucked up his appearance, man.
But here's the introduction to that. Those are pills that he's gonna crush, and he's doing this in a fucking bar, by the way.
Damn, dude.
If you would read the wording.
It says alt rock music playing in background.
And if you know the fucking music in the fucking first game, you know just how fucking badly that is. So that's the introduction there.
Damn,
already,
dude.
I'm like, man, I'm gonna shut this off like I did Project Origin.
Damn.
And like from there, like he goes the entire first level. I shit you not, is a hallucination. So you're like, you get all these vibes. you know how there was like build up in Condemned 1? There was all this like, shit didn't pop off immediately. Shit pops off immediately because you're hit with this fucking hallucination. You got all these mutant fuckers coming out of this inky flood fucking background, and you're like, oh no, they fucked up Condemned. And you get through the whole shit, and you're like, oh god, fucking first level shit. And then they switch it up, though. They switch it right back to old Condemned, and it's better than old Condemned in terms of its combat. Because you got combos now. You can bum rush. You can shoulder check people now and fucking do these combos and shit. And it's such a fucking 180, dude. And it kind of half makes me want to go back to Fear 2, but not really, because they fucked up the combat severely. I know that. Shit. I know that full all now. But you Condemned 2, I don't know, man. If you can get through that first level, I'm telling you, there's some dope shit there. I didn't make it to there's a sequence where basically you run away from a rabid bear, like how people have been fucked by like they do explain they explain too much, isn't why Condemned 2 kind of is off in its story, because it's no longer just, oh my god, what's happening. There's just these fucking audio sensor things that are fucking with people's heads, and it's like they're like, you find that out in the first opening levels. It's just these things that you can like throw shit at and destroy, and you're like, it takes away like the you know what I mean, the fearing the unknown shit that the first one had, and so that gets a little, you can be forgived, especially with that fucking photo I just showed you and the appearance of the guy, that they kind of fuck up the story of the game pretty severely. But the combat's dope, and the combat is they don't go they go full stupid in the first intro, but they peel it back, and you even do they expanded on the investigation shit, where you run up on a scene and you gotta like tell how this person died, what happened to him and shit.
I like that feature, man.
Yeah, that's dope shit. So like if you loved Condemned, I definitely recommend playing Condemned 2 Bloodshot. Shit. It's if you could forgive the qualms in the story and how they fuck up the protag, the gameplay is still there. The gameplay is still dope.
Shit.
But anyways, that was Condemned 2.
Condemned.
And lastly, I watched a TV show, and that's it's going through a new season right now. Succession.
Oh shit!
Fantastic little HBO show. The only actor I think either one of us I certainly don't recognize anybody else, but Brian Cox. He was the sheriff in Super Troopers. Oh, that's why you got caught fucking your sister.
Yeah, who is it?
Huh?
Who does he play?
He plays so Succession is about this big company, Waystar Royco
Media, right?
Yeah, it's big media company. Like they're like, he's like talking shit about Bezos, so they're big in the show, and it's basically like he's this dad figure the show basically follows these 4 siblings, and one of them's kind of a Jeb Bush, like, oh, I don't want to run your company, Dad.
Yeah.
And then the other 3 are you have Kieran Culkin, one of the Culkin, playing just a shithead, so like all the little witty remarks. Was he in Scott Pilgrim?
Yeah, I think he's the guy who's in the house with the Michael Cera's character in the beginning.
Sick. But yeah, he's just a little fucker, like a sex addicted little freak who does all these things. You have one of these sons, I forget his name. I've been watching the show, but. And then the daughter, and they're all kind of cutthroat, trying to, because their dad is like 80, and there's all this, like, when is he going to step down and promote his successor? And it's got a dope hip hop, or I say it's hip hop, it's shit. The intro, I'll probably show you the intro to get you. Oh, I forgot to mention it's Adam McKay's baby. He's basically the David Fincher to this show's House of Cards, in which he came in on the first episode, directed it. Informed the style of it. Yeah, his kind of documentary style.
Shit.
There's a lot of zooms, but it does kind of work because there's a lot of comedy going down. One thing that one Adam McKay thing that I'm glad this show doesn't fucking do is the break the fourth wall exposition shit. Like what is the Big Short? Yeah. The Big Short movie where fucking Ryan Gosling turns to the camera. Here's how stocks work. Let me show you how this works. That's kind of my least favorite thing about Adam McKay. And thankfully this show refrains from doing that. It's all in the action, live. Nobody spikes the lens and it's like, what do you think is going to happen, audience? but it's funny. There's good drama on the show. Like it's one of those really good shows. It doesn't have a lot of action to it, but it's just how like this. It's almost like more dramatized, Always Sunny, but with rich fuckers. You know what I mean? Because there's everybody's a piece of shit in their own way. Like no one's free of it on the show except for like all the working class people that the family fucks over.
Damn.
But yeah, that's Succession, and that was my week.
Shit.
So we're gonna move on into news here.
Noticias.
I'm just gonna start out with the more darker story, but it's been in the news anyway. But the Rush shooting.
Oh yeah.
The Alec Baldwin Rush shooting. So apparently, for those who aren't aware of it, it's an indie western, in which Alec Baldwin is a producer and an actor on. They were apparently, I don't know if it was rehearsal or they were shooting, but apparently Alec Baldwin picked up his gun. There was a live round in the chamber. He fired it off, killed the cinematographer, and then he shot the director in the shoulder in one go. And fuck, man, that's I don't know. I got some takes on this. I'm a little angry at the reaction to this, because we essentially have a situation where I think the first AD or the actual director was a shithead with safety as is, but he was still brought into the thing. There's another thing I forgot to mention is I don't hold Alec Baldwin, the actor, responsible. There's a couple questions I have for Alec Baldwin, the producer, as someone who's putting his name into like, who gets picked here with regards to safety. But the case where the first director was a shithead. The armorer, I think, fundamentally fucking failed at her job, and the reaction from like film has been, or parts of film I should say, is take all live or all guns, all like actual rounds out of film, which I think is you're putting blame in the wrong area. I think the actual thing you got to do is like set aside more of your budget, regardless if it's an indie film. I don't give a fuck. You got to put more of your money into safety, dude. You got to put more of your money into hiring the right fucking people, because there are accounts of that fucking armorer playing with the gun, live rounds, like off shoot, and it's just like there's that. There's the fact that she didn't check it before. Like, if you're like an armorer, dude, you gotta like, she let the gun out of her hand. She let other people play with it. She let a live round in the dummy rounds. I feel like when you're on set, you got a box of dummy rounds. You check all those rounds on the day, like in the gun, to see if they're all dummy rounds before they're used. And when you check them, they don't leave your sight. And like, I don't know, my feeling on it is like, I don't know, you hire more people, hire better people. Like, don't fucking skim on safety. And it's like, stop blaming it on the fucking gun when like this has been the de facto way to do gunfights in a film, is to just pop a blank in there and fire it. It's like, you know what I mean? It's just, they're having the wrong reaction, where it's all has to do with who's hired and you know what I mean? Just check, dotting your I's and crossing your fucking T's, dude. Because clearly this crew wasn't doing it. I don't know. I have a lot to say about this shit. How do you feel about this whole rush shooting business?
I don't feel like I have a take, like that. I think about like the Battle of Shaker Heights season 2. Like, we watched the show, and there's
that armor was doing his fucking job on the set, and we have a case where like they weren't doing their fucking job, and the reaction has been, oh, let's take this inanimate object out of film and shit, and like, because there's been talk of like, oh, we'll just do CGI muzzle flares, and it's like, fuck, man, you got. Yeah. How is it Tarantino has done? I think every one of his movies involves people firing off fucking guns. How is it
practical?
Yeah. How is it? Yeah. How is it? His like films have no problems. When this one, does it have anything to do with the people? Maybe, dude, the people that were hired. It's just like there's some inexcusable shit going on this set.
Yeah. I've never like the armor. I knew that's a thing, dude. But like seeing the process, I'd never seen that until we watched that series, dude. So. Hearing all this shit go down, like, it's like, I don't know, like again, like, you obviously you have a blazing hot take on this shit,
I'm just a little teed up.
Yeah, for sure, like I you know, I heard of this shit and I go, man, like that fucking sucks. It reminds me of the whole, was it Brandon Lee situation, right?
See, but I looked up Brandon Lee. It is not the same scenario because Brandon Lee was a freak accident. Like the armorer was doing his job on that movie, and what happened was like the rounds they were using, one of them, like a piece ended up in the barrel, so that when they fired the blank, that launched the piece out and acted as a bullet basically. And it's like, if they were using the proper ammo, I imagine they were checking. It probably was just a thing where it's like, do they like, because I don't know if it was a revolver, do they like look through and like check the barrel between takes? I imagine that's a thing now. Like once you like between takes, they'll like, you know, fix, like check the barrel, like much like they check the gate on a camera. You know what I mean? Like it's a regular thing, and it's like, I don't know, man. There's cases of live guns killing people, but they're not. I don't know, man. Unless you're working with negligence, dude. It doesn't happen as often as you think, dude. We're talking about Brandon Lee from '84. I think there was a case, or '94, and there was a case in the '80s where somebody got killed by under similar circumstances. But it's, I don't want to minimize death, but it's like how about we put the blame in the right areas? Is all I'm saying, dude.
Yeah,
we were dealing with individual negligence, and I'd just be curious to see like how many movies over the years. There's got to be thousands at this point that have successfully used like real guns with blanks in them at this point.
Yeah.
Anyways.
What a fucking stain on the record, man.
Yeah, it was some shit, dude. And there's just like, I don't know, man. For the people that like practicality in their filmmaking, dude, I don't see how like muzzle flashes and shit are like CGI muzzle flashes are gonna, because like the thing that they were kind of breaking down the effect in articles I looked at, and it's like you can get the muzzle flash, but how are you gonna simulate like the muzzle flash lighting a room?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it's, I don't know, it's just, if I were a filmmaker, dude, I'd want to use blanks, and I'd budget for safety measures. It's not like, it's not going to be me fucking Wyatt Earping the guns and shit. Like, I'd fund for that shit. And it's just, I don't know, it just makes me mad to see, like, these negligent fuckers having this effect on the industry in such a way, and all these other people co-signing, dealing with it in this way, as opposed to just fucking, it's easy as setting aside money and picking the right people. And like it was not, neither of which were done on this movie. And like I said, like the actor Alec Baldwin has nothing to answer for. Like that was, you know, it's not his job to check the fucking gun on set. But like I wonder what he had, like if he had any say in, like, you know, in picking who, you know, or any of the safety measures picked here as a producer.
Yeah. It's a fucked up situation for a genre. Like, all right, you're westerns, dude, and you don't have this gun safety shit on lock. You know what I mean? This, like, when you know what fucking genre, you know, the sandbox you're trying to play in, bro, is going to be a little dangerous. You couldn't have the safety measures. It sucks. It's two different processes, like you talked about with Lee, and this same result. That's fucked.
Yeah, man. I mean, I'm all for safety, but it's like, this could have been solved by not standing in front of, like, why were the director and the cinematographer standing in front of the barrel? Like, that's another safety concern I have. Why are they right in front of the fucking barrel? Like, I get they're probably, like, doing a shot, so how about they stand fucking somewhere else, man? Like, blanks are dangerous, too. Like, you don't want to be standing in front of a fucking blank when it goes off at a certain distance. Like, you can get fucking blinded and shit. There's all sorts of shit that can go down. Burns. Like, so I don't, you know. Anyways, like, I'm gonna tee back down, and we're gonna do it. If you've got any, unless you got anything else to say about Rust.
No, man, that's it, man.
Anyways, take us away from this topic.
Take me away, a better place. I'll take you away to something a little more shittier, dude. Morbius trailer 2 right here, dude.
Man, I didn't watch that piece.
I don't even watch this shit, but it's a movie coming out January.
I'm gonna be Morbius, man.
I still need a TV, man. Fucking, next year, January 20th.
30 seconds to decay.
Yeah, 30 seconds. Old Jared Leto, dude.
Little Leto.
Little Leto, boys. Yeah, but another anti-hero like Venom, dude. Like, obviously has a dark side.
Venom.
Yeah, Venom. And, like, that's what this trailer kind of hints
Eminem?
towards. Yeah, he's got Eminem in the back.
Oh, are you fucking kidding?
No, he don't got Eminem in the back, dude. Nah, there's just this moment, dude. There's just this moment where he's like, I am Venom, and he's like, nah, I'm just fucking with you, I'm Morbius. You know what I mean? It's just like a weird like meta nod to some shit that's going. Like I don't know. I know you don't give a shit.
Morbius and Venom gonna dap each other.
They're gonna dab each other. Well, like and Let There Be Carnage at the end, dude. Like the fucker gets sent to the fucking. We're all in the same universe now.
Oh, Leto daps him up in prison?
No, Leto. I think Leto probably has to get sent to the same universe. But Venom's basically, hey, he's in the Marvel sandbox now. That's how Venom.
Tom Holland gonna dap him up?
Tom Holland, maybe this Christmas. It's gonna be a Spidey Christmas, dude. No, but it's just this fool, dude. There's this.
Far From Homecoming is coming out this Christmas.
Yeah, Far From Homecoming. It's fun.
No bullshit, is it? It's coming out this?
Yeah, it's December 17th, I think.
I fucking forgot that shit.
Hey, it's the best Christmas present this year, dude. But it's just some funky shit. They're already like making nods and references to like, hey, this thing's in the same universe as this, you know. So that's just the trailer. I just watched it. I kind of I'm interested to see how they kind of make it work because they're giving some of these like villains their own fucking movie. I don't know if it's the best plan, you know, because we talked about Venom. It's like they don't know how to develop the character, so giving that full even just a bare minimum of 90 minutes, a 90-minute movie is still like
get him out of here. Get him out of here.
Yeah, you still see the holes in that shit, but
damn.
Hey, that's just the trailer, man. That's just the trailer, but
Little Mobo.
Little Mobo.
You know, I think I'll keep it with the theme of shit trailers. So we got the fucking blasphemous Uncharted movie trailer.
My word.
Did you watch it?
My word.
Why the fuck did you get Mark Wahlberg as Sully, dude?
Why'd you get Tom Holland?
Listen, I know why they did it for the youth market.
Man, fuck
He's
that.
a youthful little fuck, that Tom.
You played Uncharted, right?
He's definitely he's a middle-aged 35-year-old. He's a 35-year-old guy, and Sully's a fucking pushing 60.
Oh.
He's bald. He talks like this, sacred. And they put fucking Marky Mark in the role.
Jeez.
So it's extra fucking blasphemous. You need to play Uncharted 1 to see how fucking blasphemous this shit is.
God damn.
Because they fucked it up all sorts of ways. Dude.
Right from the jump. Why did they put Chris Pratt? I would have taken Chris Pratt as the fucking guy from Uncharted.
He's definitely closer in age. They would have had to dye his hair black.
Who do you want?
Man, it's too late for him. But he did the short film, I believe. The short like Uncharted.
Oh
fan
hell
film
yeah, Nathan Fillion.
Yeah,
hell yeah, dude.
I say fuck it, just de-age the fucker and put him in the role.
I feel like he's fine the age he is. Fuck it. How many are they gonna make?
But that's Nathan Fillion and fucking I don't know who for Sully. Someone who sounds and looks more like Sully in the games, please. Than fucking Marky Mark, for fuck's sake. Fucking full head of hair, Jersey douchebag. Marky Mark.
Damn, dude.
Sounds nothing like Sully.
My word. That fucking trailer was straight ass, dude. And then I think it wasn't attached to like, hey, get the Uncharted Legacy or like the remaster shit.
Yeah, why would I want to? I got the game already because they're good. But I'm not gonna watch this movie. Is what I'm gonna do.
It's the hard pass.
Fucking hell, man. Yeah, just go watch that fucking fan film. That short fan film. Don't watch that shit. That's really all I have to say about this fucking trailer. Fuck that movie. Fuck Mark Wahlberg. Not fuck Tom Holland. Fuck him for signing on to this movie.
Yeah.
He's not dead to me just yet.
That's a tough one. But hey, your boy want to talk a little more movie news? Boondock Saints 3.
Oh, are you fucking kidding me?
Not kidding you.
Is the Duff back?
The Dove confirmed himself that 3 on the way. Trey Day.
Did he have to get crowdfunding for this one too?
I don't know if he's getting crowdfunded. He just says, "Hey, it's on the fucking."
Did you ever watch 2?
Yeah, I told you. I skipped school and I watched 2 by myself. A college,
That's
community
probably
college.
the saddest day of your life.
Yeah, dude. I was like, man, fuck this, and I went and it's 20.
You're like, I should have been to school today.
2010. Yeah, no, 2009. 2009.
I should have went to school.
Yeah, it was just me and 2 other fucking people, like, in this fucking bullshit ass fucking movie.
Yeah, so I'm not hyped for it.
No.
I think it might be a little harder for him to get Norman Reedus now.
They're back. Reedus and Flannery
probably took a pay cut for
to
this.
return. Yeah, that's what's weird. I guess Flannery co-wrote this thing with Duffy, and Reedus had only input. So like, I don't know why you don't give more. Hey,
What
Reedus.
did Reedus want? to write it with him?
I don't know if he did.
Regis might have been busy with Walking Dead, to be honest.
Yeah, Walking
Those
Dead.
some rough shoots.
Yeah, Death Stranding. I'm sure he had his fucking ride. What's that bullshit?
A Ride with Norman Reedus?
Yeah, that fucking show, dude.
I feel so fucking cool right now when I ride with Norman Reedus.
Shit, dude. I didn't know they tried to reboot this thing as a TV show 5 years ago.
Which thing?
The Boondock Saints. Yeah.
How can you imagine a fucking 6 movies worth of content trying to squeeze out of fucking Boondock Saints?
Jesus Christ, man. Yeah. Well, this thing is they're gonna try to shoot in May of next year. So, obviously the plans are in fucking motion. BS3 coming for you and me. Yeah, indeed.
I'm not gonna. They might lump this in with my Uncharted.
Hey, T-Duff. You know what I'm saying?
T-Duff's back, I guess. Anyways, let's switch it over to a good video game trailer. We got the Halo Infinite campaign gameplay trailer.
Oh, I didn't watch that shit.
You didn't watch that shit?
It's nice.
You're Benya.
You're
but
Benya.
Best of it was basically they do basic like a San Andreas, not a San Andreas, GTA kind of walkthrough of like what you do in Halo Infinite and shit, and it's pretty sick. It's pretty sick shit. I'm not gonna lie. It's got it looks like it runs pretty dope. But Halo's back, I think, dude. I don't want to call it too fast, but like, shit looks fun. And full disclosure, I was one of those guys that thought it looked fun in the first 2020 trailer that everybody memed on with the Craig and whatnot.
Yeah.
But, hey, I'm glad everything they kind of, Bungie kind of made fun of that. They, I don't know if you saw on Twitter, they did and the greatest glow up of 2021 was Craig, and they do a side by side of like old Craig and new Craig in the new engine and shit. But fucking Halo, dude, this game looks dope, dude. Sure. I'm curious as to how how it fits open world wise, but but I think I've been sold, dude. I was sold anyway because it's on Game Pass, mind you, but I think we've got Halo back, dude.
Sure.
How you been feeling about Halo as of late?
Honestly, dude, I want to play 1 and 2 10 this year. I definitely want to replay those.
Before Infinite?
Yeah, before Infinite. I just want to play the story. That's just fun times, dude. So looking at Infinite, open world Halo, I'm not sold on it. I love taking my levels, having the story go that way as opposed to, hey, you dictate what you're gonna do. Because I kind of hate that right now, dude. Open world, it's great, dude, but sometimes it's hey, man, there's a lot of exploring. There's a lot of secret bullshit to obtain. I'm glad that it looks better. It looks like it's gonna be fun equipment. Some of these guns are back, dude. I'm hoping that we can jump on that shit, have some nice old fucking times on Halo, man. Multiplayer, but I don't know about the story. You know what I'm saying?
I see what you mean.
That's where
Play 5.
Play 5. I played 4 and it broke my heart. I'm out with the book.
How did 4 break your heart? You spoil it.
I don't like the whole idea of changing up the weapons to this whole technology and swerving away from some of the.
No, I see what you. Taking away from the tech.
Some of the tech and some of the enemies,
One thing I like about this game, those Prometheans, their weapons, they're fucking done. They're out.
Yeah.
They're Prometheus who? Oh, they're dead, homie. They got hit by a car between games and shit. You want the governor? They back, homie. The weapons?
See in the hospital. They don't look good.
But yeah, that's what they kind of added boss battles from the looks of it.
Yeah,
which I'm kind of glad because I feel really hopeful because the 343 is taking on boss battles. Because think about the Tartarus battle. That Tartarus battle was a little shit back in the day. I remember a time I played it, that fucker jumped off the map and killed himself. Because he's just going, on that platform and shit. And I think I just faked him, accidentally and shit.
Boy juked him, broke his ankles.
What a way to end that game. Finish the fight later, fucker.
Yeah. I hate the attempts of some of those boss battles in that second one, man.
But yeah, they look like they fixed some of that. The grapple hook looks really fucking dope, dude.
Batman-y.
There's a lot of I don't know, man. It's just I'm glad every game's taken from Titanfall. If no one else, if they're not going to have Titanfall 3, add Titanfall 3 to every other game, every other first-person game. I'll take it.
Oh, shit.
But yeah, it's just like it's kind of like a Far Cry aspect to it. Tackle missions your way. You don't think that could be fun in a Halo context, or you think it's just blasphemous to Halo?
Yeah, I kind of like a linear story because like we can get to the fucking thing as opposed to cracking that thing open. Like I can take a cool minute from the story, like say Tsushima. Like fuck me, dude. Like you know what I mean. I go over here. I try to get the flutes. You know, I'll do the open world things before I get to the story, and like that's what, you know, with this, like I said, this shit. You know, it looks shinier. It looks like it's probably gonna be better than 4 and 5.
You don't think of like a game-long recreation of Halo from Combat Evolved? The level could be cool. Like that's what I'm seeing from this. You know what I mean? That's why I'm so fucking hyped about it. Is that it's just like they took that second level of Combat Evolved and stretched it to a full game, and I'm like that. You know, that's a fucking dope idea, dude. Yeah. And it's like 343. Like they've clearly, you know, been dropping the ball a little bit, but they still want to have their stamp on it. They just don't want to make Halo 6 like, you know, based the true sequel to Halo 3. And I feel like they've kind of met like the shit here. Like there's the fucking little shot, literal shot in the trailer where the fuck he jumps out, rockets a Banshee, fucking grapples to another one, and it's just like that's fucking dope shit. I think you'd have to get really lucky to pull off that shit in a linear game, but we're in an open world one. That's like it's ripe for that shit. And it's like little tweaks to that. I think, you know, 343's putting their stamp on this, and they're also like winding the clocks back to like, hey, you like classic Halo? We're gonna give you something for classic Halo, and it's like there's a lot of people saying it's like this is kind of banding like the fan base together for the first time since like Halo Reach, I'd say, dude. Sure. I don't think the fan base has been like it's been kind of split since Reach, where it's like some people hated it.
Yeah.
I kind of liked it, you know what I mean? I was not so hot on Reach because that's when all the changes started to happen. Changes to animation and movement and shit. But yeah, I'm hyped about this. A lot of Halo fans, both fans of 5 and fans of 3, are fucking banding together, and like, I don't know, it just warms the soul to see everybody like banding over on what looks to be a fucking dope game, and I just hope they nail that landing.
Hey man.
Hey, if they don't, for worst case scenario, you get the game back.
Yeah, try that
Play
shit.
Something else, motherfucker. But that was Halo Infinite.
That shit looks, you know, definitely gonna try that shit out for sure. You know, but I wanted to talk about Kena Bridge of Spirits. I know you played it.
The playable Pixar game. You see what I mean about playable Pixar though?
No, I haven't played it.
Oh.
I just wanted to talk about its development. It raised some of its funds, so like it broke even already, so that's great. A physical release comes out this month on the 18th.
It's for waiting for the physical release, ain't you motherfucker?
You know, you already know how your boy do. But
You're gonna run out of space, motherfucker. Physical space.
I gotta delete them shits. I gotta delete all this. But hey, dude, like I know you played it. I know you definitely had some positive thoughts towards it. So, you know, I was excited to hear. There's a nice reception with Kena. People are enjoying it, and you know, hopefully it's coming to physical. That shit's nice, dude. That's just nice. But that's your boy on that specific topic.
I'm gonna wind it back to some sadder Halo news, but it's kind of understandable given the, you know, how old it is. But 343 will be shutting down Reach Halo 3 online multiplayer.
Reach?
Not the Master Chief Collection, mind you, but those old Xbox 360 games. They will be shutting down the multiplayer. It's the end of an era, man, but it's I wonder if we'll see another thing where, like, you remember in the Halo 2 disconnection, there were these guys who were, like, still in the lobby, still playing for, like, 16 hours or some shit, and Bungie was like, let them play. We're not going to cut them off. Well, let them have their fun.
Yeah.
I think it'd be good tradition for them to like continue that thing. You know what I mean? Have a soft cut of the thing, and don't kick people out mid game and shit. There's a lot of good times, man. I'm thinking about all like the times in like all the Forge games, those unique zombie games and everything, man. It's the fucking end of an era, man. It's sad shit. Particularly for me for Halo 3. I don't care much about Reach, fucking armor lock, but 3 is tragic to me.
Yeah, I definitely felt that when they announced 2, hearing 3 getting closed down. I think we've all. I don't know if we tried to play 3 online. We've had to at one point, you know.
Yeah.
But I don't know when's the last time we did it. Yeah, it's a fucking bummer. I love those fucking zombie maps in custom where like you kind of have to squeeze through to get by. Like everybody.
I remember betraying my good friend in one of those. Well, I basically pulled the 28 weeks later. If anybody's seen the opening to that movie.
This is classic. Your Benny move.
But yeah, it's man, it's a lot of good times. But all good things got to come to an end. But but that was the closing of Halo 3 and Reach.
Sure. Beautiful times out there. I want to talk about Take-Two a little bit.
Take-Two, the parent company for Rockstar.
Yeah, exactly. Those fools. What's it called? They had a meeting with their stockholders. They told me there's going to be a significant release slate. 93 games over the next 5 years.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, so starting April 2022 to March 2024, there's going to be about 60 games. This is going to be a mix of immersive games like your Red Dead, right? Indie games, mobile games, mid-core games.
You think we're getting the BioShock, whatever, from this?
Yeah, that's what I wanted to talk about. It seemed like they're definitely pumping this thing up to be like, hey, like this is going to be more than just like NBA 2K, you know? So...
Does Take-Two own THQ, by the way?
They
own
might.
The Red Faction stuff? I just want to see a true sequel to Red Faction Guerrilla, man. That destruction was dope in that game.
Damn, dude.
And they've, like... The game industry has shifted away from destruction like that in games, and it's kind of sad, dude.
Shit. That's a bummer as fuck, but... I mean, they're making a bunch of games. Ports and remasters, dude. The biggest takeaway we talked about. Alright, so BioShock could be a potential game. The one I think a lot of people are going to look forward to is GTA 6. If I had to take a guess, dude, maybe they do a 10-year Annie. Like, you know, GTA 5 came out in 2013. Maybe this is a 2023 release, which means they'd have to start hyping it up pretty soon. But, I don't know. Maybe it's wishful thinking.
Is Ken Levine on it is my first question.
Ken Levine on BioShock? Yeah, maybe it'd be...
That'd be kind of sacrilegious to, like... Again, they did it with BioShock 2, which a lot of people consider BioShock 2 to be their favorite in the series, but it's like it is kind of, you know, riding the coattails of Ken Levine's work. So I don't know, the settings in Infinite and OG BioShock are just so unique. Like, I don't know how you fucking make another Rapture. I don't know how you make another Columbus.
Yeah.
Which I prefer Rapture of those two.
Oh yeah, for sure. For sure. Yeah, maybe I'm thinking maybe he does a report. I honestly just want System Shock to come to console. System Shock 1 and 2.
Hey, PC fuckers, come on. Give us your game.
Give us your game. Hey, that's Take-Two. Do you have anything else to add on the Take-Two news?
I mean, the thing about those calls is they're always so fucking vague, dude. And it's like I want like concrete shit, and it's like there could be if they talk about BioShock, there could be a chance that it gets canceled before. You know what I mean? It could be one of those games that like, well, we planned for it, but it didn't work out type shit. So it's like it's why I'm like, it's like these announcements. I've kind of taught myself to treat them like ads on YouTube. Just your eyes glaze over and you fucking ignore them until you hit the skip button. Just because they change, you know what I mean? These announcements can change depending on time, and it's like they're kind of betting this on, hey, we're gonna crunch our employees into dust to get these games out, and maybe they won't be delayed. They'll probably be delayed.
Exactly. Exactly. It's like, what is it called? Midnight Suns got delayed, and I think that's one of their titles.
I still don't know what the fuck that game is. Is it a beat 'em up?
It's like it looks like RPG Paranormal Avengers. Like we take turn-based kind of like.
Does it do that animation shit where people are clipping into each other and there's no effect and shit? Yeah, man. Like when are they gonna make a good Marvel game?
Yeah.
Good character action Marvel game. Give it to Platinum.
Give it to Platinum, you son of a bitch.
Let them make their weird Japanese Avengers game. But anyways, got a little bit of movie news here. Derek Cianfrance, director of Blue Valentine and Place Beyond the Pines, will direct Ryan Gosling in The Wolfman. So that's interesting. The last Wolfman movie we saw was Benicio del Toro. I don't know if you...
Yeah.
It was terrible, you think?
I don't like it. No, my gusta.
I remember
Antonio Hopkins.
There was a pretty interesting shot in the trailer where he gets dumped into like a pool.
Yeah.
Like fucking with him, and I'm like, it looked visually interesting, but it was no good.
No mas no good.
No mas no good. But yeah, I don't know if you ever saw that. Derek Cianfrance, after Place Beyond the Pines, he did like a romantic lighthouse movie.
What is it?
It was called, I don't remember, it was Beyond the Lighthouse or some shit. It had a lighthouse in it, and it was like, I don't know, I didn't really see the appeal in, but I do love Blue Valentine and Place Beyond the Pines.
Yeah, for sure.
It's good the Goose is back, working with his boy. Derek Cianfrance and Ryan Gosling look exactly fucking alike, by the way. They both have that very, hey, we're the hipster white guy over here.
The goose is loose once again, dude.
Yeah, man. I hope these utilizes that. Well, I guess I don't want him to do it frivolously, obviously, but that oneer at the beginning of Place Beyond the Pines.
Oh shit!
It still stands out as like a fucking. It's fucking. That's cinema movie right there.
Cinema movie times with Derek.
With Derek Cianfrance. But yeah, that was I mean, I don't know if you have anything to add about Derek Cianfrance.
I mean, I love his work, dude. Dude has a fucking I love the way he tells these stories about these characters or very intimate fucking relationships. It's not like, high stakes, you gotta save the world. I like the more down to earth kind of fucking tales that he comes up with. I'm excited for that fool to do more movie films.
Yeah, I'm sure he budgeted for an armor on his films when he, all those gun takes of Place Beyond the Pines. Anyways,
he's a professional.
Showing him a hipster ass photos.
My word,
that's balding right up. That's balding goose right there.
That's the bald goose.
You see what I mean?
That's the American goose.
Kind of looks like a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, he's on that New York fucking that bullshit.
Those funny. Hey, our New York audience. We like you guys. Hey. You guys have seen it all, so I hear.
I just want to bada bing over here. I'm just salty, but we can move over to this last bit of news I have is just based on Avengers real quick because we were shitting on Avengers. Crystal Dynamics, just absolute.
Oh my god, we've got fighting cats in the room.
My word, my money's on Clementine. 50 large.
50. my boy Michael Vick with the cats.
Daddy's gotta have his taste. No, but Crystal Dynamics Avengers, fuck them, but they removed the in-game boosters, dude. So like they went back on their word, and then it got released on Game Pass like the end of September. Put them shits back.
Hey, you got Game Pass. You got this game for free? Fuck you.
Fuck, dude.
Oh my god.
These fucking assholes. So
they just like the new Destiny, dude. The game that I look at, and it's like, man, any like interest I had in the property or the developers dies because it's always in the news with scandals.
Yeah.
Fuck Destiny, Avengers. Yeah. Live service games suck, dude. Like the only good one I've played, and it's kind of because I'm a first-person shooter boy, was Rainbow Six Siege.
Yeah, that's fun.
And they don't. They do. Admittedly, their way to sell the game is a little runaround. It's like you buy the $15 version, you get fucked out of characters. So it's like a runaround. Like it's a lot of people say like it's Rainbow Six Siege is the best game on the market that I can't recommend because of their shit. So I'm glad I got you playing.
Just hook me into the bullshit.
But yeah, this fucking live service shit. Remember Anthem?
Fuck, man. EA's Anthem.
It's on Game Pass if you want to try it.
On God.
The only way.
I got to jump right into Anthem.
You could jump on into the trash fire, baby. It's warm in here.
No, but it breaks my heart. Like, it broke my heart to see the first trailer of them years ago when it was like they fucked over the cast. Like, they kind of look like them, but everybody's shifted. So, like, for them to fuck up this title from top to bottom, the only thing I look forward to is Spider-Man, the DLC coming out. It's going to be cutscenes and fucking, and its own story. So I'm excited for that specific edition, but this whole thing, dude, fucking dumpster fire, man. Fuck this. But this is your boy on the Avengers. You got anything else to add on this horse sheet?
I got a late edition from today. It's the Elden Ring trailer.
I don't know what that shit is.
Elden Ring is the new the new game from FromSoft. They're the Dark Souls guys. Now, I wouldn't be talking about this game had it not interested me, but like this might be the first like FromSoft game I enjoy. And this is kind of funny. We're pulling up the trailer for it right now, and we got an ad for fucking Elden Ring. But so what it is, how it's changed up the formula is that it's an open world game right now, and they haven't added an easy mode from the looks of it, which is kind of always people's qualms with the game. And it's like I personally don't care either way. Like they keep taking easy mode, leaving easy mode. I don't give a fuck. But like they've clearly added stuff to like you have, like most open world games, you kind of have like the freedom of approach and the freedom of equipment, and like there's a lot of sick spells, and like the fucking art style kind of blows me away, dude. As far as like these Souls games go, like there's a lot more color than anything I see from Dark Souls 1 or Bloodborne. Now, you know, but like, and like not to mention like there's like a fantasy Red Dead style to this game. Like I'm getting off. There's like good Far Cry elements, in that you can like scope out a place beforehand. There's just so many. It's kind of open world Dark Souls gumbo where there's so much shit you can kind of pick and choose your battles. Not in every scenario, mind you. There will still be boss battles, but like the breadth and like just the number of ways you have to like attack situations, and like the number of spells, and like there's this spell you can have where like these ghost figures that like they're your boys that will like fight alongside you.
Oh,
you can call upon them. It's like 4 or 5 of them will just like you call them up, and like they'll help you wreck some people. Versus like these spell where you basically cast this little cloud over the sky, and all these arrows will rain down on a motherfucker. And it's like I'm getting God of War 2018 vibes from some of the shit. And it's like I'm sure it'll be difficult as fuck, and it's like I might bang my head against the wall, but it's like I'm hardly ever excited for any of these From Software games. And like that rapidly changed today, where I woke up kind of early and I'm like, oh, somebody's streaming the Elden Ring, the 15-minute shit that I heard about. And so I popped it on, and like there's like these little quests that you'll find out through the whole land, and like you're helping this fucking this English teapot over here fucking get out of his hole. You basically bash him out, and he's like, oh, thank you, old chum.
Oh shit.
And it's kind of cool to like it's not all like the same kind of Dark Souls gameplay. They implement a map now, which maps have never been a thing. It's kind of like another aspect of the difficulty in Dark Souls. In the Souls games, is just like find your fucking way by sight, motherfucker, type shit.
Yeah, I like that shit because like the difficulty is so like it's not, life is tough, and so should this game. This game should be just as fucking tough. No direction, no one's telling you what to do, where to go. It's like you fucking figure it out. You're behind the fucking driver's seat.
Yeah, and they've clearly added, like, a horse, which is, like, you know what I mean about, like, the very Red Dead aspects. There's no fall damage in this shit.
Right. Not gonna lose your horse.
But, yeah, it's basically a spirit, too. And, like, yeah, he's scoping out the shit here before he goes in. And, I don't know, man, it's just, it looks fantastic, dude. You can stealth in this game, too. You'll see all these crazy fucking monsters in the forest, and you can basically stealth past them as opposed to having to fight them all.
Oh, nice.
And it's, like... And like these like the forest, it's not quite. It doesn't have the movement as like Sushalush, but it's got the color and like the art style on deck.
Sure.
And it's
Round 2.
Oh my god, they're fighting again. Oh man, but here's that sick spell there where you just wreck motherfuckers.
It's raining magic on that motherfucker.
Raining magic on the fool, and I want to pull up a fucking shot of that the spirits that you pull up, but it's because it's basically. Ghost, think Ghost versions your size, and you just pull up 5 of them, and they all dogpile on a motherfucker.
Shit.
And it's just, they could either do melee shit, or they could. I think that some of them can do fucking straight up. What's it called? Just arch. They all surround a dude and just fucking give him a nice spirit arrow through his gullet and shit. And yeah, shit just looks fucking fantastic, dude. I've like I said, like I own a lot of these games. I've had owned a fucking Bloodborne for a while, and I still haven't booted it. because like it's just here, it's just so difficult. But hey, like I might have to like put some respect on From Software's name and give it the old college try.
Sure.
But yeah, but the fucking fight you just saw right there with these skeletons just bring down on him. That's actually different from the other stuff where like it's just the boy who's with you there. Probably temporary. I imagine it's on a timer, like a couple-minute timer. But he's juking stuff. He's fighting and that's like 3 of them all getting in on somebody. And like it's interesting that they're like I don't know. They're kind of like I don't know what the builds will be like because I know you can make like a mage, you can make like a knight with a sword and shit. Sure. Like an all magic guy, a coward. I think you can make a guy he's unarmored and you just like run everywhere and shit. But yeah, that's Elden Ring, the new trailer. Hope it wasn't. We were watching the fucking trailer. Hope it wasn't too shit for the listeners here. But I'm hyped for this game, dude. I'm willing to go the distance. I'm out of money now, but hey, when I do get it, I might be throwing it Elden Ring's way. But yeah, I think that was news. Unless you got anything else to add on the Elden Ring stuff.
It looks open world. You manifest this horse as you're jumping down. It's kind of trippy. The color, it's not as detailed as Sush, but it's there's enough range in that spectrum, dude. That brings that whole fucking world to life. It's interesting, man. There's a lot of magical and fun mechanics going on. The gameplay and the story, I'm still a little like in the dark about it because I'm sure there's
J.R.R. Tolkien helped write the story.
Oh damn, this one
they're
adapting?
Not Tolkien.
Martin, the guy.
I'm fucking mixing them up here. The Game of Thrones writer, not the writer of the show. He doesn't claim ownership for that shit. The writer of the books, helped FromSoft write the story for this. So like,
damn,
there's a lot of voice work in this. So there is like I don't know. I feel like in these games, it's they never get the faces right and shit, and they've obviously like got some technology to work around that shit. Like it is it looks like a dated game, but at the very least that should mean that hey, we'll be able to run it at 4K 60 on the next gen shit. So
yeah,
hey, I've got no qualms. I mean, game looks dope, dude.
Yep.
And that's all she wrote. But with there, I think we're gonna move into the movie pick.
The cinema movie pick of the week. Big Willie freaking Friedkin. 2021 coming at you right now. The Exorcist. What's gooch?
The Exorcist Extended Cut by Willie Boy Freakin.
Big Willie, stop!
Ooh-wee, this movie, dude. I was on edge watching this shit, dude. I'm not gonna lie. First time through, dude, I was like, man, is it for real what people are like, what people have been... Because this is my introduction to The Exorcist, my youngest, like, memory of it, I should say. I didn't watch it. But, there was like a those VH1 shits where it's like, oh, man, we're counting down the top 100 horror movies. They did back in the day. You know what I mean? It was... You know how they do.
Yeah, they do.
And they, like, get all these, like... They get all these comedians to like, yo, man, this movie my shit, man. That movie my shit. Like, you know what I mean?
I can't help.
But yeah, lo and behold, after a lot of good horror, like The Exorcist popped off as number 1, dude. And from then, like, it kind of cemented in my head. It's like, oh shit, it's a fucking Exorcist. And it lived up to the fucking hype. I gotta say, dude. Shit was fucking traumatic. It was some shit, dude. God, I just fucking Jason Miller playing Karras, dude, and like I was surprised by how because media has spoiled this movie. Let me just put it that way. In terms of like the very last sequence, you know what I mean? You got Scary Movie, you got all sorts of shit, just kind of like poking fun at it, and so the whole time I'm like, is this movie like because you have all these like preconceptions of what the movie would be. Right. I thought it was like it started with the Exorcist arriving. Maybe there was like a little prologue, and then the Exorcist arrives, and it's just the whole movie is just the exorcism and the fucking priest and his aide like sweating over like, God damn it, this fucking demon's wild shit. And I was just surprised to see like the priest, particularly Karras, and the prologue with Maris, I believe is
Marin.
Yeah. the prologue with Marin is just like foreboding as shit, dude. And like, I just love how they he finds the shit. He finds the little artifact of Pazuzu, which we never. It's cool that we never get his name in this movie. I understand there's sequels where they name the demon, but in this film they never say Pazuzu. But like that's the name. I hope I'm pronouncing that right.
Yeah, Pazuzu. And when he's finding that thing in the archaeological dig, that fool's supposed to be like, he's supposed to like section that thing off, like be very delicate. But no, that fool, he takes the statue and he just like thumbs the dirt off the fucking thing. It's like, it's unprofessional for like that dude's occupation, but it's also, like
very foreboding. Like it's kind of he's kind of a little, his job kind of gets thrown out the window because he's shocked by what he's seeing a little bit.
Yeah,
and kind of helps with the tension.
Would you think about it opening up like say like it?
Daylight.
It does. What is it? It goes Georgetown. It does these two
do
shots,
the
right?
thing a little bit.
Yeah, it does the McNeil house, and then it dissolves into the Virgin Mary.
Oh yeah,
right?
that's right. The shot is like it's that outside of that house. Then the little Virgin Mary close up, and then you go to northern Iraq.
Right, and I wanted to bring it up only because we'll talk about Alan Wake, but the battle like. The theme of light and dark.
Possession is the theme of this. This week's pick. When you lighten the battle of light and dark.
Light and dark, and like the visual representation that both pieces of media fucking present that. Like when we talk about the dig, I want to let you, do your thing. But
for sure.
That's what I'm saying. Like that dig is like, to me, like it took me at first surprise, dude, because like you think the movie is going to take place in Georgetown, like you say, it's like a modern Exorcist, right? The whole movie is just like them dealing with this girl.
I did figure there'd be a prologue of something, and definitely wouldn't have guessed Northern Iraq, but I definitely thought it'd start on something other than the house that the shit takes place in. But yeah, the shot of him finding the Pazuzu statue, which I don't know if it's implied here that it's a hallucination, or that he's seeing it, because he's got a little heart problem, right?
That's right.
Going on.
Yeah.
He keeps his pills in like a really ominous fucking metal case. You know what I mean? I guess that's what they're setting up there, right?
Nitroglycerin. Nitro. Yeah.
Yeah, some kind of pills. But yeah, like just the shot of him, like I think it crossfades away from that of just the shot of him and the he's like looking at the statue.
Yeah, dude.
And it's like setting up the conflict, which is what the best prologues do.
Hell yeah, and that's what what's it called? When you listen to that full when Franken has the commentary, he mentions that he put that house and he put that Virgin Mary in.
The commentary, fuck.
Oh shit, it's all good. He just says he wanted to put those in the front because those are the two places that are under attack by the demon. It's the house and like this church thing, and I mean it's the house and the Virgin, but.
Gotcha. But yeah, man, and I think I don't know if they fuck with the color or they just shot the sun at the right time of day where like it just shifts from orange to red at one point.
Yeah.
Like I don't know, they might have just shot the sun at the right time. Fuck, that color change.
That color change. Real the degrees, they said it was like 130 when they were shooting.
Yeah, dude, what is it with that fucker picking? They said some of his people like got heat exhaustion and had to be switched out with others, dude.
My word, dude.
That motherfucker's cursed.
Motherfucker's cursed.
And from there, we'll go to Georgetown where we see Chris McNeil. She's an actress. They do a real authentic shoot here. I'm like, it must be fucking like murder doing like doing a movie shoot on a movie shoot. Whereas like, was that equipment for picture or is that our equipment? You know what I mean?
They got duct tape labels on there.
Where's the actual director? You mean the actor director? Yeah. But yeah, that must be fucking a pain in the ass doing that. But yeah, really authentic, and I think McGill herself is like kind of corny fucking film. Listen, you've got to do the change to the system. And yeah, she's just a really strange actor. She's obviously popular, but she's like walking home, and it's like, isn't that a little dangerous in your line of work? Not dangerous, but it's like if you got stalkers, that's kind of
yeah.
There's no as bueno.
Shit, yeah. I guess this is pre-TMZ days.
Right? I mean, they're not being bothered, I guess. I don't know. I feel like tabloids have been around since the 50s, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or at least some form of them. I don't know. But, from where we meet Reagan, and I'm. This is another reason why I'm surprised because we spent a lot of time with Reagan pre-possession, and I think that's really fucking important because you got to get a sense of how innocent the girl is before the shit pops off.
Shit.
But yeah, and then she's a. Oh, I forgot to mention Burke Dennings, the director.
Right.
Which I don't know. Like, we're getting a little ahead of ourselves here, but like, why was he in that room in the first place? The book explains it, and the book's reasoning is fucking dark. The book's reasoning is that he was molesting her.
Burt Dennings?
Yeah.
Molesting who?
Reagan, and she just happened to be possessed, and she fucking murdered him. You know what I mean?
And in the first one?
No, in the book.
In the book?
In the book, that's what it's obviously not implied in the movie, but it's like, why was he in the room? You know what I mean?
What scene are you talking about? Yeah.
I'm talking about when the guy gets thrown over he gets murdered.
Yeah.
Gets thrown. He gets his head twisted all the way around.
Yeah.
Like,
he was in the room.
Yeah, he was in the room, right? He had to have been in the room to get thrown out, right?
Oh shit! That's what they said. Is like it was the strength of a man, right? It wasn't a little girl that could do this.
Which is weird that they send one guy to like investigate this murder. They don't set the scene at all. Like the room, her bedroom is a crime scene to investigate. It's just kind of like they send that one guy over here, and he's just like, "Can I go up to the doctor's room?"
Damn.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like, I don't even think he has to go up there actually, because she tells him about the possession. Anyways, I'm getting really ahead of ourselves. It's confusing the plot here, but yeah, we meet Reagan. She's got like two servants, not servants, like they help clean and whatnot, butlers, if you will. The bald gentleman and the woman, she's making breakfast in that scene. Which, by the way, fucking quick piece of trivia. Fucking William Friedkin was like, "Get me bacon that doesn't smoke or sizzle." Huh. It's like, what the fuck? I guess for sound. But it's like there was a whole day where like they had to find bacon in the Washington D.C. Didn't have preservatives that made it crackle like that, and it's like, fucking,
damn, dude,
it's weird.
Damn, dude, I didn't know that about it.
I feel particular about his shit. But yeah, Chris notices like a scratching in the attic upstairs, and she tells the bald servant, "Hey, go get traps. Well, we need traps in here." And finds out that Reagan's been playing with a Ouija board. And they I think that's when we found out about Mr. Howdy.
Yeah, Mr. Howdy, yeah, for sure. He comes in. Oh, he's what's it called? Is this before we hear the noise in the window? Remember?
There's noise in the window?
There's like, yeah, like I think they hear noise. No, never mind. We do go with the Ouija board, and she's having a conversation with her daughter.
Yeah, and then
yeah,
so there's tapping on the window is the poltergeist activity that they experience other than the upstairs, right?
Yeah, but that happens after the Ouija board.
Yeah, but from there I think we go to the party, right?
We do go to the party, and like the mom just kind of like brushes off the Ouija board like it's no big deal, like
yeah, because there's implied that like where is the dad exactly? He's like off shooting.
Yeah, he's like off working or some bullshit. He's like a selfish one. He don't give a fuck about these fools.
Right, and yeah, like she's clearly like the Ouija board and like Mr. Howdy is like or at least at the start is like a manifestation. Like she's making friends because she wants to talk to her dad, and she's like she just doesn't have like an outlet to talk to him and shit. And it's like it's kind of what's screwing with her here. Like that. I know this came out way before like Midsummer and stuff, but like it's some of like this some of like the family stuff creating like this horror, which is really fucking dope.
Yeah,
and it's good to see it's good to see that the modern horror is like taking the best parts of movies like this and like, hey, that worked. Let's kind of reformat it for something else, and like, so it's real dope shit right there. But then the party, which I think she's partly possessed at this point, obviously. Like it's you know what I mean? Does she? What happens first? Does she go up there? Because I feel like she lets out the possession. As dumb as that is, you know what I mean? Because there's like knocking in the attic. And she goes up there. But that would have mean that the bald guy left because he put the traps up there first.
Yeah. He did put the fucking.
But I don't know. Yeah, the knocking kind of throws me off a little bit because it's like she still hears knocking. But if we're to believe that the demon was like, God damn it, get me out of this attic, knocking, then he would have already been left out at that point. You know what I mean?
No, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't know if it's multiple or if it's just one fucking thing that they just kind of tussle with.
You got all those flashes of a demon, like in the the subliminal shots.
The face?
Yeah, the face,
dude.
which apparently was a rejected screen test of the makeup that he just repurposed in the
Holy
subliminal
shit.
fashion.
Hey, it's a nice touch, dude. I like it.
Yeah, dude, I'll take it. Dude. They definitely. It's good that they didn't like linger on it because it is. If you do pause it, it's just like it's white makeup and she's like been made to look a little slightly angrier.
Yeah.
And it's like it doesn't hit like the actual makeup does. But yeah, we get a lot of time with Burke Dennings, like the English guy, fucking like you're a Nazi. He's like hounding.
Oh, that's right.
And I guess we're just supposed to get gained from that he's the English dude that Reagan impersonates later. Do you know what your cunting daughter did?
Oh.
You know what I mean?
Oh, okay. That makes fucking sense.
I can't imagine why else it's in, because we linger on that dude for a while, and he's just kind of pestering this German dude, I guess. You're a Nazi.
The fool's drunk. He's having a good old time.
Yeah. He's just trying to like bat in your head, like, this is that English dude. When you hear his voice later, remember, she's fucking with you. She's fucking with Chris.
He corners that servant, right? Doesn't the servant like he gets into a little tussle with that?
Yeah, he tussles and she's like, all right, your car's outside. Get out of here. Oh, and then so Reagan comes down and she I think we meet Dyer in this scene, right? The Karras's buddy.
Oh, that's right. The guy that's on the piano.
Yeah.
The guy that's like, I'm a very show tunes guy.
Yeah, and then Reagan comes down. She there's an astronaut apparently. And he's kind of talking about going up and whatnot. And she's like, she comes up to him and says, you're gonna die up there. And she pisses on in front of everybody and kudos to Chris because Chris is a good mother, dude. Unlike a lot of horror movies, which would have kind of brushed this off. Like when that happens, like party's over for her, dude. She needs to go see what's up with her because she's obviously not feeling well and shit. And she gets put through the ringer almost as much as Reagan in these as the movie goes on and shit. But yeah, we from there I think we get into. I think we go over to Karras and we find out a little bit about his life. He's so he's a priest that's obviously got some doubts in his work. I think he's just a psychiatrist. I don't know if he's is it implied that he was an exorcist at some point?
Father Carrion. I don't think I think he's kind of green to the whole process,
He's green to the process, but he's obviously had some tussles, some episodes in regards to people's mental health. I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Because he's hauling for a transfer. I think he's having a beer with his buddy, as like an older gentleman.
Right. It's like he's just like he's faithless. He's having like a lot of these doubts. I think he's got some problems with I guess trying to help his mom kind of make it in her own fucking house, so she has to fucking move.
Yeah, I didn't really catch what her deal. I guess she's having like some Alzheimer's, or she's just her memory's going. Because why else would her brother move her to Bellevue?
Yeah, and that's the thing. It just becomes it's a lot of care that the mother fucking needs, and they have to fucking move, and it's a tough situation for this character who's already like going through it, spiritually. You know what I mean? And if he did have tussles with possessions, it's. I'm sure it's not the same heights as like Father Marin, right?
Right. But I forgot to mention that night of Reagan's first episode is that the bed starts to violently shake, and Chris witnesses it.
Yeah.
And that doctor pisses me off. He's like, I was on the bed. I wasn't drunk. I wasn't sick. And it's like, you know what I mean? It's just kind of fucked.
He's fucked.
Yeah. From there, because there's that first medical. I think she has no procedures done on her. She's just kind of just do. Oh, maybe she's got some. Oh, she doesn't need a psychiatrist just yet. It's probably just some bullshit.
Some bullshit over here.
But then one night Chris is out. So Burke is babysitting this heavily sedated Raiden because they put her on Ritalin, right?
Yeah.
All sorts of drugs.
Jesus Christ, Ritalin.
They actually show Chris is driving home, and there's kind of like this crowd of people. It's very quick that she passes by, and the camera kind of lingers on it a little bit. You're like, oh, what's going on there? And then you get home and like he's like, why the fuck is nobody babysitting her? And like one of her servants comes through and is like, you didn't hear? And Burt Dennings fell and shit. And he's got his fucking whole head spun around. Fucking hell. And Burke's apparently Burke's got a history of heavy drinking and shit. And like, I guess like I don't know, man. I don't maybe Freakin' was kind of going away from that the child molestation stuff. Just because it detracted from what the story he was trying to tell, but it does kind of beg the question, like, what were you doing? Like,
Yeah.
And why did the demon kill you?
See, and like that's what I was always confused about, because I thought the person she said you're gonna die up there was talking to the astronaut, meaning when he goes up to space, he's gonna die when he's in space. I didn't know that meant that guy goes into her room.
Yeah, I don't know if that was them. I think it was the astronaut. I think the first thing you were saying was true, but maybe. I don't know if Burke was dismissed from the party, so he might not have been there at that point.
Burke, the director, you said.
Yeah, the English guy.
Oh, that's right. The director's dead.
He was sent out. Yeah, he was sent out of the house because he was drunk. So it was before Reagan had her episode. So I don't think she couldn't have been talking to him. So I think it was the astronaut.
Shit.
But I'm just saying, like, I don't want to confuse the narrative too much, but like that was a bit of trivia in the book, like. Burke was up there for nefarious reasons.
Yeah, no, that's
got off for it.
Yeah, that's I didn't. God dang, man, that changes the whole fucking that whole exact bit right there, where it's small and it's almost like it plays I don't know, it plays like a supporting instrument as opposed to these other larger fucking scenes that take up bigger chunks of I don't know of an impression or whatever the fuck, but
right.
Fuck.
I don't know, like is that I don't know, did that interaction maybe influence like the more sexual like shit that Pazuzu says through Reagan, you know what I mean? Because like I don't know if like I don't know, maybe Pazuzu just a dick, or maybe like his first interaction there with Burt Dennings was influenced by that, and like he's just a fucking like just asshole for that shit now. Because there's a lot of shit like, you know what I mean? It's just a fucking like it's I don't know, like I can't tell if it was like the kid saying a bunch of vulgar shit, or the like. What do you think set people off about this movie? Because it was banned a couple places. People fainted in the street, not in the street, in the shit. Some people said that it was like the true to life medical procedures where like there's blood flying everywhere and there's visual discomfort from Reagan, and it's like it tapped into a lot of people's fear of going to the hospital and shit.
Sure. I thought it was just talking about the profane and then putting putting Satan on screen in a sense. Not like it.
You put respect on Satan's name.
Yeah, you put it on his name and rub his statue for good luck. No, but I just thought of like the whole taking the child and making something as pure as innocent as a child and turning it something as vile as disgusting as. Similar to what Pazuzu thinks of human life and humanity, right? Like he's just like
you're all just a bunch of fuck bags, dude.
Look what I can do to the most precious little thing, and he just fucking turns it on its head and like.
You got that spider sequence, which was apparently not in the original version. It's only in the extended one because they couldn't properly get the wires that they used out of the shot, and like they apparently used some digital enhancements to like remove them from the scene. Like,
when you say spider sequence, I mean the staircase shit?
Yeah, when she comes down the fucking stairs.
That
dude.
Shit's dope, man.
And it's crazy how they don't linger on some of that shit. Like, sometimes some raw shit happens, like the masturbation scene and the fucking, the spider scene. They all fucking, like, the shit happens and they fucking cut away. Because I guess Chris is just like, fuck this, I'm taking you to the fucking hospital now. This is some wild shit.
Shit, dude.
And it's like, yeah, like, fucking Chris, she has that scene when, like, she has a fucking group full of doctors that are like, I don't know, exorcist, exercise her. And she's like, I got fucking 80 of you here, and that's the best fucking solution. God damn, dude. Like, yeah, Chris cares about her child, dude. And like, it fucking hurt watching her fucking suffer the way she did, dude.
Shit, dude.
But yeah, they recommend an exorcism because they believe it to be psychological, what's going on.
Yeah.
And like, it will act as like a placebo to her, and like, well, she's, this song and dance will fix her psychological song and dance that she's doing right now, so to speak. Oh, I forgot to. I don't know if I mentioned William Lieutenant Kenderman, the policeman assigned on the case.
Oh, okay.
The guy who came in and we joked about. Don't take me to the crime scene. She's sleeping. Yeah, he's a very understanding dude. He meets up with Karis, and he's like, "Listen, do you know anybody?" Oh, damn it, man, we're forgetting so much, but we forgot to mention the quick, because Burke Denning dies, but before that, the mother, the Virgin Mary, gets desecrated.
Yeah, and she's got horns on her.
It's got horns on her, and it's implied because of the artwork that it was Reagan, because she made. Remember, she has that little turkey that she made at the beginning. Yeah. So it's implied that she made that she did it, obviously, at the behest of Pazuzu, but still, like, that's some fucking dark shit.
Fuck, man.
But yeah, they he meets up with Karis and he's like, "Listen, I know you know these psychologically fucked people in the community." And he's like, "I'm not gonna tell you, like, but you will." And they kind of have a budding relationship where he like implies, "Hey, you like that boxer guy, that boxer actor." And then he takes that joke away. Like, on second thought, you look like that scrawny guy.
But that's that same conversation where he's talking to his friend. And he's like, "Hey, you want to watch a movie?"
Yeah, that dude's what a wholesome little cop, dude.
Yeah.
He's like, "Hey, let's go to the movies together."
I like to watch film. Talk about film.
I like to watch the movie film. And let's talk about the movie film. But from there, I believe it's is this at the point that Father Karras comes over and I should say Chris goes to her?
Well, Chris goes to Father Karras. I know.
I don't want to skip over anything here.
I mean, I know. We will talk about a couple of notes after the shit, so we can go about it the way I know. Did we talk about the dream? Father sees dream, right? Doesn't he?
Oh yeah, he has a dream where he sees his mother and he's basically across the street and he's yelling at her. I guess some implied danger, because that's what I mean. Where like it's implying that she's like got memory problems, right? Yeah. Otherwise, what would be the danger in her being alone in the street?
Alone in the street, and then out of reach. Like right. he can't fucking get to her.
Yeah, she's like waving to him, and it's like
And is that foreshadowing of like, hey, like she's on her way? You know what I mean?
Right.
And it's fuck, man. Like there's a lot of questions of whether like does the demon? Oh, the demon's face is also in the dream, dude.
Yeah, the little flash of it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man, those little flashes creep me out.
I know. We talked about Reagan's behavior escalating. I think the first moment we see that is when she wants the cookies, like earlier, like in the first act.
Oh, that's right. She kind of like, Chris has to wrestle it out of her hand.
Yeah. So
and she kind of like, Chris has the line of like, well, what's gotten into you kind of thing. But it's still kind of wholesome. You can kind of dismiss it as like, it's obviously a change in the character, but it's not like, no, alarm bells aren't ringing just yet.
Right. And we follow her character, and like, she gets a little more testy as movie goes along.
Yeah, the doctor implies like she's got some choice words, your daughter. And it's like she hasn't cursed a day in her life.
Yeah, and I think we see the daughter listening to the mom curse, and like there's an implication that maybe she's just picking it up from Ma, right? She's got her ears around a sailor mouth, right?
Right.
When she goes to the doctor, there's that moment where she's like up against the door, and I think she's like,
get your goddamn hands off me or something.
There's that, and I think she's kind of zoning out. She's like she's up against, she's doing like, you can't tell if it's like, is this a kid just being a kid, or is this the first real sign of her losing the grip on her,
Yeah, exactly.
On her soul. But I know we was talking about it. Like I just thought about the descent of that person's fucking character, and it's, I fucking. God dang, man! Like taking something like that, like a young fucking child through that fucking arc.
Yeah, like just the whole. She gets put through the medical ringer, dude. Like I said, there's that sequence where they extract blood from her basically, and it's fuck, man. It looks fucking. I don't know what the procedure was exactly, but it's like, yeah, man, that shit looks brutal.
She grabs that dude's nuts, right? Like she's like, remember?
I don't think not yet. And then there's a second test where there's just like a big, scary ass Dead Space screaming metal thing circulating.
Oh, the CAT scan.
Yeah, that should. Is that how CAT scans were before the thing that they put you in?
I thought that's what this shit was.
Fucking hell, that thing looks fucking demonic, dude. I like the fucking the horror aspect to that it's just like fuck, man. By then like she's been like through like a couple procedures and you're like, god damn, make it stop.
It's shit, dude.
Yeah, so from there I think. Oh, there's a sequence where I don't know if it's the masturbation with the cross sequence, but she punches Chris and like she
Oh yeah,
your
yeah.
cunting daughter. You know what your cunting daughter did, like in fucking Burke Denning's voice, and like she basically like.
Oh
there's
my
that
god,
shot of
dude!
The shot of the furniture
My
coming at her.
god.
Yeah, yeah, dude. Fucking Pazuzu fucks with you on multiple levels, dude. Shit, terrible.
See, because like I didn't know that shit, and now like everything's like just starting to click. Like you talking about that specific moment, then you're like, well, fuck,
Because like that's not her voice for you think. I remember seeing because like she doesn't have a British accent for the rest of the film.
yeah, no, yeah, she imitate like that's why she's like Danny, you know, like
Right.
she does everybody's voice, but
Right.
but that scene and that line hits a little harder than it did watching it. You know what I mean? It just, god dang, man, this book on some other shit.
Yeah, your boy dreaded all the Reagan Pazuzu scenes. Dude. I'm like, oh man, let's get some more carrots, please. But yeah, Reagan, Chris with a black eye at this point meets Karis, who's very skeptical of her. He's like, hey, there's a very lot of procedures that have to come into play, which like I didn't think there was this much red tape tied to exorcism, dude.
Huh. You
and I have seen videos of priests from the South trying to exorcise the literal gay out of somebody.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what's the procedure for that? Did you go to the church? And they're like, yo, gay? Checkmate.
They're shooting from the hip, dude.
They're shooting you. You get an exorcism. You get an exorcism. Yeah. But from there, I think Karis goes over and he visits her, right? And we get that interaction where he's just got tap water. And Pazuzu is like, what is it? Are you a priest? What does she say to him exactly? She says some shit that she implies basically that I hope this is an exorcism. It'll bring you and us together and shit.
Oh, damn.
Kind of a little what's it called? Foreshadowing for what happens to him a little bit in the end. And it's like, yeah, man. He obviously uses the fake holy water on her, and she reacts to it, which gives him some doubt.
Yeah.
And he finds out the language she's speaking is backwards, because he records the interaction. He shows it to Dreyer, I think.
Yeah.
And he takes it up to the bigwigs over at church, and they're like, I don't know just yet. And then we get so from there, I don't know how we get from there to the scene in which he finds Help Me. They find the Help Me like
etched into her skin.
Into her skin, which apparently they accomplished by they created like an air bubble, like an air sac on her, and they just played it in reverse so that it was actually Help Me was sinking away instead of popping out.
Oh, nice.
So yeah, nice little bit of film, a little manipulation of the film there for the effect. There, he implores the church then, because there's like proof now. There's like the proof he's been looking for to get this exorcism going.
Yeah.
And they're like, we'll give you the exorcism, but you're gonna assist this other guy.
Yeah.
And we finally get Marin back in play here. He's chilling over in I guess another New England town, and they kind of alert him to it.
Uh-huh.
And man, damn, dude, I was surprised how they just go from he gets the message to the dude's in the taxi and he's getting out of the car, and like you get that iconic shot of like he's looking up at the window and shit.
Yeah, man. And that shot is like pretty late in the game too. Like it's not, it's not
spoilers.
Spoilers.
You see what I thought that like that's where it started. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just the taxi pulls up and there's the shot. I'm the exorcist. He's upstairs, but that would kind of take punch out of it because like she's already possessed. We don't know her beforehand, and we don't have a sense of like what happened to her. Yeah. But Karis is already there. He's put on his gear by the time Marin walks in. He's down to get this shit done.
It's the battlefield. He's going to face an old enemy.
He's like, listen, go get a Bible, go get some holy water, or to get this shit popping.
Hey, he a vet. He know what he doing.
Yeah, Karis, I guess, borrows some provisions from the local church, or is like, where is he staying? By the way, is it like a priest, like a religious university of some kind?
Yeah, it looks like it, huh?
That, by the way, Karis is like the whole film. That fool's Fool's he's on a regimen, dude. Full boxing, dude.
Yeah, that's
Full doing laps until he can't do no more.
you gotta let out steam, dude.
Right? Yeah. I wonder if they're like implying some of like he's trying to kind of
He's...
mourn for his mother in that way of kind of literally running away from the feelings. Maybe not running with,
Sure.
but like dealing with it in that way of like instead of because we never see him like cry very much. So it's like he's just like I'm just gonna fucking exercise my feelings out of me and shit.
Right. I think he's training for battle. I think he's like trying to be fit, as the best he fucking possibly can, with this unknown force that lies ahead.
I don't know. I think he's doing all that before. Like remember because the lieutenant Kinderman discovers him before he's met Chris yet.
Yeah.
And he's doing laps.
So you think that's just his lifestyle?
Yeah, I think it's just his regimen. You know
Sure,
what I mean?
maybe it is.
Or maybe it's because he's mourning for his mother because like he seems like he wants to be transferred and be like transferred out and be a full-time priest like sans his psychology stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I don't know. Maybe I think it's just his regimen, dude. He's just a fit dude.
I'm a little fit boy.
But anyways, from there we get the iconic exorcism scene, dude. Fucking hell, man. There's so many effects going on. There's so many like the refrigeration of the set, and just like they bend walls, they bend doors. Like I'm pretty sure the ground is fucking shaking like none other. But yeah, man, they just go in immediately and like they get all those fucking lines from. Those morbid ass lines from Pazuzu, dude. Shit. Fucking hell. So the spirit like it battles back and shit. It kind of cones in on Karis, and we see Karis. He's like, "Does your daughter know that my mother died recently?" Because Pazuzu's just fucking he's cold reading like in ways that the cold readers can't do. They're just like identifying. He's like, "You lost your mother recently."
Yeah, he's letting them know that he's in the he's in the same knowledge.
Yeah, they go through they go through the ringer that first time, and the fucked up part about it is it's only round one, dude. They weaken Pazuzu pretty at least from the jump because she's just kind of not catatonic, but basically like just moving around, not talking shit anymore when they leave the room. And it's just like he's like, all right, and they're sitting at the stairs there. I think he sets Karis aside because he's like, I don't know. Wait, do they go back in? And then he's like, get out. You're ruining the shit.
I think he tells him to take a break. When he tells him to take a break,
he goes in alone.
Yeah, he goes in alone.
He goes in alone. Yeah, and we cut away from there, and we don't exactly see what goes down. But Karis comes back in, and he sees Marin just flopped over. And we forgot to mention that Marin does go into the bathroom and take one of his pills.
Yeah.
And so it's implied that he's kind of he's got angina or something in his heart. Is a burden. Yeah. They find Marin, or Karis finds Marin, and he basically he goes off on Pazuzu. He's like slams her down, and he's like, take me. And very quickly, like he gets taken over by Pazuzu, but he's still kind of got enough strength just to throw him out the window himself. And like, fucking the most brutal part of that thing isn't the fall; it's the fact that he's still alive.
Yeah.
Like, just long enough for Dryer to hold Dryer's hand, dude. It's like, fuck, man. Is he still possessed at that point too, dude? Because fuck.
Yeah, shit. I would think like that's it. Like the minute he jumps out of the window, like that little arena.
Like, oh, you beating me, you fuck.
I lost my powers. Yeah, and like it's the vessel he possessed is on its way out.
It's exercised out by the time he's. Yeah, I would hope so. I would hope that was Karis, acknowledging Dryer in his final moments there. Yeah. Yeah, just real dark shit, dude.
Dark as hell.
I lost both priests. I think Kinderman pulls up on the scene and he's like, "Fuck! Well, this has been a mess, but at least Reagan's back to normal."
Yeah.
And that's so. A few days later, we get basically where apparently the extended version this is where the extended version differs from the theatrical.
Yeah.
Slightly, regarding the necklace, but so Reagan and Chris are, I guess, moving to California like they implied earlier. Right. And Dryer comes in and I think he catches him on the way out, and he passes him the necklace, To which I think he passes it to Chris, right? And she's like, "No, you have it."
Yeah.
And then Kenderman comes by and he's like, "Hey, you want to see a movie? I got passes." That fool we got tickets. What was it with the 1970s? I got passes. That fool just buying tickets. I'm gonna be at this showing. I'm buying. Let me buy a couple and just pass them out.
Yeah, he's trying to get someone to fucking go with him.
But yeah, it's a real wholesome ending to intended on. I think. Yeah, Dreyer from there, he kind of looks down at the stairs, and then back at the window.
Yeah.
And then it's credits, dude. Fucking fantastic film, dude. I was fucking scared shitless the whole time on that first one.
Damn, dude.
I was on edge, dude. Like, there was, like... I've never been one to do, like, the thing where you cover your eyes almost slightly when watching a movie. Yeah. But every time it cut over to the Pazuzu Reagan, I'm like, oh, fuck, dude. Where did she get those scars from, man? Fucking
Damn.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, man. It's graphic, dude, for sure.
Fucking graphic shit. But overall, like, what do you think of it? Does it live up to the reputation of, like, the VH1's top scariest film of all time?
Yeah, it's a lot of great shit, dude. What's it called? I'd love to add a couple little fucking trivia bits on top of what we talked about.
I got some too. We're not doing a discussion yet. I got trivia bits.
Yeah, for sure. But at The Exorcist, I think with a lot of the things that we talked about, there's a lot of intention that isn't just like spoken out loud. You know, I think we talked about it briefly with Sweeney Todd, right? You talked, I forget her name, Lovett, Miss Lovett's character descends into the basement, and you said that's a descent into hell, right?
Yeah. And
like, it's not so much with The Exorcist, it's the opposite, but I think what's interesting is the framing of the camera when they have Karras. You know, the character Karras in there, he's ascending up upon the stairs. So like, there's that constant visual theme with this character, you know, that's hit over the head. And I think it's interesting that when we do meet the end of Karras, it's that escalation gets thrown out the window literally by having this character, you know, fall down the flight of fucking stairs to his death. And fuck, dude, like I think freaking like I said, like he has a lot of like these dope touches, like panning in and out of a fucking the zoom in, the slow pan in and the slow pan out. I forget. I think it's Reagan listening in on her mom, and I think that's the sailor mouth shit, right? So it's like it's framed with the mom and she's talking and it's slowly
talking like down a hallway, right?
Yeah, so it's slowly, and then the house is how do you shoot a house? It's tight, dude. Like there's a lot of corners, right? How do you have the space? You can build sets for sure, dude. But I love.
In fact, they did build like an extension because it didn't make sense that the actual window in the real house didn't lead to the stairs. So the set designers had to build like a false extension so that it made sense that the stairs are right there.
Shit, dude. See, like shit like that is you know, they work around the shit and they kind of build upon it. I like that, man. I like the slow takes like that. You know, it's. You know, it pulls you in, and it's very like those little fucking techniques. What do you say? The mise en scene? How do you say it?
Mise en scène?
Mise en scène, right?
I mean, there's a bunch of ways. It's French.
yeah, exactly. Mise en scène. Like there's a lot of beautiful parts with this film, and like I said, light and dark. I know we're gonna talk about Alan Wake, which is the fucking very literal light and dark, but the whole light and dark with this movie, dude, just the representation between the Pazuzu statue and how like. It occasionally pops up with the serpent
cock. It comes back at the end, right? Like they got that shot where she's like I think it's like Pazuzu himself and with the statue back there that Karras sees before he, I think right before he grabs Reagan, it's like, and tries to like, exorcise him.
Yeah, and like what this dude was doing was with the Iraq location is having this ancient land and having this character, you know, get this premonition from this specific land with this specific object that's all tied. And like I said, dude, it's such, you know, it's such a wonderful piece of horror that's not even like, it's not campy or like, you know, very reliant on jump scares. You know, it's like, it's a fucking masterpiece, dude. Like, I love the fucking acting. Everybody's hitting out of the park, bro. Reagan?
Yeah, man. That's just some shit right there, dude. I don't know how he found, like, I don't know, because it's like, I know there were some stunts where they replaced her, obviously, and the voice was done by another woman, who we'll talk about a little bit in trivia. Mm. But But yeah, just to get I don't know how old she was when Linda Blair was the actress's name.
Yeah.
I don't know how old she was when she filmed it, but fuck, man, that's a lot. That's a tough role.
I want to say maybe 14. What do you think, if you had to guess?
Probably right that vicinity. Yeah, it's just I don't know. It's on that cusp of like difficult to find child actors. Which is like this is not an easy film, dude.
Yeah, fuck, man. Fuck no. Not at all. Dude, the Iraq scene, I wanted to bring it up briefly. The you know, when everything is going down, he sees the statue, like the director was talking about unleashing the dogs of war. And like that's why there's that shot of like the dogs like going rabid, right? And I think, you know, those are the kind of moments, dude, where we've talked about this before. Like you hit mute on the motherfucker, that shit gonna tell you the goddamn story without the fucking subtitles, you know? Fuck.
I feel good with that type of stuff.
Shit's good, man. Like not every director can do that shit, you know?
His problem was, remember, we talked about it in Saucer, but he's like he didn't feel like he did enough for that in Exorcist, and it's like
damn.
And he's like, he went out of his way to be like, all right, my next movie, they're not gonna have to pause it into the Philippines and explain every 5 minutes because they don't have a Philippine language version of it over there.
Fuck, man.
But yeah, Reagan's fucking crazy. Is a lot of my trivia. We got Jason Miller stated he had a major verbal confrontation where William Friedkin fired a gun near his head. And he's like, listen, motherfucker, I'm an actor. I don't need fucking a gun to act shocked and startled.
Oh, shit.
We got a case of when William Fryer was attempting to administer the last rites to Carrot, Friedkin wasn't satisfied with his performance. So he walked up to the actor playing Dryer. He's like, listen, I got a question for you. Do you trust me? And he's like, yeah. And he smacked him. And then he's like, all right, let's action.
Oh, and that's the shit too. Like in that last scene,
fucking smacked his actor.
He doesn't Reagan slap him on?
Does she?
At the end, doesn't like she slapped him off. She gets wild with it.
She gets slapped at one point. I don't know if it's at the ending exorcism.
Ah, fuck. But
because she's out of the room there. That's another thing. Is like,
oh, that's right.
I'm pretty sure there was probably an
out.
unfilmed conversation where it's just like, listen, stay down here. You're gonna hear a bunch of shit.
Yeah.
We're gonna try our best.
Fucking hell, dude.
But yeah.
Do you trust me?
Do you trust me? Fucking slaps him, and it's like, all right, now do this scene where you're saying goodbye to your dying friend.
Jesus.
When there's a scene where Reagan projectile vomits on Father Karras, it was intended to hit Jason Miller in the chest, but it got him in the face, and so his reaction of like disgust and fucking was genuine and shit. He was fucking pissed about that. There were death threats against Linda Blair. And she had like a security service for 6 months after the film, dude, because of like her involvement in like this film. And religious zealots were like gonna fucking like just go after a child apparently. Jesus, but I don't know if you had any bits of trivia you talked about.
Well, we were talking about him going up the set of stairs and like, you know, I had this quote from Friedkin where he's like, it's the rising up, you know, it's the parable of Christianity. It tells this whole this whole story of this character who's been you know in this existential I guess struggle with faith and just like what is it to believe, and you know how do you believe in a world that's so full of like, you know, so full of ugliness, right, so full of sin and suffering. And like that's why I think this whole scene with Reagan is so crucial, right? By taking this innocent, pure child and turning it into this vile, fucking, you know, profane fucking thing, just you know, vomiting at people, yelling at people, hating people. You know, you see Father go up there and literally struggle with the fucking thing, and there's that bit of ambiguity. Like, do you think like he really fucking, you know, knocked out a kid, or you think like it's just this visual fucking metaphor with this guy struggling with this fucking demon to try to, you know, get it out of this fucking kid, you know what I mean?
I believe you right hooked a kid.
You know, I don't know if I buy that shit. You know, I don't think so. Like everything can't just be like as straightforward. I think there's some artistry in some of what Friedkin's trying to present to us as an audience. You know, otherwise it'd be run of the mill like this is how these things go.
I mean, he already like slammed her against the. I don't know. Didn't he slam her against the floor?
That's what I'm saying. That whole sequence. That's what I'm saying. Is that really going down? Like, or is that just the representation of what this fool's like? I'm fucking.
I mean, it could be, but it's like I don't know, man. His buddy just died to this exorcism. I can understand him like getting frustrated with where he is and just like trying to expedite the process by right hooking a child because it's not really a child at that point. We get to the line at the end where she doesn't remember anything. And it's like, thank God for that. And it's like, I don't know. It's not. He's not right hooking a child. He's right hooking the demon. Right. I mean, I think it's unfortunate that it's happening to the child's body, but it's like, I don't know. I think he's not justified in it because it's like it's obviously a movie and exorcisms are questionable in their own right. Yeah. But in this context of this scene, I believe he right hooked her.
Well, I like that we have two different takes on a scene where it's like...
You must agree with everything I say.
I want a cosigner.
No, but, that ending scene, dude, where she's talking about the necklace, she looks at that priest with the collar, like, when she gives him a kiss on the cheek, it's just, she doesn't remember anything, but for whatever reason, that's very comforting for her. Like, she remembers what that last act that father did to fucking, to help her, help her out of this fucking tricky situation.
Exactly. We've got a little bit here. On the first day of filming his sequence, Linda Blair's delivery of the foul-mouthed dialogue disturbed Maron's actor so much that he forgot his lines.
Shit.
Let's see, we got the sound of the demon leaving Reagan's body was actually a pig's, herded for slaughter.
Yeah. Oh, right.
That's fucking wild. Upon its... we already talked about how paramedics got to it. It was banned it was originally released in UK. Never Town Councils imposed a complete ban of showing the film, and there led to a bizarre spectacle of Exorcist bus trips, where like buses would be like, "All right, we're gonna go to the next town that's showing the Exorcist. I'm aboard." It's a fucking just a business happening off this film. The film received 18 certification in Israel, was shown in Lebanon, but banned in the rest of the Middle East.
Damn.
Banned in South Africa, Apartheid Censor Board. So apparently Maron's actor was 44. 44, and they put all that old man makeup on him. So him and Linda Blair had a lot of had a bond of like, this fucking makeup. Fuck this shit. For a lot of the film. The original shooting schedule was 85 days, and it lasted in America for 224.
Shit.
Fucking. But yeah, we were talking about how somebody fainted and broke his jaw, and he sued Warner Brothers, claiming the use of subliminal imagery caused him to pass out, and they settled out of court for an undisclosed sum.
Shit, dude.
Alfred Hitchcock turned down the chance to direct this, by the way.
Oh, damn.
Oh, here's a good one. Renowned film composer Bernard Herrmann was asked to score the film after screening the unscored film. Herrmann criticized the film. He was like, I gotta do a lot of fucking work. Just lock me in a room with it. And it's like, first you gotta get rid of that fucking prologue. That shit sucks shit. And like freaking was like, he was insulted, and he was like, not you. You're not gonna score my film.
Get the fuck out of here.
Another good bit of trivia involving the composer, Lalo Schifrin. He was the composer of Dirty Harry, I believe. His score was rejected, and freaking hated the music so much that he yelled for the orchestra to stop while playing. He removed the reels they were recording on from the sound desk, threw them shits out the window in front of the whole composer, in front of the whole everybody working on the soundtrack. Lalo, his wife, he was like, he fired him for sure. After that, Stanley Kubrick wanted to direct originally, but the studio was like, this motherfucker's gonna go over budget. Which is funny when you consider they spent like fucking triple the time the film with freaking.
Damn, that'd be a crazy ass movie with that dude.
Just a bunch of center compositions. No, that would have been an interesting film, I think. 1 week after the film's released, the studio contacted Friedkin to propose a sequel. He simply replied with a hell no and hung up the phone.
Yeah.
Didn't stop him, though.
Nope. They did 2 and 3 all right.
And then they did 2 prequels. 2 early on prequels.
My word. My word.
Both Linda Blair and Ella Bernstein, Chris's actress, were injured during film. Their back was injured during filming. Linda Blair in that scene where she's had to be rigged up to like rise up out of the bed and shit.
Oh shit.
And a scene when Ella, I guess, was pushed back. She by Reagan. She was like she just injured her back. Like it was permanent for her. And I'm like, fuck, man, that's fucked up. A permanent injury. In 1985, when Joel Schumacher was filming St. Elmo's Fire in Georgetown, he attempted to get permission from the Priest facility to film there. When he was rejected, he was like, "You let Bill Freakin film The Exorcist here." And then one of them cheekily replied with, "Yes, but the devil did win in their movie." Okay. Here's one involving the Mercedes McCambridge, the voice of the devil.
Okay.
The voice of Pazuzu. She provided the voice of the demon, insisted on swallowing raw eggs and chain smoking to alter her vocalizations. She also had problems with alcohol abuse, but requested whiskey because she knew alcohol would further alter her voice. And because of her bouts with alcohol abuse, she asked a priest to be present as she was recording all these lines.
Oh damn.
But yeah, since she was giving up her sobriety and shit. And then we have, at William Friedkin's direction, McCambridge was bound to a chair, and pieces of torn sheet at her neck, arms and wrist, and feet to get more of a realistic sound of a demon struggling against its restraints. McCambridge recalled the experience as one of horrific rage. When Friedkin admitted her performance and in the extreme she went to it, she was like, the lengths that she went through to get the performance terrifies the director. That fool was there. He wouldn't have gone down without him saying so, I think. So the fool's like, I mean, he's guilty about it, but it's like, I got my shot. And it's like, some of the shit that she did, that happened there, like, were so bad that he didn't, for like the TV version.
Yeah.
He did the voice of Pazuzu himself. Basically did the best impression because he's like, I can't put her through that shit again. Basically. Just the last 2 pieces of trivia for me here. Linda Blair received the Best Supporting Oscar actress nomination before the Oscars were aware that she didn't do the voice. Actually, because William Friedkin was like, apparently Mercedes initially didn't want to be known, didn't want to have her credit on the film.
Yeah.
But apparently she either got cold feet or she always wanted to be known. It's a little bit of he said she said shit where like Mercedes like I always wanted to be credited, and of course Friedkin says otherwise. There he says like she initially didn't, and then she complained about not being in the credits, and then after the nomination Linda Blair had gotten kind of ensured that she wouldn't win because like they couldn't pull the nomination, but like it was kind of like a deceptive in that way where they're like, I don't know, that kind of disqualifies you from winning type shit.
Cat's out of the bag.
Right. And the Mercedes had to sue Warner Brothers to get the credit. Mercedes McCambridge and Linda Blair never met, and I'm like, it's kind of good that they never met because it seems like there was some heat between the two. Anyways,
Heat.
that was my last couple bits of trivia there.
Shit, like I got a couple bits that we could talk about. Like the first one that we talked about, The Exorcist, the actual Reagan demon Pazuzu talking to Father, and he's like, she brings up the mother, right? And with the mother, when he's having that scene, like I think the first question they want to introduce, that's where like reality starts to go up to your own interpretation, like whether that's a real exchange with Pazuzu where he's talking to his mother, Danny, why you forgot me? Or if that's his guilt manifesting and it's like, among all this fucking madness, this guy has such a burden he's fucking carrying and it's affecting the goddamn job like at that present moment, But I don't know, like what, like do you have a, what I mean? Do you have a take on that shit? Like you feel like that shit's real or if that's just like his guilt kind of manifesting itself?
Harris's guilt?
Yeah, when he's talking to his mom as the demon manifests, like the voice, right?
I want to say like the demon is definitely making the voice. I feel like the imagery is all in Karras's head. If
Right.
that makes sense. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
it's definitely in Pazuzu's wheelhouse to fuck with people in regards to voice.
Yeah.
So, but I feel like all the visual aspects is definitely Karras seeing shit.
Shit, so like the demon almost like exploiting a weakness he sees in Father, where he's like, maybe this motherfucker's
Because that's
suffering.
right before he gets kicked out, right?
Yeah.
I think that's like, Marin, he doesn't see what Karras sees, but he does see how his look on his face and how he's kind of being weakened.
Yeah.
And it's like, that's why he kind of kicks him out.
Yeah, exactly. That's why he tells me, hey, go take a fucking break. Go drink your juicy juice and shit.
Go drink that holy water. You need the Holy Ghost.
No, but yeah, we already talked about the ending, what the shit was, but the idea of carrying through this this possession and you know, I can't even imagine the amount of makeup and also casting for a script like this, dude.
Yeah, they went through a lot of Linda Blair Reagan actresses to the point where freaking went nuts with it so bad that he's like, can I get a little person in this role? Let me just make a little person act like a child or some shit.
Oh shit!
He's just like he was off his wits and he's like, I'll settle for this.
Damn,
before he found Linda Blair.
Shit. What a pairing, dude. What a pairing. Like, you know, there's no better, like, I don't know, horror film, I would say, you know, from start to finish. You know, that whole Saw shit and Paranormal Activity, these, like, low budget, like, almost indie fucking horror films, like, alright, they're alright, dude. They're nice. You know, it's impressive what they did and to make the money that they did, but shit like this is, I don't know, second to fucking none, dude. That's for sure.
Nothing like it.
Yeah, nothing like it. But fuck, man. You know, what would you say in terms of this movie throughout Friken's entire catalog?
I mean, you're talking to somebody who's seen Saucer, The Hunted, and this. And in regards to those films, you got two bangers in regards to Exorcist and Saucer, and one kind of film in The Hunted. So this definitely stacks up in terms of quality to Saucer. I do still think I like Saucer a bit more, just because it deals with slightly more existential horrors, and in addition to being just like a really unconventional fucking thriller. But I put some respect on Exorcist's name, dude. It's definitely one of the best horror films. Like, I don't know, it's up there, dude. Like, it might beat it definitely beats a lot of my dumbass zombie movies in quality. but you know how your boy do.
No,
yeah, it's up there, dude.
Yeah, it's definitely what's it called? Yeah, it's well done. Like I said, it's just not relying on those other ones and Saucer, right? That's what we call it.
Yeah.
Saucer. Yeah, the existential is like just the where am I going, and you know that carries with those four characters, and you know crossfades amongst both fucking films. You know, he likes to use that kind of technique. That's dope. I like the dissolves and shit that he pull off.
Yeah, crossfades were like the only like aside from Star Wars and the wipes, like those were the only real transitions movies had. I don't know if there were any like.
There's no fade to black.
Oh, there were fades to black for sure, but crossfades I think were really big in 50s through 70s cinema, and like not to say that they fell off, but like they're definitely a little became a little less pronounced as far as like American 80s and 90s cinema goes.
Shit. That's just like that whole era, like whoever set the fucking trend, man. Like, you know, I like trailblazers like that, man. They take shit and like people enjoy it so much that like you can't help but mimic some of the techniques and stories and characters. You know, it doesn't even just stop there, dude. But The Exorcist, dude, like again, I think it's one of the best ones ever fucking made. I'm glad you fucking enjoyed that shit though.
Yeah, I love that shit.
I know we didn't talk about it too much. There's probably maybe just like a handful of new scenes compared to the theatrical. I think like the doctor one where she's talking to the mom and the doctor, and he's like, it's just them in the office. You know what I mean?
The spider stairs sequence, and then the slight change to the ending. Yeah, it wasn't like like an Apocalypse Now thing. It was a whole fucking hour attached to it.
And the ending too, dude. You know what I liked at the end after it's all said and done. Who'd you say the father was that played the piano? What was his name?
Dryer.
Dreyer, yeah, Dreyer comes through, So like dry comes through, then you see the window, like in the background of the fucking shot.
It's boarded up.
Yeah, it's fucking boarded up, and then you cut to like dryer looking down at the fucking stairs, and I love the little interactions and the framings of those fucking kinds of shots. It's great, dude. Like we listen and watch a lot of directors talk about a tour shit. Some people do pre-production storyboards, a shot list to get the whole fucking thing sorted before they go out. And like I said, no matter how you fucking do it, greatness, when you got that shit in you, this shit is gonna come up on screen, man.
Dope shit. And with that was our movie pick, The Exorcist. From there, I picked for you to play a game last week. Jose, what game did I pick for you?
This son of a yerba picked Alan Wake, a Remedy fucking joint.
Motherfucking Remedy over here.
Motherfucking Remedy
over here.
Like I said, we
talked
the best.
The best. Goddamn.
Hey, we talked about the shits, the light and dark theme. Especially with the flashlight with this one and the whole darkness and how you're supposed to approach that. You want to talk about
Let's just before we get into plot, let's just use opening volley, just off top thoughts, just quick and dirty thoughts.
Quick and dirty, straight up. This would be my favorite game we played all year if it wasn't for that fucking I want that ending to be a little bit more
wacko,
a little bit more
crazy?
Difficult. Yeah, I wanted to be like at the end.
It's pretty fucking nuts.
It's but like you shoot this like tentacle monster with the flare gun. That specific moment.
You mean the tornado?
Yeah, that tornado shits. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. I wanted a little bit more difficulty in terms of like in the specials, like in special 1 and 2.
Gotta get that nightmare difficulty going.
You get your ass fucking handed to you. Yeah, I'm sure Nightmare changes the whole fucking thing, but this whole game, the whole idea of Alan Wake, a writer, experiencing this whole fucking thing. At first I thought when you go into the diner, right, and you get greeted by the brothers.
You go into the fucking double R from Twin Peaks.
The double fucking.
Oh dear diner in this game.
Yeah, dude. They tell you, they say, hey Tom. So I thought like Alan Wake is just is Tom's creation, and this is just a series that
fucking dope twist. We'll go in discuss in more detail as we go through the plot. But
yeah. But I just love the actual literal the idea of exploring the darkness and having the light tie into like how the character has to, I guess, proceed within this fucking environment that's completely pitch black, dude, and the darkness kind of takes these characters and it reduces them to like almost to just the bare bones versions of themselves.
Stereotypes.
Yeah, man, it's fuck, man, like again, like it's probably one of the most interesting and fun games I've played in a minute, dude. You know what I'm saying? It's sad that shit got slept on.
Favorite game of all time, is what he said, folks.
It's good. There's some hammy shit that holds it back from being the GOAT, but there's a lot of dope shit, dude.
You thank the remaster because some of those mouth animations, some of it you can kind of see in the remaster still, but they improved them. Some of them look fucking jank as fuck.
Shit.
Like, they got like hanging mouth syndrome and shit.
Damn, dude.
You know what I mean? It looked off in the OG game, but they fixed it up. But you can still, if you know where to look, you can still find it.
Yeah. Hey man, this shit got released the same day as Red Dead.
May 18th?
The same fucking day, dude.
You slept on this game. I think I might have gotten it. I know I got Red Dead day of. I know I was hyped for this one, and I might have blew myself away if they both came out on the day. I gotta look this up see what my own eyes.
Check it.
Because I know this was May 18th for Alan Wake, but yeah. Red Dead, that's too many. There's too many bangers on one day, man.
Shit.
Not even Halo 2 and San Andreas dropped on the same day.
Hey, man.
It's the same month.
This month, it's Alan Wake. It's a writer in the Pacific Northwest. You know what I'm saying? It's an interesting story that.
Good God, man, that's too many good games on one day.
It was a busy fucking day, man.
But yeah, we were jumping into the plot, right?
No, I was just talking about the
setting.
Yeah, just the setting, not even the plot. Just, hey, is this the guy? He's in this fucking setting. I like that. I like that backdrop, dude. Like, it's not it's not scary indoors. Scary indoors, like we're in a building, we're in a fucking warehouse, we're in a train, so abandoned subway station. It's the out fucking door. It gets a little of like the Forest vibes. Where like if you fuck around too much, you can get got.
You get got with it. But yeah, if you know the opening thoughts, my opening thought is just I love this game with the passion of a thousand suns, dude. 1,000 fiery suns. I love this game. It's definitely, if not top 10, top 5 for sure, in there somewhere.
Oh shit! Top 5 of all time?
All time, dude.
Nice.
I don't Remedy games, like, I don't know, if you were to ask me on a different day, it'd probably be Max Payne in this game switching off in that top 5 category, but that's for talk for another day. But if we want to go straight into the plot here,
yeah.
I got probably my only quote for the game, aside from some fun ones. But we got the opening quote from Alan Wake here. Stephen King once wrote that nightmares exist outside of logic, and there's little fun to be had in explanations. They're antithetical to the poetry of fear. In a horror story, the victim keeps asking why, but there can be no explanation, and there shouldn't be one. End quote. It's a hell of a way to start.
Yeah.
And they're kind of like they're showing you the influences on the sleeve there from the jump. It's like Stephen King's on deck, Stanley Kubrick is on deck. Did you catch any visual connection with Cauldron Lake to The Shining?
Yeah, of course.
The opening shot, as I'm showing you right now.
Yeah, for sure. There's that, and the when they talk about Dr. Hartman's facility, kind of gives you a little bit.
They say like, "Hey, Shining,
yeah,
don't you know?
Yeah, don't you know about it?"
And there's also a shot where an axe goes through a door that kind of mirrors a shot from The Shining.
That's right. Well. That's right. After in the dream, I think.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's another leads us right into the first part of the plot here. It starts off in a dream.
Yeah.
Our boy Alan Wake runs down a poor gentleman in the night. You basically get tutorials. How did you feel about the tutorial in this game? Did it fit in the context of a dream? Of like, oh, shit doesn't make sense. You know what I mean? Or was it like, this is a tutorial. It's just a tutorial right here.
That shit works, dude. It's just, you get parked right under a fucking light bulb. You get the option of whether you just want to do up down or you want to flip it and have an invert.
Yeah, I like when games make like the Halo solution where you do that in game as opposed to like finding out that they make it inverted and I'm like, fuck this inverted shit.
Yeah, they don't want to fuck with it afterwards. But I mean, they do like the dodge and the shooting mechanics later on with the flashlights. Those are all like, they
don't turn on subtitles, which is kind of fucked for this game. No. You gotta do that. In the menu. But
you gotta go out of your way to put on them subs.
But they got the multiple sizes, so that's dope. You can make it fucking Coke bottle big if you wanted to.
Shit, dude.
Yeah, you saw the meter. Yeah. The meter fucking goes. Dude.
You sure do. Didn't want to fuck with the image though, so I just kept it, tiny. But
yeah, so he goes through the tutorial. He gets chased by a creation of his. He's like, the creation's talking shit to him the whole time. Like, you're just a fucked. It must be nice for you to write characters and kill them off. You fucking writers.
Yeah.
There's that the dickhead in the Letterman jacket that gets murdered there in that really cinematic way where they follow the way that the axe, like, you know what I mean? It follows like the edge of the axe.
Oh,
like
yeah,
a really warped fucking way. It's like I thought it was really really fucking dope looking.
Yeah.
He's just like, you got Alan like, oh no, it's Joey, that guy I wrote to die in my novel, and he's getting brutally fucking murdered.
Yeah. Some guy that just basically comes in, distracts the murderous. A hitchhiker, whatever the fuck he is, dude.
You get that sequence where they do this a little better in another sequence, but you're in a cabin and like all the physics objects start going nuts in the scene, and you gotta like jump out of the house.
Yeah. With the you're in a cabin and there's like a room full of TVs and it's just like one eye, it's just like has a constant fucking
Yeah, TVs in this game, dude. They're used to good effects.
Yeah.
Of course, he goes down to the lighthouse. He's chased by that fucking tornado. He goes up it, and I believe he wakes up at that point. And he's in Bright Falls. We meet Alice, his wife, who's apparently he hasn't written a goddamn thing for 2 years, and he's going here to like kind of forget about his job. He meets Pat Maine, the radio man, on the boat.
Yeah, he meets that motherfucker KBF radio. Meets Mott in the back.
Oh, he does. Oh, before we get that, his agent, old Barry.
Barry, yeah.
Barry calls him up. He's like, "Hey, Al, I'm Joe Pesci."
Yeah, Barry's like.
How do you feel about Barry?
He's
overall?
a fucking like. Well, he's constantly like pushing Alan to right, dude, and it. Like later on, it's revealed like he's like your best friend. Like, is he though? Like this motherfucker, like he's always like looking out for himself by riding the coattails of his fucking friend. It's not till later where.
But I think it's kind of it's a exploitive. It's a two-way exploitive relationship if you get right to it. Alan isn't much of a friend either to Barry. It's like I don't know. I feel like they're putting up with each other. I don't know, despite their their business shit, and it's like I don't know. They sauce on each other as friends do.
Yeah,
we'll get to like the chapter on the farm soon, but like there's a wonderful moment. Were you annoyed by Barry? Because a lot of people get annoyed by it, like just in general. Like I thought, I can definitely see like he's not much of a friend, but then again, like Alan Wake's kind of a fucking he's kind of he doesn't have any friends really. Yeah, Barry is all he got.
Yeah, he don't have any friends, and then Alan Wake's fucking voice and like his whole like I guess perspective can get a little tiring. I think you have to have someone like a Barry to kind of
peel you back contrast. A little bit.
Yeah, like to have a little bit more because obviously there's a bunch of supporting characters you run into, but having someone like Barry, like again, like I feel it's this talkative friend that that in the end like. He your fucking boy, dude. He your boy. He been with the shits. He's not gonna fucking. He's not gonna abandon you. And like, despite the business relationship that's going on, at the end of the day, like, he cares for you. He's your friend. He cries. He hugs you. Like you're missed.
Yeah, there's some shit that goes down in Alan Wake's American Nightmare. It's only implied, but it's kind of how that game is framed. Kind of gets into did it happen or not? But like, it's implied that Barry misses. Barry's the only one that thinks Alan is still alive. When all is said and done in this game. Damn. And that speaks to like he just doesn't want to lose his friend and do some of the shit that's been going on out. He didn't see him die. Like probably he could be locked away somewhere. Yeah. Anyways, we're getting ahead of ourselves.
Hey, this is what about. I like chewing the fat like this.
I got you.
You know what I mean? Like I never want to cut it short on what was Gucci that you're trying to let the people know.
Hey, we're getting ahead of ourselves in regards to the timeline here a little bit, which I will just bring it back. From there, they get off the boat, and then they go to the diner where we meet a bunch of interesting characters. First, we got Rose, the biggest Alan Wake simp that ever was. Yeah. Can you imagine you went somewhere on vacation and there's just a fucking stand up of you in this remote location?
Yeah, and that's the other thing I don't get in this game, dude. Like the whole like the importance of the cutout.
Yeah, how many writers get run up on by the paparazzi? Unless you're like J.K. Rowling. That's one thing that's kind of
the whole town know this fool, but yeah, whatever. Maybe the whole town fucking reads, dude. But he carries around.
Maybe reading is all they can do in this town.
Reading and fucking Night Falls, dude. You know what I'm saying?
Reading and firing your gun off and Bright Falls.
Yeah.
But then we meet some of my favorite characters, Tor and Odin, old rockers that are clearly getting old in their
geriatric and shit, dude, for sure.
They love that Harry Nilsson with the lime and the coconut. Did you play it twice for him?
Yeah, I had to play it twice. In the real shit, in the flashback, you know how it goes. You put the lime in the coconut.
But yeah, those are two characters I loved.
Yeah, you meet a bunch of important characters. You talked about Rose.
Cynthia Weaver there as well. Coming up.
Cynthia Weaver, Rusty, and
Barbara Jagger's form, not actually Barbara Jagger, but her mysterious
Mrs.
form.
Yeah, basically. Barbara Jagger. And why you there? Why you there? And you're basically looking for the cabin key, right?
Yeah, going for the key, and apparently Stucky was like, I guess he was kind of suffering from some daylight symptoms of the Taken, because he's like fucked when he walks out of there. He's like, "Hey, you're crazy."
Yeah.
But Cynthia Weaver, who's not a log lady, she's a lamp lady.
What do you mean?
I think she's
she's
like nuzzling a lamp, and I'm like,
I see what you're saying.
Like another Twin Peaks shout out.
I see what you're saying. I didn't think about that shit, dude.
Because when you think about it, like the log lady's whole thing is like she has premonitions and she warns people in Twin Peaks. I don't know, you haven't dived too much into that series, but that's kind of her shtick in that show. She like warns the like policeman. It's like, listen, officer, don't. My log says don't get in your car today or something. You know, not to spoil Twin Peaks, but
Sure.
but from there, Stucky's obviously didn't give him the right keys. They go to fucking Cauldron Lake, Diver's Isle. Which did you sense anything off about the Diver's Isle when you arrived?
Diver's Isle.
The,
is that the cabin?
The island, yeah, the cabin on Cauldron Lake.
Something off when you get there. I don't think there's anything that.
Yeah, they don't. Yeah, I'm just asking because of what it, you know. Obviously, later it's implied that the shit isn't actually there, but yeah, like I was convinced, like, hey, Diver's Isle is some good shit. The little touch of like the T plus B on the stump. I don't know if you caught it outside the place.
Oh shit!
Like a little shout out to like Barbara Jagger and Tommy Zane's relationship.
Damn. No, I didn't check that shit.
What do you think? What do you think of Alan? Because we didn't talk about him, and like, do you think he's a dickhead? Because I kind of think he acts like a dick in this like opening volley here, in their interaction here. Because he's like, he turns on the generator. A good guy turns on the generator. He lets us know about Alice's crippling fear of the dark in a monologue. He gets a little irrationally mad at her for getting a typewriter for him. It's like, aren't you still in control of your own destiny, dude? You don't need to write if you don't want to.
Right.
It's just there. Like, what are you fucking getting mad at her for?
It's probably just that whole sequence that you get like you get a little, I guess, turned off on the whole character, but at the same time he's just being pestered by everybody about his occupation and when are you writing this, you know.
But that doesn't end his dickmanship in that scene, because what does he do? And it's like, he does kind of like a little childish move in regards to like knowing her fears and everything. He specifically says in his monologue that like, I knew she wouldn't follow me into the dark if I went outside. And it's like, fuck, man, if that's how you deal with arguments, dude, you go you shut off all the lights and like dare your wife to like embrace her fear. That's a little fucked. Why not resolve your conflicts before you fucking walk out for fresh air and shit, you know?
Just with that psychological warfare.
Yeah, man, that's a little fucked.
Sure.
But yeah, he's as he's outside there, we hear some screams. Alice's voice actor fucking knocks that out of the park, because these are some blood-curdling screams she's giving off here. Alan comes to a balcony with it's broken, and he sees like her form in the lake, and he dives in after her, and he wakes up and his shit's crashed, dude. His car's crashed, and he's lost a week basically.
Yeah, and like that's the biggest like the game kind of pulls you back and forth a little with the dreams and the reality. Like it's still fine. It's not super confusing, dude. And it's just, but it's a little
it was
like,
a lot to take in. No, like I definitely didn't get the plot when I played this back in the day. I was still young and dumb, and like it hit a lot simpler in my older age now. I was able to pick up on stuff, but it can like how it jumps around. You get confused as to like, when did this happen? When did this happen? And it's like it reveals itself in due time as to the sequence of events.
Yeah. But
this first level, dude, how did you feel about them giving you the goal there? And it's like, go across this forest, motherfucker. Just go across the spooky town forest.
That's when you're walking around with the logs, right? You
Yeah,
have to
all that the log area. Exactly.
Yeah, like
when you fight Stucky and get your first Night Springs episode.
Yeah, you do get the first Night Springs, but it was pretty dope. Like I said, just kind of venturing into the darkness with just the fucking light. It kind of brings back that point where we was talking about Doom 3 and just having that element of fear because you can't light the whole fucking area. It's just a specific concentrated, circle, if that, dude. And having this level to kind of test out what you can do. What was fun is trying out the flare gun. I know you tried out
flare
before.
Flare gun's the best rocket launcher in any game.
Yeah, dude, that thing fucks shit up, dude.
Man, Stucky got a rude surprise where I saved all my flare gun rounds. You know how that fool zigzags and like he fucks with you?
Yeah.
That fool didn't get to go into the because he jumped off the logs. I fired like 2 flare guns up his ass,
shit.
And it was done so for that motherfucker.
Fucking, that was the end of Stucky, alright.
But yeah, we gotta take this opportunity to talk about Night Springs, dude. Because I specifically told you to look for those TVs, dude.
Yeah,
that's like, Remedy has like a history of trying to do live action shit. They tried a little bit of this in Max Payne, but it was like a kind of a gif. Or a better comparison is like you played WWE WWF No Mercy, right?
No.
Or WrestleMania 2000, those Aki Engine wrestling games.
Yeah.
You know how it was like they didn't have the full Titantron. It was like kind of like a playback of like a couple of. That was kind of Max Payne, where it was just like a couple clips there over audio, full audio. Whereas this one, it's like full motion video. A little bit jank how they filmed it, but I kind of like the style. But
yeah, I think that.
Obvious Twilight Zone ripoff, but like the humor in there is fucking dope.
Yeah, I think the first episode's about a guy talking
quantum suicide.
Yeah, he's trying to talk about parallel universes, and then he's gonna show everybody that I can
you
live.
fools!
Yeah,
the delivery on that guy, that dude had a lot of fun in the booth.
And they all look like super low budget, so like that's what's so impressive. It looks like, hey, just get a fucking lab coat, set up a little fucking room with a podium and some chairs. We'll get it covered. He has the plug pulled out, dude.
He's like, did I unplug this?
Yeah. Hey, and that's lights up.
You're crazy, man. Crazy.
That shit, yeah.
Yeah. I love that shit.
Yeah, we find out that those are actually written by Wake, man.
Some of them were written. He was a staff writer on there, and like they go a little more depth than on American Nightmare, like because American Nightmare is kind of framed as a Night Spring episode that Alan Wake wrote.
Oh shit!
And it's it's some interesting there, but yeah, he because we get when we watch one of them later, Barry's with us, and he's like, "Oh, you didn't write this one."
Oh shit!
Like, you know what I mean? Because that fool's. I don't know. I feel like there's definitely parts where Barry that like just care about money, but it's like he doesn't need to watch Al's episodes. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's like the fact that he knows which one of Night Springs, like I assume like it's as extensive as like the Twilight Zone, a couple seasons. The fact that he knows specifically which ones Alan wrote, that's some of his friendship poking out of his money grubbing exterior.
Yeah.
But so we fight Stucky, and then from there we get to the gas station. We meet Sheriff Sarah.
Yeah, Sarah, the hot cop, dude.
The only sane person in the whole fucking game.
Yeah, this.
Oh my god, the cat's round 3.
Yeah, you meet up with her and she's trying to tell you like, we gotta. I think
she notices the fucking head wound, and you kind of get a sense of like, oh, you know what I mean? Maybe we should have you looked at, sir, kind of thing.
Oh shit.
Because Alan remarks on it a bit. He's like, oh shit.
Oh shit. Yeah.
We got to go to the lab on Cauldron Lake, and she's like, there's no fucking cabin there. He's
And
like,
would you say that's the first hint where they're telling you like, hey, this fucking place doesn't exist? The cabin, right?
yeah, no, because she takes him there. Like the end of the episode, she takes him there, and it's dawn, and she kind of like you got that shot of him going over to the barrier, like in disbelief that like the cabin and the island are fucking gone. You got that really good shot of Sarah, who's she's putting her head down. She's just like, oh, this guy's really fucking lost.
Yeah.
And
he punches Dr. Hartman in that same episode, right? Where he's like, doesn't he?
I don't know if it's that episode. Does he come at him? And does he come out of the diner? Is he in the diner and he's like?
Maybe I'm tripping. Maybe that's episode 2.
Episode 2.
Yeah, it's episode 2.
But from there we get. How did you feel about the episode? Because it's like from there you get a hard cliffhanger, and it's like, motherfucker, I'm just gonna play the next episode right now.
Yeah, it's kind of like it reminded me a little of The Walking Dead, where like you finish up the story, and then they give you a little tease of what's to come. You know?
Do they give you a tease of what's to come, or do they just give you a previously on the next episode?
I'm pretty sure.
They give that weird, the episode's ending when the camera like fucking spiritually floats out of the scene and shit.
Yeah.
And we get a shout out to David Lynch's Blue Velvet with the closing track. I gotta ask, did you sit through the music and like let an episode sink in, or did you go right into the next?
I think the first time I hit circle because I'm like, what am I skipping? When I hit skip, that's when it played like the trailer, and I was like, oh fuck. So after that, I started letting the songs play because like it's part of the experience, dude. Like,
right, you kind of let it melt in. I don't know. I like that song. I put the controller down.
Blue Moon.
Like, no, was that Blue Moon? You ever? You didn't see me standing alone. It's a candy colored clown they call the Sandman. I think tiptoes to my room every night. I close my eyes.
Yeah, no. I had the Sopranos song then.
No, it's that Blue Velvet song. Dennis Hopper's like Candy Color Clown. His homeboys put the tape on. His favorite song. But yeah, it's another little shout out to Linz. And from there we go to episode 2, The Taken. We get a flashback in which Alan he comforts Alice with a story of the clicker.
Yeah.
We also get informed that Alan is the famous writer for his Alex Casey books.
Casey.
Which appear to be which are not actually Alex Casey in my mind, dude. That's straight up Max Payne, motherfucker. You can't fucking convince me otherwise.
Yeah,
so Alan Wake wrote Max Payne, which kind of makes sense when you play the Max, because the Max Payne's kind of pulpy, kind of like a. It makes sense that like, a terrible writer wrote this. Only a terrible writer would write something this fucking pulpy and whatnot, and that's I know you when you get 2 pieces of manuscripts. We didn't even talk about the manuscripts. How did you feel about the manuscripts? How like they kind of like foreshadow. It's not even foreshadow. They directly tell you about moments that happen before they happen and shit, and you kind of like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's a different mechanic to introduce in the game where like there's already so much shit going on to tell you like, hey, and then the fucking. Let's say the evil hitchhiker chased Alan through the fucking woods, swinging his,
picking it up and shit.
Picking it up, and in each page is written with such fucking, I don't know, with such character, dude. Like they're nice, dude. Like there's a voice, there's a singular fucking voice throughout all these manuscripts, and obviously I'm sure it was a bunch of writers coming together and trying to put this shit together. But I think it's an impressive feat, dude. I think it adds to the enjoyment of like what the fuck, like. I just fought that.
Sam Lake and Friends, dude. Sam Lake and Friends put it on for this game.
Sam Lake,
better known as the face model for Max Payne in Max Payne 1.
Oh, that one guy, the fuck with the leather jacket and the
Yeah. But So to get back to episode 2, in those manuscript pages we find in that flashback, they are from the perspective of Alex Casey. Did you pick them up and read them? You pick them up and it's like I was there lying in the slushy of my red slushy, dissolving the pills and painkillers around me, and it's like painkillers Max Payne, and it's like you'll notice that they're voiced by James McCaffrey, voice of Max Payne. That's why I'm like, they couldn't get the rights because Rockstar owns the property now. Alex Casey's Max Payne, goddammit.
Damn, that's a pretty nice little like a nod to that whole series, man.
That's your boy loved Max Payne, so like one of my favorite games mingling with my other favorite games. Like, oh god, that's dope shit, man. That's some fucking hype shit. The 2 golden guns there. Max Payne never had golden guns, but those are 2 pistolas that were undoubtedly well wielded by Alex Casey, aka Max Payne. That's my to get out of my geeking out over that one little shout out. In the present, we're at the police station, and the artist doctor. After Alan gets a call from the ransomer, from Mott, Alan punches the motherfucker right out,
Dr.
right
Harmon,
him.
right?
And then Barry, Q Barry, you get that shot of that fucking dopey fucking red vest coming in. He's like, listen, that's my client. Don't you touch him. Don't you bruise my client's knuckles with your face, doctor. Okay, and then trying to get to, because we have a bunch of interactions there at the police station. Trying to figure how we get to the. Him and Barry peace out over to a cabin. They peace out over to like this. First they meet. Rusty. They meet Rusty. I forget. I always mix up Rusty and Stucky, but Rusty is the wildlife preserve dude.
Yeah, Park Ranger.
You first. I kind of like how you spend time in some areas in daylight before you spend it in the nightlife.
Yeah.
And this is one area where it applies. I thought they were gonna do something with that woolly mammoth. No bullshit on some poltergeist shit. But I guess it wouldn't make sense because you can't articulate those. It's a fucking it's a stuffed thing. You can't.
Yeah.
Rigor mortis in the bitch. It's not real.
No, yeah, for sure.
I don't know, but yeah, you meet meet Rusty and his doggo, which, man, I think that doggo dies, and that makes me sad.
Shit.
But yeah, he goes to his cabin. Mott calls him. It's like, meet me here at midnight, you motherfucker. Lovers dive or Lovers Isle or some shit. Lovers something. Lovers Point.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
yeah.
And they wait until night. And Barry or Alan's like, listen, motherfucker, you keep those lights on, Barry. You fucking stupid fuck. And he basically, it's another forest where you're just going through the forest, dude. And like, forest in this game is fucking gorgeous. You can't tell what's fog, what's dark, what's like darkness, ink flowing about.
Yeah.
It's just it plays with all your expectations, dude, and it fucks with you. And it's like,
nice.
you gotta talk about that combat, man. Where'd you get your first taste of Remedy combat? And I guess that's your first taste. You played a little bit of Max Payne when we passed the controller back and forth a little bit.
Yeah, just a little bit. Well, yeah. What surprised me was the slow motion feature when you're trying to dodge something. Kind of, it's nice. I think when you pull out a flare and there's a bunch of the darkness,
That's that shot where it just circles you for as long as you hold it. Because you can hold it forever if you wanted to. You just hold down the shit and walk and back, you fuckers.
It's very. These are all moments that make the game feel very cinematic. It helps immerse you with the combat and the story. That something is just getting from point A to point B, so you can get to this story section here. That whole bit, dude. I think it's very impressive. I know. With the whole use of metaphors in this game too, the whole idea of the light penetrating the darkness, and there's this individual who made a case about this, but we'll talk about that shit later. It's just a very fucking dope mechanic with the combat and again, just lighting up fucking enemies with.
You get those little faster enemies that will try to flank you and duck out of your vision and shit, and you gotta kind of both listen with your, listen to their footsteps and shit.
Yeah.
And notice when Alan turns his head, because that's kind of indicating. It took me until playing American Nightmare that there's that little touch when somebody's right up on you. Alan will turn his head to that person to signify, hey motherfucker, they're about to flank your shit.
Because sometimes it does the whole Death Stranding sequence where it's something's popping out, right, and it's showing you hey, these motherfuckers are coming after you.
They zoom out and they give you that shot, and it's oh shit.
But there's a moment before that specific zoom out where hey, they tipped you off, there's sound.
There's sound cue, yeah.
Shit.
Yeah, do that whooshing. That there's the ungodly whoosh that happens in the ocean, or not the ocean, the forest right before they appear and shit.
Yeah.
Dope shit there. And so you basically go run a gauntlet through the forest looking for Mott. There's a sequence where you find Mott, and only you have the light source and he has the gun. You're kind of dependent on Mott. It's you motherfucker, once I get my gun back, you son of a bitch.
I want to have my boomstick.
And what'd you think of that sequence? They kind of disarm you and they depend on this dirtbag.
That, I gotta say, dude, that's probably one of the most frustrating elements of this fucking game is that every time, I think towards the end, they'll let you keep your shit, but you always restart with your flare.
It kind of teaches you to use all your shit pre-level, and it's there's, I think, only towards the end where it shit carries over.
Yeah.
Between level to level, and it's yeah, that sucks. That sucks shit.
It sucks, but it's at the same...
I had 12 flare rounds, you motherfuckers.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, now you'll make sure you use every toy in your fucking toy box.
They do give story reasons for it though, where it's why would he have 12 flares on him in the daytime as he's, you know what I mean? As
that fool tucked him away under his bed and shit.
Yeah, you know what I mean? He tucked him away and shit happened and he was away from him type shit. You know what I mean? Yeah. And there's one stage when the fucker was arrested and they likely took all this shit off his person. And,
yeah.
But anyways, we're get away from the shit.
It does force you to use the weapons, don't sit on them. Don't just run away and get to point A to point B.
Yeah, don't stuff your pockets with
Stuff your pockets.
All right. Then from there, he fights Rusty, and it's we never talked about this with Stucky, but yeah, they're just whittled down to their job basically, because you get those don't feed the animals. Except don't even take those rocks, and it's how they fucking warble the voice. recording the audio for this game and the voice work must have been particularly weird, and for like the Taken. So yeah, Alan he basically gets separated by Rusty, right? They get separated, and he goes back to the cabin, and he falls asleep with Barry, and they wake up, and apparently Rose is like, I've got your manuscript pages, and it's like Barry, of course, doesn't see anything wrong with it, but it's like
he's like, thank God.
Was like, you
More
saw those crows, motherfucker. Some shit's going down, and you're not seeing.
But there's some money over there. You know what I mean?
There's money in that there manuscript. They go over there, and Rose hangs up the phone. It's the mysterious dark presence in Barbara Jagger. Like, good, you little bitch. They're gonna come over here now. And that's the end of that episode.
Mrs. Little Zane.
Do you have anything to say before we move on to episode 3?
No, I mean, we like, you know, I have more to say when we just finish it, dude, but,
I got you.
You know.
So from there, we get Alan and Barry, and they get to Rose's trailer, and are promptly drugged with coffee.
They get Cosby'd all right.
Okay, I don't think Rose diddles him afterwards.
That's Wake right there. That's that fresh BP she's been waiting for all these years.
Good God, man. Wake just wakes up. Why are my pants around my ankles? We missed that manuscript. Maybe it's in nightmare mode. Because there are nightmare mode exclusive manuscripts, which is kind of fucked.
What?
One more thing that's fucked. The one thing that I fucking hate about this game, even despite loving it with all my heart, is that when you discover those manuscripts, they're not on they're on replay. Meaning that you can go to them, like they're in your pause menu, but they're not in the environment. So it's like you kind of lose that. Oh, this manuscript applies to here, kind of thing. You just you got to remember, where did I find this manuscript, and they aren't labeled in that way. It's like it's a little fucked in that way.
Yeah.
Got to like delete your save and shit to re-experience that part of the game. But they wake up. Alan I guess because he only took a little sip of the Cosby juice. Then he wakes up before Barry. They run into the biggest dickhead of the game, Agent Nightingale. That fucker. The one thing I like about that little shithead is he's always thinking of new artist names. I write Hemingway. I write Alex Vane. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's like, god damn, full of Miss J.K. Rowling. It's like. And you go get this, so basically this trigger-happy fucking Agent Nightingale fires at Alan as he's running away and shit. And you kind of go through the forest now, unarmed, basically only with flashbangs at a certain point. And you're just watching all these cops get wrecked and get taken by the Taken. And then you make it to Pat Main's place.
The radio host, yeah.
You make it to his place, and he's like, all right, I'm going to get an interview from this motherfucker.
Corners him.
And then Nightingale shows up and again almost gets somebody killed.
Almost got sunned.
We find out in a later manuscript and it's like, son, you almost killed me. What's the matter with you? He's like looking at Agent Sarah. Sheriff Sarah's like, what the fuck is up with this guy?
Yeah. I mean, he bitched about it on the radio. He bitched about it in the manuscript.
He's like, in the manuscript, he's like, that fool's got what is it, deluge? The deluge, some kind of French term for like, that fool got alcohol in the breath.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, it's implied that fool sipping on the sauce the whole fucking time. Alan flees and makes it to the old coal mine. He makes it down to he makes his way up the mountain. There's that sequence where he like falls asleep, and then I think he falls asleep and he wakes up, and the level's not over yet. And there's like a daylight sequence, and then like another night sequence.
Oh, right.
Right. You find out about the Cauldron Lake and that there was a volcanic eruption in 1970.
Sure. Oh, right, by Zane's hand.
Exactly. And there we get to the lake where basically the ransomer. Before we get there, the ransomer is getting sunned by the dark presence, and she's like, "I don't have the wife.
Yeah,
I just wanted the manuscript." And she's like, "I'm better to sun you." That's part of her check. And they get swallowed up by a darkness tornado.
Yeah.
That fool. I assume Mott gets wrecked. He's just dead and gone. I don't think we see him again, dude. Not even in Taken form. Alan goes directly into the lake.
Mm.
And then from there, we have episode 4.
Yeah.
So, episode 3, good shit.
Yeah,
I like
good.
that shit.
Good shit. Ransom.
Kind of getting away. There's more like foresty sequences, but a little less as the game goes on. From there, we go to Dr. Hartman's wellness facility, I guess, for artists.
Yeah.
Where they kind of like the game fucks with you a little bit. And did you start to believe like you were actually delusional, or were you like, or Alan was actually delusional, or were you like, because they go far. That doctor goes a long way in that there's like at least a solid 10 minutes where you're like, is Alan crazy? Alan might be fucking crazy, because it's like Dr. Harmon's like, you mean to tell me the dark presence has been all that? He kind of implies all the shit you've been doing, and it's like, he kind of, I don't know, he like assaults you with facts a little bit, and he's like, you're just fucking up, so you're gonna stay here, and it's like, I didn't fucking submit myself to this.
Yeah, for sure. No, it just seemed like a condescending asshole that was trying to get me to commit to his little fucking rehab so he can have another little poster of, I saved this artist, don't you know?
He's the greatest artist I've ever had.
I'm the greatest and he's the greatest. We're both some boys.
You meet up again with Tor and Owen.
Oh, what?
You meet up again with Tor and Owen. And they've taken away his hammer, man. They've taken away Mjolnir. And that comes back around very quickly.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
So, so we kind of get you go to the what's it called, the sundial built in Thomas Zane's honor. Yeah, and that's kind of your first hint that I'm not crazy. This is some bullshit going down. And Hartman notices the storm coming, which is basically a darkness cloud, a literal taken darkness cloud coming, and it's like, oh shit. And basically, I remember if so the darkness storm hits, and I think this is at this point, Tor and Odin, you hear them get a hold of an actual hammer. They get a security guard and they chase another one into a room. Yeah. And I stood there for like 5 minutes. First when they were at the table talking and they're calling you Zane and shit. Yeah. I stood there the whole time as they were shit talking that guy. Fool dropped his Mjolnir, dude. His tack hammer. Anyways, the possession start taking hold of the bitch. They take hold of the facility. Hartman gets wrecked. The manuscript describes it perfectly. Alan Wake shuts the door on his fucking ass, and he finds Barry, who's for some reason he's like, I gotta get your fold out, your Alan Wake your fold up. It's coming with. There's that shot, just the 3 shot of them in the truck, and then the fold in the background. Yeah, and the cardboard.
That's why like what's the importance? Is they're just trying to say like, oh, this guy is just a self-interested son of a bitch, you know what I mean? He's a vain motherfucker. He cares about his reputation, his image, but
maybe it's a little bit of he's idolizing his friend a bit too, and you know what I mean? Maybe he's drinking the Kool-Aid a little bit.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I didn't. I was having a hard time understanding why he kept trying to save that fucking thing. But
then you got I don't know if we talked about the possessed items as enemies yet.
Oh no, we didn't talk about that, but it is an interesting wrinkle in a fucking game where trucks and like these like big, like I don't even know what they are. They look like spools of like wine or some shit, but like they'll just come fucking
fuck your shit up. Dude.
Yeah, they'll just come screaming at you, dude, and you'll like I think the biggest problem or the biggest trouble I had was in that farm area where you have to turn on a generator, go across, turn that shit on, but then you have like cars coming at you. You have a bunch of shit thrown at you.
I fucking just fell back, dude. Like, come at me, motherfuckers. You're gonna have to get through this light first, motherfucker.
Oh, you eliminated everybody first in that barn set? Like, it's like it's almost like you're in the middle of like hay or some bullshit. Like, yeah. They got
the ship there and everything.
Yeah, dude. It's a fucking man. Like, some of those were a bitch to get through.
Hey, but we're getting ahead of ourselves. We're gonna get to my favorite moment of the whole game coming up pretty soon here. But we get out of the ship, we get that great shot of like. The facility's fucked, dude. There's just a shot straight out of the fucking what is it called? They're Here. That film.
Poltergeist,
where the fucking lights going fucking haywire in that fucking in the facility, and there's black cloud overtaking it, dude. Just like before you hit the hedge maze. And then another shout out to The Shining, dude. You go through a hedge maze and you're forced to like fight all these Taken close quarters and shit.
Yeah.
You fight Dr. Hartman and you were like, let me get this motherfucker. You didn't hear me the first time, Dr. Hartman. Let me run it back for you.
Ice Dr. Hartman.
And then based on some Tor and Odin dialogue, or you make a decision to go to their farm to find out like what the message they needed to hear was. And once you arrive on the scene, my favorite fucking moment. I didn't play Left 4 Dead. I played Alan Wake before I played Left 4 Dead 2, and there's like a moment in that game as well that mirrors this. The fucking stage sequence with fucking Old Gods of Asgard, which is actually Poets of the Fall. Kind of a story-based pseudonym there, or they're doing the actual song, whereas like Tor and Odin are, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like they're character artists, so to speak, but Poets of the Fall are doing like the actual like shit behind the scenes. It's just dope, dude. That fucking sequence, dude. Because I think I like it better than the Left 4 Dead concert sequence at the end of Dead Carnival, I think is the name of it. I like it better just because there's the zombies are drawn to the light, but they're not. There's no combat to the light. Whereas like Barry's setting off the fucking the pyro and shit and eliminating some of them. It's just a baller. You get that fucking pop up action. Some flares going. You're like, come at me, Taken. Let's do this. I was jumping off the stage before they hit the pyro. Like, come at me, motherfuckers. Yeah. Let's do this shit. There's something really cool about the fucking heavy metal going off, and like a combat sequence popping up at the same time. It's just like, it's probably my favorite moment from this game. if I were to like quantify it there, like, what did you think of this moment, particularly?
Yeah, no, I just had memories of that Left 4 Dead.
You played that. You played Left 4 Dead 2 first, obviously.
Yeah, I played Left 4 Dead before I touched Alan Wake. Alan Wake was slept on by so many people. I think they only sold like 145K.
Yeah, that's why I'm glad they got it, dude. I hope people are like getting the message this time. No. Like buying up this Yellow Remedy with your wallet. Sequel, motherfuckers.
Yeah. Well, it's coming, dude. Like Wiles put up a fucking remaster that no one asked for. It's to prepare. But
I asked for it.
it's like setting up a Prime remaster, Metroid Prime. Like you set that shit up because you're gonna do a sequel sometime.
There's a Prime remaster coming.
I mean, like, you know what I mean. Like same thing with GTA. Like you do a remaster, then unleash another.
But is this Prime? Are you playing with me? There's a Prime thing in the works.
Prime 1, yeah, I think
remaster.
It's been
announced.
No, not announced. It's okay. A lot of like
talking behind the scenes shit. Yeah. Anyway, we're getting away from 40, but. From there, we're going to the barn. Before we get in the barn, we got that funny sequence where Barry's making fun of you with the I'm Alan Wake. Well, I can't write for shit. My friends are always carrying my shit. And Alan's like, "Fucking, you want me to do an impression of you, motherfucker?" From there, you fight the Weed Thresher. What'd you think of that boss battle?
What'd you say?
The Wheat Thresher, the big fucking...
Wheat Thresher. Oh, the fucking thing that's coming up. I don't remember if it gave me any trouble, dude. I remember just trying to hit it with flares. Or...
Was there Taken also in the mix?
You know what? That specific scene
you might have killed him. You might have killed him before, because like that was the case with me. It was I just focused all my fire on that, and I just aimed my and I pulled out my gun. I aimed it at the yerbas there, but I don't know. It was a good sequence. I liked it a lot. I liked that shit a lot. And from there, we get another Poets of the Fall song, or technically Old Guards of Asgard, Lady of the Light in the house.
Oh, that's right. They do end that song.
Lady of the Light, get lost in the night. That's how you reshape destiny. And yeah, dude, they find the Thor and Odin's booze, and they're like, it's a long time until dawn.
They do get drunk.
I don't know if I'd get drunk in their scenario. You know what I mean? Like, what's stopping the Taken from coming out? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know. I guess it's a lot of stress and pressure, and I mean, it must be nice to just, in that moment, maybe it just...
I hope they boil that unfiltered water they get from Cauldron Lake, dude, because you get fucked up on it. There's amoebas and shit in lake water, homie. You don't just be drinking that shit. The fucking plot of Cabin Fever is based off of fucking lake water, homie. But, yeah. But from there, the episode ends. They wake up from their drunken night of debauchery, because they're basically dancing to that song the whole night.
I mean, wouldn't you if you just slayed a whole bunch of motherfuckers?
And you're like, wasn't there like a drunk sequence though, where they're like, I can't write, fool. I'm a writer, fool. I bet I can write 10 books.
Oh,
and they'd be
right.
the best books that year.
It was on some bullshit like that.
And then we get Nightingale, who's like, all right, Jack Joyce, come with me. Oh, we forgot to mention one of my favorite tracks, other than Candy Colored Clown, to end the strike. Jump the Devil, that weird track.
Huh.
You know that track, Jump the Devil? Was like, I was cut out of my mother's belly. My father did a jig with a drunk midwife.
Oh, shit.
It was a real dope song Remedy's really good at spotting those songs that like people have been sleeping on, and like that's an example. I know obviously like David Bowie's song is like the least slept on track on the thing, but like other than that, like a lot of gems on the soundtrack. I want to say that they're kind of known for that. And in Control, I want to say there's a couple like random stereos just laying about that play some unique tracks that I aren't familiar with. But from there, we go to episode 5, The Clicker. It click until it goes click.
Until it goes click.
We got Alan and Barry end up in Bright Falls jail. Got that dope sequence where Nightingale he reads the manuscript page of him reading the manuscript page of him dying.
Yeah, it's fucking meta.
And he gets fucking what? He gets like the deja vu gets him killed basically. That's just my favorite shit with the manuscript page. Like my favorite you know what I mean? Sequence, and you pick it up, and it's like, so this is what fucking got him killed.
Shit.
That'd fuck me up if I read it, dude.
Yeah, definitely.
But yeah, you get that sequence where you're in the city, and you're fighting off that Taken, the crows, the Taken. You got all that shit coming at you, and you're fighting your way to the helicopter.
Oh yeah, and I think it's the cop and Barry that are up in the helicopter as the crows fucking attack it.
You lose Barry for a second, he comes back, and he's strapped with fucking Christmas lights.
Strapped with Christmas lights, a headlight lamp. Dude's ready to rock.
He makes a fucking Lord of the Rings reference, and Sarah's like, I'm gonna pretend you didn't say that shit.
This is my Eye of Mordor.
And then you meet Cynthia Weaver, where she's like, you dumb fuck, go out there and do my busy work. You're breaking the rules, you motherfucker. You find out that she's been leaving those secret crates all around.
Yeah, she's been the plug with the flare guns and the flashbangs.
And how does she own all this shit? She'd have to own that facility to like, you know what I mean? To like have that well lit room there, and it's like that don't make no sense.
That don't make no sense now.
But yeah, this is where we get hit with like the clicker, like. We get hit with the twist that Alan's whole life has been basically written into existence by Thomas Zane, who writ himself and all his work. I guess not himself. He still remembered, but he wrote all his work out of existence, so that you know what I mean. To kill the darkness, baby. He's like, I couldn't do it, so I gotta like pass this football to this motherfucker, see if he can do it.
Yeah.
Type shit. And from there, we go to the final level of the base game, Departure. Alan leaves Barry, Sheriff, and Cynthia behind in the well-lit room and makes a long trek back to Cauldron Lake. You get that fucking apocalyptic scenario where shit's burning. You're driving around and shit. All the Takens everywhere, you know what I mean? It's just popping off. There's like a little Night Spring shout-out on one of the road signs. Because it gets fucked up in a way where it says Night Springs, and it's like,
shit.
Just little shout outs there. He gets this submerged cabin. What do you make of this? Look at the scenario where like, all the shit's falling on you, all the shit's coming at you, and she's like, stop. Baba Jaga's like, stop, you fool, stop, my power's there. I'm throwing everything at you, and it's not working.
Please, have mercy.
Right.
I think that is that like that's not the final battle?
That's not the final battle yet. There's like a trek up the thing.
Yeah.
And like she's tossing a bunch of shit at you. It's like she's throwing all the Taken she can at you.
She's going like object crazy.
Object crazy. She's throwing shit. She throws like a fucking boat at you that's described in a manuscript.
That's right.
A train. A fucking plane at one point, I believe. And it's like, fuck, man.
That's the lead up to the confrontation, the final confrontation, no?
Yeah, that's the lead up. And then from there, you get to the fucking tornado, which is a bit easy. Especially, I saved like 6 flare rounds. Like, come at me, you motherfucker.
Come at me.
Then, from there, you have that very trippy sequence where you're at the bottom of the lake, and your light. There's basically a bunch of words everywhere, and you're flashing your light. And it's one of the more trippier fucking Remedy shits. Where it's like this is some wild shit.
Yeah, you literally bring that shit into creation. Yeah, I love that, dude.
Yeah, you got some phone calls.
Yeah,
and then you go in the cabin. And Fool takes the clicker and he shoves it in the hole in her heart. And she like, oh! She gets wrecked. And that's Barbara Jagger's dead. And then Alan Wake finally finishes the story because he specifically left the ending out when he was. Well, I don't think we ever talked about it, but he was basically locked in that week. He lost. He was at the bottom of the lake in that cabin, writing the story that was going to give Barbara Jagger the power. But to kind of fuck her over, he's like, let me get this writer Tom and Zane into the shit, and like he was able to escape. And get to all his adventures post that episode, and he's coming back here after killing Barbara Jagger to write the ending to his story. Basically, where he trades Alice's imprisonment for his imprisonment. And a true selfless act. That's what I like about this. He starts out as an asshole, and even we find him out more in the DLC, but he comes to regret like the asshole that he was.
No.
And he's like, if we ever get back to you, Alice, it's gonna be different times type shit. But yeah, we see that the Alice gets out of the lake completely fine, and Deerfest goes on without a hitch. Everybody's happy in Bright Falls, and Alan's still in prison there, and we get the wonderful line, final line of the game. Well, it's not a lake, it's an ocean.
Yeah.
No, fucking sick, dude. And we close out the game. We get David Bowie on the 1s and 2s, dude.
Ground control.
Fucking dope shit. Before we get into the DLC, what did you think the base game? Final thoughts.
Yeah, I mean there was this idea introduced. I checked out someone's breakdown of it, man, and they brought these ideas that I didn't catch on. Like the first one is there's 4 characters, right? Alice inspires.
Yeah, Muse.
Yeah, the Muse, right? The darkness guides. Oh, not characters, but 4 elements, right? And then Barry informs, and I guess Hartman is used for others, to kind of get some of that, to get their work, right? He uses others for their work, So he's a bit of a energy vampire, or a vampire for someone's artistic, integrity and all that shit.
Gosh, I didn't get a sense of that. That's dope.
Yeah, I like I said, like this dude kind of
there's layers to this. I like that.
Yeah. The villains are those who want control, who they want.
Yeah, Hardman.
Hardman, Rusty, anybody.
For Hardman.
Yeah. The light, using the light to navigate, expose threats, and use it to eliminate. I know we didn't talk about this. There's a moment where the light's talking to you, and he's like,
Thomas Zane talking to you.
Yeah, and he's like, "This isn't a gun."
Voiced by James McCaffrey as well. Yeah.
So the Max Payne. Yeah. So he's like, I think it's in the bathroom. He's like, this is not a gun. It's a tool for like, what is it like? I don't know if it's like conflict resolution or like some. Yeah,
it's very ethereal and very like like godlike. Like this is not what I mean. It's not. It's a tool for to write yourself out of like what I mean.
Yeah.
Write yourself out of problems. It's like it's cool.
It's definitely dope, and those are the moments that like I kind of like that leave an impression more than like a specific character moment. To reveal and to comprehend its nature, to use creativity and reveal the truth. So using light, to like there's a lot of darkness, right, and there's a lot of bullshit, and by shining the light on something, you can't fucking hide it. You have to reveal it for what it is. It's almost like a Kurosawa tackling like universal truths. Like he's not trying to make a movie about like, let's say, Japan World War II. He's trying to talk about like how we all spin the truth in Rashomon, right? Like there's something about human nature that just kind of drives us to certain decisions, dude. But I just like the idea of art as a light that he uses into the darkness, and it in order to reveal the truth it fucking hides, seeking and determining truth, the words that make stories a reality, dude. Creativity and art as a weapon against darkness. This whole bout, it almost feels like a whole bout with depression, with what this guy's going through. And, the way it manifests, the way the darkness manifests, the way darkness overtakes a character and just reduces them down. Like, it, I don't know if that's like, if when depression hits you, like, you almost, you don't become, you're not
your base
yourself.
Self. You're like detached, like Rose was when she was taken, basically.
Yeah. And it's just like, there's a lot of those themes and messages, like, I didn't pick up on the first playthrough, and watching someone kind of go through these broad strokes kind of analysis on Alan Wake makes me go like, fuck, dude, there's a reason why it took so long to develop. It was an ambitious fucking game that who's matched it? Who's matched that kind of creativity? Or even use of light and use of like,
They beef, dude. They beast mode, dude. Sam Lake is one hell of a creative director on a game.
Shit.
For sure.
And like I said, dude, like it's just I wanted like shit throw, like I know it was tough like at the end when you get to what's her name, Barbara?
Yeah.
You get a lot
more
of
shit thrown at you.
Yeah, you get shit thrown at you. You got a lot of taken thrown at you, right? So it's just like it was still hard, dude, and it's still a fucking one of the greatest games I played from the shit that we've recommended. Like that's gonna be a hard one to fucking top, hands down.
Man, Dead Space was better. No, I'm just kidding. I like Alan Wake better.
Hey, Dead Space dope too, but there's a bunch of imaginative and creative ideas in Alan Wake that's just like shit.
They don't have some shit here.
Yeah.
Put some respect on them these days.
Put some respect on it. Hey, your boy trying to play Control too,
Yeah, but
you played Quantum, like on a side note. You played that
I
other
played
one?
Quantum Break gets a lot of shit. It's not as inventive as this game, I'd say. Its thing is like time travel and shit.
Yeah.
And it plays with it in that way. But it goes full in on the story. It's worth a play, I think. It's 100 gigs on Xbox One, so clear some space. It's 200 if you want those HD cutscenes. Which, by the way, they go all in on live action. They basically recorded a TV show, like a full-length TV show, full hour-long TV show for Quantum Break.
Damn, dude.
In between levels, it's just a full hour-long TV show. No bullshit. So Quantum Break's worth a look-see, because it gets a lot of shit for being middling, and it's not my favorite Remedy game, for sure. Like, I haven't played Death Rally, their first game, but out of the ones I have played, it's my least favorite. But a middling Remedy game is probably still like a better, probably still better than like the mid shit that comes out. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's on like an upper echelon, I think. So.
But the three are for sure in like the Remedy verse. Let's say Control, Quantum, and Alan.
I mean, we can't get. I mean, you gotta play Control. Is all I'll say. But if Alan Wake is or if Alan Wake is connected to Max Payne and Max Payne is connected to Control, then hey, you know what I'm saying? Hey.
Damn, dude.
But from there, I think we'll get back to like final thoughts on everything. But we'll go move into the DLCs.
Yeah,
right now.
yeah.
We got The Signal, which came out July 27th, 2010. So 2 months after the game came out. Continuing from the main game, Alan finds himself in a surreal version of Night Falls, like a fucked version, and he's trapped in the dark zone basically. You got Zane directing him to a signal. All the while, like Alan's seeing like the detached version of himself who's panicking and writing all these scenarios, all these panic scenarios. Like you got that scene in the Oh Dear Diner where it's like they surrounded him, they were everywhere, there was nothing he could do.
That's right.
And like that's the split version that this Alan is trying to get to like, you know what I mean, put himself together and shit. And it's kind of a cool aspect to like this twisted version of Alan is fucking him and like writing him in all these crazy scenarios. Did you find any of the cardboards out on this
Cardboard?
There's the cardboard cutouts, not of Alan, but of like Barry and of Alice that kind of like have descriptions on them. Yeah. The cop. The one for Alice is funny because just like a beauty with a booty, and it's like these sarcastic like descriptions of like people and shit. Like I'm pretty sure it's like that for Sheriff too. It was like it's kind of these like callous like descriptions of these people.
Damn, dude.
But yeah, the whole fucking narrative gets there's like it doubles down all that shit with the wordplay, the literal visual wordplay of the game, where like there's letters and you gotta like because I think for both DLCs, in order to get ammo, you gotta like flash your light on reload and on tools to get your guns and shit. Or pump is the one for the pump action shotgun.
Shit.
And it's crazy shit going down. There's got that crazy sequence with the furnaces below the church, where you can kind of use the furnaces to take down the Taken.
Oh, that's right. That's right. You shine the light and they burst.
And there's like booms. You can flash your light on boom and it takes them out.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. They use a lot of that like some of the departure word shit with these last two.
And there's that last sequence where it's just a fucking shit ton of words, and if you flash your light on one of them, they all kind of get set off and shit.
Oh, what? They all do?
Right?
Oh,
not
shit.
all of them, but like a big cloud, a big pool of them. Like you set off one Taken. You set off the boom, it sets off other booms, and like you know what I mean?
Damn, dude, damn.
That's crazy shit going down there.
Yeah, no, I just aimed for the flare, and that's it, dude. Walked around them shits.
Yeah, you get figment of your imagination. Barry starts coming, and he's that full. The interactions there were good because just like, what does it say about you? You're talking to me, you fucking. I'm in your head right now.
Yeah.
Just like some back and forth insults between what are basically Alan arguing with himself.
Yeah.
Zane eventually reveals that Alan himself is the cause of the current circumstance. The maniacal version of Alan on the television screen is the irrational version of Alan consumed by fear. His frenzied thoughts affecting the world in the dark place. Alan encounters a monstrous conglomeration of televisions that through the irrational Alan tries to kill him. They basically fight through that. He's like, oh my god, it was a massive TVs. He fucking killed Alan. And shit, and Alan defeats the TVs, but wakes back up in the cabin again and realizes he's still trapped.
Still trapped in the bullshit.
And that was the signal. What do you have to say about this first piece of DLC here?
It's definitely probably half the length of the other episodes, but at the same time, the boss battles or like the end conflict in both gave me a
more of a satisfying boss battle than like the end game.
Yeah, more, but at the same time, dude, like again, like Red Dead's nice, but like shit, dude, like put Red Dead up against Alan Wake, like which is the better game? Obviously, Red Dead has a lot of
different. Well, they different juegos.
They different, but like at the end of the day, like if you had to keep like one game or if you had to limit it, like
fuck that, I can't get them both.
Yeah, I get where you're coming from.
I'm coming GameStop, $120, May 18th, 2010. Give me both games.
Yeah, man. I just want to crown. I just want to crown a game and be like, look, like when it comes to like creating something and like, it's not just as simple as like you aim your gun at the enemy, you pull the trigger, and hey, you win in that specific moment. This thing built upon that, dude, and challenges you a little bit, and like I think it has a lot of like mature themes for a system that's
for
usually
a game.
for a shoot bang game, for a system that's usually aimed at kids, dude. Like, very it's you can still enjoy games as an adult, and there's content made for you, and this is like one of the biggest reasons why you should dabble in some of these games. They have just as much of a cinematic effect as a TV show or a fucking movie, dude. Hey, but we bias, right?
Hey, it's dope shit. It's dope shit, I think. I think if Roger plays this, he'd understand what people mean. But unfortunately, he didn't. But from there, though, we got the writer, which this one doubles down on the trippy, dreamlike imagery compared to the Signal, dude. Just because you have that elongated sequence where you're in like a maze, like a spinning maze, full of like memories, basically, and it's like, fuck, man. I've never seen anything like this in game or movie, and it's like, it would be hard to recreate in a live action film, but it's just so easy to do in a game, and it just meshes so well, dude.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, man, how they play with like the Norse shields and shit and the hedge maze, and they just like how they like melt. They repurpose assets, but they do it in a way where it's like you don't feel cheated because it's a different experience that they made here. And yeah, it's just so Alan regained, the story of it is basically Alan regains consciousness and accepts that he's the cause of the insanity he's experiencing. Regaining his memories in the process. Zane basically tells him that he's in the dark place, and his dark place is in the lighthouse, and you basically go through that maze. You go through all these like floating fucking bridges and platforms and shit. There's an achievement for not firing your gun once in this, and that's a fucking tough order.
Damn.
But yeah, you go through that fucking trippy ass dream maze. You get to the rock that the lighthouse is on, and you got all these taken coming at you, and you can clear the rocks, and just have the lighthouse be a weapon, and like that was a real cool fucking just a gauntlet run there.
Hey, sizzle them fools up.
Sizzle them fools right up. You get a nice elongated sequence where like a TV Alan is talking to Harbin, and he's like, "I never thought about it like that. That's some wild shit." He's kind of like agreeing with all of the shit he's saying. And but he is dropping some facts. It's technically Alan's head, you know, living through Hartman. So this, you know what I mean? It's not Hartman that's having these good takes. It's Alan, like, you know what I mean, understanding the scope of his assholery and accepting it, which I thought was a real good scene to throw in there. And then we get the final sequence of the writer where you kill your darlings. You fight. Forget who you fight first. I think is it Torin Odin? You fight two people first, I believe.
You might be right. Yeah, it might be.
Maybe Dr. Hartman then, and then you get Barry.
Oh yeah, you know, it might be.
Yeah, and you get that really good interaction with Barry beforehand when he's like, "So Zane's your new buddy, huh?"
Yeah.
He's like kind of egging you on, and it's like, "Come on, Barry, we'll just be buds."
Come on, there's room in my heart for you.
Right. Did you feel gypped at all that Barry was the boss fight, and because there was an implication that you were going to be facing off against your rational self a little bit.
Yeah, your darker self.
Yeah, but I guess it was just like this was the battle, like to. You know what I mean?
There was definitely teases. It made it seem like, because you meet your darker self like in the regular part of the game, right? In the original story, and it's like, well, fuck, man, is this guy, you know, is this gonna be my evil doppelganger? Doppelganger.
Gamer TM.
Gamer TM that I'm gonna have to face off. Maybe I thought maybe that was the end. I thought that fool was gonna be, you know, was gonna be helping out Barbara, but. I mean, I still dig it, dude. Barry's not really Barry the friend. Barry is more of a representation of Alan in his mind, and like whatever obstacle Barry is, you know, whatever controlling force, because maybe that's what ultimately he starts to filter Barry as. It's just another element that's trying to exert their control over Wake's creativity or being.
Yeah, but that's some wild shit there. I think I don't mind Barry being the representation of Barry being the final boss, but from there, Alan gets into the cabin and he realizes that he reforms with himself and he's whole again, and he realizes that he can't let himself fall into that state again. And from there he walks over to his typewriter and begins to type a new story entitled Return, which is, God damn it, man. Fucking return already!
Return.
Which he did get a return in the form of a tiny Xbox Live game known as Alan Wake's American Nightmare.
How many years is that separated?
It came out February 22nd, 2012.
Oh, 2 years.
It was rumored as a sequel at the time, and Remedy had to come out and be like, "Listen, we're coming out with an Alan Wake thing. It's not DLC. It's not a sequel, but it is some dope shit."
Damn.
And so Alan Wake's American Nightmare is basically it's framed as a Night Springs episode. It's the opening fucking CGI cutscene is Barry asleep. It says somewhere in Arizona on Route 66, and it's Barry asleep in a motel room, and the TV's on, and it just pulls up to the TV, and it's like, and on this episode of Night Springs, the champion of light, and it's basically Alan Wake living in this desert Americana time loop.
Yeah.
Where he's fighting his evil double, Mr. Scratch, who's kind of like who's threatening to assume his identity, and like, because it's this evil doppelganger, looks like him. But he's like the worst parts of Alan, and he's going around, he's killing people, he's charming women, but he's like murdering them too, and it's like he's just a shithead. But I recommend playing by American Nightmare for sure. It's a pretty dope game. only about 3 hours long. Like you go through this time loop and you try to stop some shit from happening. But as you do it, you help or get helped from these three women, and you learn through like a radio and manuscripts that what happened to Alice post the events of the first game, and it's like really interesting takes. It's not considered canonical, but I think if you like can't get enough of Alan Wake, like I can't, it's definitely be worth a play. And it's also got like a horde mode attached to it if you like into the Xbox Live Arcade style stuff, where like you get to spend 10 minutes at a place and you like gotta survive until dawn, and you get to every time you kill somebody, more waves pile in, and it's some dope shit. A lot of unique weapons in this DLC compared to the main game. The main game was more like woodland weapons, hunting rifles, shotguns, pistolas, flares and whatnot. This one introduces like a nail gun, an Uzi, an assault rifle, combat shotgun, fucking crossbow, Magnum, Magnum pistola. There's a bunch of shit in there. It's a bunch of shit. They introduce fucking new enemies, little spooters crawling, nipping at your heels.
Shit.
Fucking big hillbilly, like just that boy dumb, but boy he strong type taken.
Like Paul Bunyan ass motherfuckers.
Yeah, definitely, and fucking fantastic. Dude. I would definitely give it a look. See, it's I guess it's not essential watch or essential shit to play, but it's definitely worth a play. But yeah, from there I think we'll get a couple bits of trivia in here. Verizon billboards and Energizer batteries were replaced with in-universe ads and Bright Volt lithium batteries in the recent remaster. We got near the end of the game's development, Alan's story became a metaphor about Remedy's work on the game itself, being that Alan's past work as a novelist was based on a fictional police detective mirroring Remedy's Max Payne, but now struggled with writing something different, representing their troubles for Vision with Alan Wake. Did you know that Alan Wake proper was originally supposed to be an open world game?
Yeah.
Supposed to be an open world game that was based on survival, and then, like you find a bunch of materials throughout the day to prepare for the night.
What happened? That fucking
yeah. I'm kind of glad that they went with the linear version, honestly, because like in the contest, it's a little revisionist now that we're like living in a place with in the industry where like it's just open world after open world, but it's like Alan Wake's fucking refreshing as shit in our environment where it's like. And like I think I would have liked the survival horror open world thing, but I like the version that they landed on better, like specifically in our modern context.
Yeah, you can tell a tighter story, man. You can get people hooked onto your shit a lot easier than like, hey, make sure you collect all the manuscripts scattered in this open world.
Yeah, but I feel like I would have done it just because like there's some real like it's not these dumbass feathers that don't do anything like Assassin's Creed. There's the meat at the end of those bones, and with each thing you find, you get more pieces of the story. I think that unlike a lot of that open world fluff, like the collectibles are really good. Yeah. It was actually developed for 3 years. It was developed as an open world game, and then they switched after the 3 into the more linear shit. Enemies were designed by drawing concept art and then pouring water all over them to give them a feel of being just a bit off, like that ink blotty feel, I imagine. If you watched the Harry Garrett show, Sam Lake was on there.
Oh shit!
Sam Lake's like, "Come on, Sam, do the face."
The Max Payne,
constipated Max Payne face. Title character Alan Wayne. Okay, we already talked about this. Alex Casey's basically Max Payne. You got various references to Twin Peaks there. Became backwards compatible on Xbox One on September 17th, 2016. The game ran better is basically what it is. Frame rate problems were eliminated. The VSync problems were eliminated. Became a better game when it came on Xbox Live. Didn't need it because we got that remaster, but it is dope to know like that backwards compatible shit does like make games better, like playing them on Xbox One. live-action web series called Bright Falls was made to promote its release. It was kind of a prequel show. I watched it. It's pretty dope. Well, I want to say it deserves a watch. I mean, surprise, surprise, I liked an Alan Wake theme.
No, that's nice.
But yeah, the whole thing is on YouTube right now. It's about 30 minutes long.
Oh, nice.
Alan Wake, or Alice changed a lot during development. Eventually, she wasn't Alan's wife. She was his girlfriend. And as the game evolved, they were like, she's got to have a greater connection to Alan than just like his girlfriend. They made the joke at E3 2009 that they got married throughout the development cycle. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Anderson brothers mentioned that they had something stolen from them by the Baba Yaga, which, you know, there's kind of like a name thing going on between Barbara Jagger and Baba Yaga. She also keys to the Bird Leg Cabin, which is known in folklore to travel to a cabin attached to a bird's leg, the Baba Yaga. So it's like a little shout out there.
Shit.
Agent Nightingale was originally going to be a playable character, allowing you to switch to him during sequence. I'm kind of glad, because that guy's a dickhead.
Yeah.
He's drunk half the time. His jokes suck. Pirated copy of the game is played. When a pirated copy of the game is played, Alan is constantly wearing an eye patch, and a message appears that the player should buy an original copy.
That's
Apart
funny.
from that, there is no disruptive effects on the game itself.
That's funny.
We already talked about this, but the Old Gods of Asgard songs are actually performed by Finnish rock band Poets of the Fall, which have a song in Max Payne 2
Oh, nice.
as well. And yeah.
Stayed in the family.
Yeah. Characters Mott and Stucky were different in the original script. They were like switched, and then they kind of switched them back to their normal state here. Initially, it was going to come to the PC and PS3 on release, but they scaled it back. Or actually, Microsoft purchased it, and they were like, "Nix that PS3 shit, homie." And they had to cancel the PC one and concentrate on 360. But they did come out with the PC one
2 years later.
a couple years later.
2012.
In Alan Wake studies, there are 2 pistolas from Max Payne. After you leave Cabin for Lover's Peak, side of the road should have a radio. You turn it on, there'll be a Taken that walks past the window. I don't know if you saw that sequence. In episode 2, there's like, you go to like a barren cabin next to where you start, and like you'll notice a Taken pass by it, and you can actually catch up to him and see him, but he's not an enemy. He's just kind of there to fuck with you.
Oh shit! No, I didn't.
Okay. Sign on the broken bridge during the nightmare sequence reads, "Welcome to Night Springs."
Welcome.
Okay, and from the last bit of trivia I have is the idea of Wake ending the Alex Casey series by killing off the main character is most likely influenced by the Stephen King book Misery, where the main character, Paul Sheldon, also a writer, ends his book series by the same method for the same reasons. I'm done with this guy. Kill him off.
Get this motherfucker out of here.
But yeah, we're closing thoughts on Alan Wake. Fucking dope game. Dope on a rope.
Yeah, it's good. Probably one of the best 360 titles, especially if it's exclusive, and it was for a minute. It was probably one of the best titles that they had. I mean, they had a couple nice ones. You know, obviously some of them they start to share licenses and shit, but it's really fucking good, man. It's definitely, you know, I think it's probably the highlight of the video game pick so far. That it's been good.
Yeah. I got him on one, motherfucker. Man. But yeah. Not much for me to say there. I love the game, love the DLC, love the additional arcade game, and love the web series. Love them all. Experience them all if you haven't. But from there, I think we're going to move into picks. And why don't we start with the Juego pick?
With the Wiggle pick.
It's a little Juego pick.
I got something from me here. Oh my goodness. We got Dick Cheney's Outdoor Hunting. OG Loke and Friends, Road to the Rap God. Tim Burton's Marilyn Manson meets Father Christmas. Meets Father Christmas. You know you've done some shit. Spooderman 4. Cock, The Return of the Goblin.
Yeah, Return of the Cock Goblin.
Return of the fucking Dreamcatcher 2. Ruby-doobie-do. We got some smoke for you. DJ Khaled's another one. A Dick Rider's Anthem. the Juego BP of the week.
That's it.
Let's open this shit here. It's been wrapped in some notebook paper.
To be easier now, dude.
Oh, fucking GameStop. Boom.
This boy hate GameStop.
Alright, power to the players. Oh my goodness, it does not reveal it yet. Or has it? The Mindgate Yerba. I gotta hook up my Xbox. Are you playing?
Yeah.
Oh shit! This is some dope shit. I take it. Have you played it?
I like it. I like it. Fun combat, little like Fear, where you'll have some fun fucking around with the enemies.
I do have a copy of it, but I might need your Xbox.
You have a copy of this game?
Yeah, I bought a copy.
Oh damn, dude! All back, physical, straight up.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Unless no, I bought one. I think about a year ago.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, but you know,
I'm fucking hyped to play this, dude. Bust out the Xbox. It's been a minute.
Yeah, we got an Xbox. You know what it is.
I know what it is. And from there, we're going to do the movie pick.
Movie picks,
I've
movie
handed
picks.
them a trash bag wrapped bag.
I Wreck Games featuring Tekos Kojima. Sad hood movie. Starring Tay Diggs.
Don't you know?
Dances with Vegas. Casino 2 Pesci Boogaloo. We got Smell This Rice. We got Diddy Kong's Vaping. The Night with Troy Duffy, No Refunds. We got McMahon. Buff My Ass, a Vince McMahon love story. I believe those are the titles for the movie pick of the week of the episode.
I'm going to introduce you to a Japanese filmmaker I don't think you're familiar with just yet. A Mr. Seijun Suzuki.
Yeah, huh? Your boy straight in the dark on this one.
But what film have I recommended from this man's catalog?
Branded to Kill, a 1967 cinema movie película film.
Yes. Seijun Suzuki's film that killed his career for 10 years. It was so weird and off-putting. A little background on Seijun Suzuki. The man made a bunch of 60s Yakuza films, and that was basically his bread and butter. I believe it was Toho who was always make more of that shit, make more of that shit, make more of that shit we like. And finally he made this weird ass film that was kind of fuck with him a little bit. Here's your fucking Yakuza film. And he gave him this, and they hated it immediately, and it tanked his career for 10 years after that.
Damn.
And one little thing, caveat to this film, I think for background, just to give you an idea, just so you have a frame of reference for this, there is a supplemental film attached to this. His film Youth of the Beast, which kind of represents a quote-unquote normal film by him, the kind of film that they've that he came to, that his Goodfellas. Imagine if Scorsese made Goodfellas and make more of that shit, make more of that shit, make more of that shit. This was essentially the film that that put him on the map for the Yakuza films and stuff. And so that's our actual pick is Branded with Kill. And that's the one that we'll go in depth on here. But the little supplemental here for just Seijun Suzuki's so good. We gotta have one of his crazy out bonkers out there film combined with his one of his more normal films there. Just as a little bonus. They're both 90-minute películas. They're not. I don't want to throw another Apocalypse Now scenario. I hope this isn't too much cheating with regards to our rules.
I'm just, I mean,
like I said, the in-depth talk is just Branded to Kill, and this is more just so you have a reference of how weird did he go with this film that killed his career.
Yeah, for sure. Hey man, this shit sounds dope. It sounds like a man that risked a lot to. I don't know if he's just being bold with this Branded to Kill, but it sounds like he pissed a lot of people off because he had the talent to do something nice. Hey, I'm excited to see some foreign film. Your boy need a little more of that, you know, especially
that culture.
a little bit of that culture, especially what 60s Japanese.
Yep. That's I heard like 60s crime Japanese film. I was like, oh, sign me up. And like I explored a couple of this man's film. Another one was Tokyo Drifter. It's pretty dope. But yeah, those are the picks this week. Was it the Mindgate Conspiracy?
Yeah, Psi Ops.
Psi Ops, the Mindgate Conspiracy. Yeah. With Branded to Kill, and then Youth of the Beast supplementally there. Fantastic. And with that, I think we're ready to wrap up this episode of Swimming with Game Sharks. I've been Jimmy.
I've been Jose.
And you have a wonderful day out there, you lovely